Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku becomes Masters of Chef. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. The living smoke like Nomu Kurojari was looking silently, the sleeping and utterly broken form of Shigaraki lying immobile on the bed, still out cold thanks to all for one's personal doctor filling him in so much painkillers. It was a miracle those drags had not fully took the place of the guy's BLD in his veins. Hoi! Himiko fainted again. What should I do with her? Dabi's voice echoed from outside the man-child room, and it sounded extremely annoyed. Drop her in her bedroom, she'll wake up sooner or later. Hopefully. Kurojiri answered, uninterested. You know, when I met her I thought she would have become one of us right away, not that I would have had to play babysitter until she finally caved. Your training is taking too long to break her. Dabi answered, and with how hard he was breathing, it was clear he was dragging around something heavy. She will get around, eventually. As for you, we all have to make sacrifices. Now take her to her room and stop complaining. We need her and her quirk, so do your job. I will. God damn it, she puked on me again. And half-digested BLD this time. Shit. Dabi shrieked as a loud splashing noise echoed from outside Shigaraki's room. I'll be the one mopping that, so man up, stop complaining and do as you are told. And once you have done dropping her off, have that new recruit move here ASAP. They had enough time to make a decision. Kurojiri answered. I dropped this BSTRD in her room. Take a shower and BUA. A second loud splashing sound cut the man's answer as this time he violently emptied his stomach. Just go wash yourself, I'll take care of that too. Thank you, Dabi answered with a weak groan, and with steps sounding disgustingly wet, he moved away dragging the unconscious Himiko on his back to her room. Shigaraki is still out cold. Dabi is way too recognizable and with zero stealth abilities, and the only one of us with a quirk suitable for infiltration won't get up before a good 3 days of overdose and random seizure fits. Fine. I will call the little spy we have in UA and remind him that if he doesn't help us he will lose that pretty quirk MSTR gave him. It is about time the investments here start showing some returns. Himiko and that kid are starting to look like they are not worth the effort. Why do people have to be so difficult? Kurojiri muttered with a sigh of dismay, already regretting going along with Shigaraki's little revenge plan against that strange quirkless chef. How can their luck be so bad even a powerless chef becomes such a big ordeal for them? Meanwhile, dormitories, how can a chef be such a big ordeal for her? This can't continue, those were the words echoing over and over inside Ochako's head as she sat at her desk in the middle of the night, staring at the blank page in front of her. She was looking at it even too intensely, but she did not dare to let her eyes wander around her room. Lest her eyes landed on her waitress uniform. The pretty emerald green uniform topped by a frilly white apron with her name on the heart area inside the green outline of a cloud. The uniform that kept making her mind wander back to her part-time job in a small homely restaurant. So that she won't think about the owner and chef of that restaurant. It was supposed to be simple. Go work there, know the owner of the place and understand that that curious prickle of warmth she felt when the Lord Dog came to her rescue was only gratitude she felt for Momo's boyfriend sending help and saving her life and return her life to normal. Because that was all it was. Gratitude. Plain and simple gratitude for having what would later become her best friend's boyfriend saving her life. A simple plan. Get the job and the surprisingly generous pay it offered, know the guy, become friends and squash dead every possible feelings beside friendship or you are my brother in all but BLD connection her stubborn heart was inclined to plant in her subconscious after he saved her life. Even if at the time he and Momo were actually not in a relationship still. The thing became official only later. But the timeline was not important. Even if it all hangs on Izuku knowing Momo before her, that was not important. Ochako took the job with the express purpose of killing prematurely any chance she may actually be attracted to the guy. To the guy and his adorable laugh. Or his wit. Or his poor jokes, and his ability to laugh at her poor jokes, a mystery in itself. or his fanboying whenever she talked with him about her studies, and his utterly sincere praises to her abilities. That was always a nice self-esteem boost. Or how they shared the same taste in music and movies. She also needed to remember to return the CD he gave her to try. He was right. Track 3, 5 and 7 really slapped. Or to those amazing vibrant eyes of his, she could swear she saw them actually sparkle when light hit them at the right angle. Or to his calloused and warm hands that could either move fluid like water or be steady like rocks. Did she mention those adorable freckles he has? And how they tended to stand out a bit more when he got flustered. Like tiny constellations. Then there was that time where he first taught her how to make mochi, where she ended up with a smudge of bean paste on the tip of her nose, and he let out a very cute chuckle while wiping her nose clean and... Sheet! The girl's whispered curse came out as a hiss while she forcefully stopped that particular train of thought. "You are not helping," she uttered while glaring at her chest, and she will forever remark, if asked, that her heart did give 2 louder than normal beats in answer to her accusation that sounded suspiciously similar to the words, "Screw you. It's easy. I will write a letter where I formally leave the job and then I will forget about him. I will write it right now even," she said to psyche herself up. A nicely written and worded letter where she thanks Izuku for the good memories they shared, for the opportunity he gave her in taking her as his waitress, for the work experience she had collected, for the laughs they shared, for the times when she randomly burst to tears after the USJ incident and he just hugged her while telling her everything was all right, and the nice and supportive messages he sent her, and for all the times he did not bat an eye but promptly answered her phone calls whenever she called him at 4 a.m. because a new nightmare of the attack woke her up, so to keep her company until she fell asleep again. FO for all the autographs she managed to collect by working for him, like the selfie she managed to take with 13 he printed and had the space hero sign for her. For all the time he casually cooked more food than necessary and begged her to bring back home for free so to not waste it. And the smiles and laughs and good memories and... there goes another page. "I need a new one," the girl muttered with a shaky smile as she crumpled the now wet piece of paper to take a new one. "It should not be so hard," she said, hugging her knees to her chest so as to bury her face in there. "I am sorry I can't continue working for you because..." Ochako tried reciting with a steady voice before her tone again dropped onto a shaky whisper. "Because I am afraid that if I continue working here I will seriously fall in love with you," she then admitted with her face gaining an adorable shade of red. Would it be that bad though? Momo was a strong woman after all. She would surely bounce back. As it turns out, yes. Yes, it would be bad. Momo said from behind her, and Ochako's BLD and innards for an instant condensed into a single solid block of ice as she slowly turned around to see the tall young woman level on her a stare that had no soul behind, only 2 orbs of steel that took place of the normally warm eyes of the Yaoyorozu heiress and that were now firmly locked on Ochako's chocolate ones. "Your door was slightly ajar and I could hear you sniffle, so I thought to check on who I believed was a friend in distress. I was mistaken," the young woman explained with a tone even colder than the ice Shodo could summon. Clad only in a baggy pajama the other girls knew was a tactic to hide Momo's generous assets from view should she wander the corridors at night, and with her hair left untied in a mesmerizing cascade of silky strands, stood the, admittedly, only obstacle between Ochako and a normal form of romance between herself and the young chef she worked with /for. And by the looks of how hard Momo's hands were clenching her own hips while she glared at her traitorous friend, the hero student Creati was barely holding back herself from creating something heavy with the only purpose of bashing Ochako's skull open hard enough to repaint the entire room in a wonderful shade of Uravity's gray matter. "We need to talk." That is all Momo said, scowling, and for maybe the first time since the USJ incident, Ochako wished there was actually that Nomu thing in front of her once again in place of that angry girlfriend. Because she was sure she could actually reason with the Nomu. Other dimension, Starlight City, forest around the city, once debriefed Su mooching about Izuku and Nijire, and especially on the chef's abilities. A plan was rapidly drafted between the 2 travelers and the destitute, and yet still legally legit, heiress and elder of the mooching clan. Since both Old Man's son and his granddaughter did owe Izuku their life, and since one of the chef's mission objectives coincided with Sun and Su's own quest for justice and revenge, the four of them agreed on working together. Su Muqing will openly challenge her cousin Cha-Cha during the finals of the tournament the Emperor organized to celebrate the 1,000 years anniversary since the BRTH of Starlight City, and win the fight so to achieve two things. Izuku and Nijire will get the Thunder Phoenix, while Sun and Su will have the chance of meeting the normally reserved Emperor in person to beg the man for justice by presenting him the proof Old Man Sun collected detailing everything the current head of the Muqing clan did to take over and the prince's direct involvement in it. This in the hopes that the Emperor himself was not funding and endorsing the entire thing to begin with. Once asked by Nijire's Sun had admitted that even with his newfound power from his breakthrough he wasn't sure he won't die from sheer sorrow at seeing how deep the betrayal against one of his sons actually ran. Luckily Su Muqing was not truly alone, and there enters her childhood friend June. Or Fatty June as the more unkind people called him, and yet the short guy did not give a DMN about it. Fatty June, June of the heaven-defying fat butt, or just June Emosia, what does it matter? I'm still me. Calling a rose sheet won't change its scent, nor calling a man fat will change his character. I am fat because I want to. Because I love to eat good food and drink good wine. I wouldn't be a man if I could not live with the consequences of my actions. And also, this amazing physique took me years to develop. How can I not be proud of it? Wah! The ball-shaped short man answered, making his entire body tremble like jelly on the notes of his jolly laughter. I mean, that's one way of looking at it. Izuku admitted, perplexed. You understand? That puts you way away above those narrow-minded young fools back in the city. Now, if only my older brothers, the mighty champions of the Emosia clan, could understand too, I would reach eternal happiness. June answered. As long as you are happy. Nijire answered, chuckling. Very much so, Mississippi. This is not fat, this is condensed happiness. He replied while loudly slapping his belly. Oh yes, you have so much happiness in there you need to roll out of bed instead of walking. Su answered. Ooh. Big sister Su is still so merciless. Even after her beloved brother June went out of his way to find a new sword for her to use and a battle dress for her to wear. That stuff was not cheap, you know. I had to anger quite a few young SS down at the auction house to get them. The fat young man answered with a whine. Did they ask if you were courting death? Nijire asked. Why yes, you were there too. He answered, impressed. Nope, she answered, smirking, while next to her Izuku was valiantly trying to bite back his laughter. We are just hearing it quite often ever since we got here, that is all, she explained with a clearly fake innocent smile. While all this is very interesting and curiously almost insulting, we have more pressing matters to focus on. Little Su's training and Sir Izuku's own mission from his sect. Old Man Sun barged in the discussion with a no-nonsense demeanor. Under Nijire's suggestion, Izuku had explained their being there specifically looking for both the phoenix and the recipe of a local delicacy as a mission of sort of the sect they both hailed from. A set of terminology the young woman was surprisingly swift in learning from the tidbits they both heard from the people around them to create a cover story clearly more believable than an extra-dimensional entity sent me here. Well, I need to train to recover my lost strength for the challenge against Cha-Cha. We only have 3 days before the finals and they are clearly stuffing her full of elixirs and pills to speed up her cultivation. But rest assured, natural talent won't lose to cheating this time. Su promised with blazing eyes. We will help you train as well, Nijire promised. Thank you, Miss Nijire, the other woman answered, grateful. While you do all that hard work you cultivating maniacs love so much, I will instead do what I do best, aggravate a-holes and find good restaurants. Because I know who to annoy into betting their prized recipes in a cooking contest. June instead declared with his already squinting eyes narrowing further into thin slits of maliciousness. Who would that be? Izuku asked. Meng Hao, of course. The owner of the Phoenix Palace restaurant. He is deemed the best chef of Starlight City, second only to the Emperor's personal chef. Old Man Sun asked with wide eyes. He is also an egocentric idiot that is easy to rile up if you know where to tickle him, and a fellow gambler like me, with the only difference that I know when to stop, he doesn't. And we can use that as an opening to make him accept. If I tell him my family will ditch his restaurant because our new chef is way better than him, the blow to his pride and the threat of losing the money coming from my family, especially my money since I kind of like what he makes. Maybe even too much will pretty much force him to accept. Jun explained. You would do this for me, Mr. Jun? Izuku asked, touched. You saved Big Sister Sue from a very terrible fate. You saved maybe the only person in the entire mortal realm that can see beyond the fat to see the real Jun and be my friend just because she wants to. That to me means a lot, and even if I had to spit on the face of gods to pay you back, I would gladly do it. Thank you then, Mr. Jun, the chef answered, grateful. Stupid Jun. I am your friend just out of pity. Sue answered by slapping the back of the young man's neck roughly, and somehow that made him chuckle. You keep telling yourself that, big sister? Then maybe one day you will believe it yourself. Just like you will believe your own lie about you not having a massive crush on that young weaponsmith down at the Celestial Forge. Essa, shut up. Shut up or I will kick you so hard you will finally turn slim. I do not have a crush on him. Sue shrieked in answer. Sundra. Izuku muttered. A very bad case. Nijire confirmed, and both shared a smirk at her flustered face. Ah. Just like her mother, absolute zero experience when it comes to love. Old man Sun muttered with a sad sigh and tear-stained eyes. Keep lying to yourself, sister. In the meantime, I will go annoy Meng Hao until he accepts the challenge. You only focus on being ready at the moment's notice, Sir Izuku. That fool may even intend to have the fight between you two right away, depending on how annoyed I manage to make him. Wahaha. Jun declared with a loud laugh while running away with such fast and lightweight swiftness one would not believe the guy actually weighed like 3 people stuck together. While we wait for him to return, can I ask Sir Izuku and Miss Nijire to lend us your skills? You may have not been trained as warriors, but I know your strength must still be noteworthy if you could travel here alone. Sun asked. Sure, maybe even Whitey can help? Izuku answered. Thank you, even if I don't know how a chef and Emstas can actually help me, Sue answered with a dubious and slightly smug tone. She will soon regret those words when between Nijire's spiral cannon and her quirk's other attacks and Izuku's knocking and other assorted techniques the cultivator will be forced to play defensively way more than she anticipated. And the bruises, lots and lots of painful bruises. The next day, Starlight City. In front of the Phoenix Palace restaurant, Izuku in his life as Zaus had seen plenty of restaurants both in the human and in the gourmet world. Minimalist, rustic, modern, classic, futuristic, themed and so on so forth. And even after all those years, he could not help grimace or even cringe whenever he met a restaurant that could only be described as flamboyant, if one wanted to be really, really gentle about it. The Phoenix Palace restaurant was so flamboyant it hurt his eyes. And that was literal, a 5-story pagoda covered by golden metal that was clearly shined daily to make sure walls and tiles did reflect the sun's light as much as possible so to seem like the building was made of pure light. Then there were the giant paintings of BLD red phoenixes adorning the front of the building and the door shaped like a giant dragon head with its maw stretched open to accommodate in its throat the 2 massive golden doors covered entirely in drawings of flowers. Then lanterns, bells and banners finished decorating the front entrance of the place. Even calling it gaudy doesn't make it justice. Izuku muttered. He was feeling his skin crawl whenever his eyes strayed away from the open doors. My eyes are hurting, Iken. Nijire admitted, actually squinting a bit to fight off the glare of the sunlight reflecting from the building's gold coating. Yes, it's a bit on the flashy side. That is why I come here for dinner only, less light reflecting everywhere threatening to burn my eyes into a crisp. Unfortunately old B. Meng knew what he was doing when he took over this place. At this hour of the day the light hits his restaurant just right to blind half the city in his own way to remind everybody where to find him if they want to eat well. Jun answered while shielding his eyes with a hand. And people still come here for lunch? Izuku asked Apult. Food's good. That's all that matters to them, they just need to shield their eyes long enough to enter. Come, let's get in before a stray ray of light incinerates us. Jun answered while guiding both inside. There was gold everywhere inside, enough to be just as eye-catching as the outside. Is it all real gold? Nijire asked appalled. Heavens no. Meng just knows a good alchemist. that girl knows how to create a paint that replicates gold's own color and glints to perfection, enough that petty thieves are often caught trying to peel some off. She makes it only for him, fortunately. Even the emperor himself banned the usage of this blasted thing outside of the restaurant's own exterior. Thank God. Where is Mr. Meng? Izuku asked. I am here, youngster, a deep, gravely voice answered as a giant of a man with silver hair walked towards him. The owner of the restaurant was just as curious as his restaurant. The tall, a bit more than 2 meters and a half tall body was big and muscled while the head was small and wrinkled. Just by looking it seemed like somebody photoshopped an old man's head on a 30-something bodybuilder's body. He is a golden sun core cultivator, so be careful. June whispered. Okay. Izuku whispered back. They had tried countless times explaining to him how cultivation levels worked, and to the chef it still sounded needlessly complicated, especially with all the edgy names the various levels had. I am level 2, that's it. Easy, simple, clearly understandable if one needed to put it on scale. Why did they have to make it so complex instead? The young man thought in misery. So this is my challenger. He still smells of melon's milk. I thought I was supposed to fight him. Meng hissed in contempt. Oh. Yeah, it's that pride that always makes sure you lose everything with the dices. June answered, laughing. Junior, you dare. The last 6 times were just bad luck. The man roared in answer. My being young should not be an issue, please. We are both chefs, it's a matter of skills, not brute strength, Izuku answered with a tired, begging tone. Youngsters these days. You think you can win only out of being UK with? Right. Meng's annoying tirade against young people died messily when Izuku's hand closed tight around the man's testicles and squeezed hard, and he then further shocked the others by lifting the guy from the floor with that same hand, no matter Meng being twice Izuku's size. I have it up here with your people's boisterous talks. Everywhere we go is full of guys and girls going kowtow, courting death, or I am this level or that level, get to the kitchen and cook, goddammit. I am not here to listen to you prattling. The young chef ordered, squeezing even harder. I will. I will. I am sorry. Stop. You will squish them. Stop. Meng begged with a high-pitched chipmunk voice. Good, he answered after dropping the tall man. Oh God, I can't feel them anymore, the man squeaked while walking bow-legged towards the area he prepared for the challenge. I know I should reprimand you and tell you to be calm, Nijire started saying. But if another young MSTR approaches me to get me to join his HRM by citing their clan name and cultivation level or whatever, I will start blasting people. This world is aggravating. She admitted in shame. And you haven't seen High Guardian Academy or Beacon, the chef muttered. What? Nothing, just bad memories. Let's go. If you say so, she answered, shrugging helplessly. Wide tables had been prepared in the middle of the restaurant, in an area the owner created by moving away most of the tables besides the 2 where the 4 judges will sit and try the dishes the 2 chefs will prepare. In the name of fairness, June selected 2 judges while Meng Hao selected the other 2, and all 4 of them were already looking at the 2 chefs with calculative gazes. Can we trust them? If I lose, I want to lose because I was not good enough, not because, because the opponent cheated? June asked. Yes. Have no fear. This challenge is a matter of honor. I choose Meng Hao because I know that while prideful, he also values his own honor. He won't accept a victory through cheating, and since I personally know the guy and girl he has chosen, I also know that they will judge fairly. Good, thank you, Mr. June. Izuku answered, sighing in relief. You just go and show him how it's done, Izuku. Give it your all. The fat guy replied with a strong slap to the chef's back that made him stumble a little forward. You can do it, Iken. Nijire cheered aloud for her friend. When both chefs took place at their own workstation, June himself addressed the crowd slowly forming inside and outside the restaurant with a blinding wide smile. Welcome. Welcome, esteemed guests, to this amazing cooking challenge. The young man yelled with a dramatic flourish that made his wide belly jiggle violently. Today we are here to partake in a battle fought not with mighty fists or chi arts, but with a more mundane, elegant and yet equally precise skill, cooking, June said, basking in the cheering of the crowd. A mysterious young traveler has recently reached our appealing Starlight City while on a long, strenuous quest, become the world's greatest chef. To prove that the Tao of cooking he himself embraces is unmatched. Then who's a better opponent than Meng Hao himself, the greatest chef of Starlight City, second only to the legendary Heavenly Chef cooking exclusively for the Emperor in person. But we are about to find out if our challenger truly is a worthy opponent. Jun said while opening his arms wide. He is lying it a bit thick, Izuku muttered. Let him, poor guy, is a naturally born showman and nobody ever let him enjoy it, and a bit of hype is good, it keeps the audience focused on the action. Meng answered, smirking. True. So, the challenge is actually quite easy. Both contestants have to choose a single ingredient and create 3 different dishes with it. It will be then up to our judges to decide who won and who lost. A big applause to our esteemed judges. Jun finished his speech while moving an arm to the 2 men and 2 women acting as judges that gave a regal bow to the audience once introduced. Amazing! What dishes will be prepared, I wonder? Jun asked the 2. Of course I will prepare the 3 most famous dishes of my restaurant. The roasted wings of the Golden Phoenix, the 1,000 Spkees soup and my personal favorite, burning devil's legs. All made by using the tender meat of the celestial beast known as Inferno Bird. Meng Hao declared with a fanged smile, for the awe of the crowd. Which is? Nijire muttered. Listening to the system, it's basically a carnivorous chicken big as a pig and perennially covered in fire. Its meat is very spicy by itself, so most of the skill required is in removing enough spiciness to make it edible. Izuku whispered back in answer. Is it that thing we captured before going up that mountain? Yep. The thing that tried eating you? This. A truly amazing choice. What about you, Chef Izuku? Jun asked. I will use the Celestial Bull Conqueror, he answered. The monster of Starlight Forest. Jun asked with a faint voice. Wasn't very monstrous, just big. Izuku answered while summoning from the system's storage a collection of various cuts of meat very dark red in color. Or at least it wasn't that monstrous when Shiro just dragged the beaten-to-death thing by the tail into our small camp yesterday while we helped Miss Su training. He then thought once remembered how giant that colossal 6 meters tall bull looked compared to the tiny white fluff ball. Izuku was starting to wonder how strong the adorable pet still asleep around his neck actually was. Many experts gave a strangled choking gasp in answer to that claim they couldn't even declare ballsy, since they all knew the stories of that bull terrorizing 3/4 of the area around the city, of the giant single bull that even alone was the bane of Starlight City's mighty army. And what will you make with it? What question is that? Spicy beef noodles, of course. And Celestial Bull Conqueror filet mignon with Firebird's egg omuris and Celestial Bull's sweet and sour ribs. He answered with a wide smile. You actually caught that blasted thing to use it as an ingredient. You're strong, aren't you, kid? Meng said with a low chuckle. Kinda. Izuku answered with a shy smile. Wah. That fatty BSTRD Jun tricked me. Wah. It's okay. When he came to me, Jun sold you as a wet-behind-the-ears young chef trying to make a name for himself by challenging me, and I fell for it. Wah. Meng admitted with a long laugh. Mr. Jun. Izuku said with a gasp. Sorry. I had to prey on his ego. Jun answered, chuckling amused. Screw you, I am not that prideful. But at least I now know I can go all out in this little challenge. So, are you judges ready to eat some one-of-a-kind meat? This kid really got his hands on that monster bull. Meng said with a wide, amused smile. Really, the crowd asked as one in shock. On my honor as a chef and man, Meng answered while puffing out his chest. Oh gods! I am going to eat some legendary meat for free. It's your heart out, Longchen. I am the judge. Not you. One of the judges declared in unbearable pride. Screw you, somebody from the crowd roared in answer. Relax, my friends. Be quiet and let these MDs work, because the battle starts now. Jun answered, and with his last scream both chefs immediately assaulted their chosen ingredient. While Meng started plucking away the feathers of the giant monster chicken, Izuku started by rinsing his bull ribs with running water to then transfer them to a large pot he then filled in fresh clear water until the meat went covered. How are you making them? Midoriya asked, curious. I am following the original Tang Siu Xiao Pai recipe from Shanghai. Only with bull meat instead of pork. Izuku answered. Oh, I will use your Shaoxing wine if you don't mind, he said, uncorking a bottle covered in carvings of animals Whitey took for him from Meng's storage room. Just be careful, that is from one of my best batches, don't you dare ruin or waste it. The other answered, growling. Have no fear, I know what I am doing, the young man answered, and once put aside a generous glass of said wine, he moved to cut the ginger into thin stripes, a couple green onions into tiny cubes and added those with some of the wine to the pot, everything topped by some star anise and minced chili pepper. Okay, while I wait for it to start boiling so to blanch the meat, I will prepare the noodles. Izuku declared after putting a lid to the pot. Need a hand, Akin? Nijire asked. If you don't mind, some water please, the chef answered while gathering the flour. Here it is, she answered, already with a big pitcher of water in her hands. So fast, he admitted with wide eyes. Good technique, Meng admitted, watching in satisfaction his challenger taking a very short time to mix and knead a perfectly smooth ball of dough. Thanks, and you are not kidding, you really will use a lot of peas for your soup? Izuku answered, smiling wide. He had just left the dough to rest on a side and was rapidly removing the foam from on top of the meat pot with a ladle while he talked. You'll see. It will taste just as good as it looks. Meng answered, smugly. Finally done with the boiling, the bull ribs went transferred to a colander to drain while the remaining broth went filtered to remove ginger, green onion, star anise, chili pepper and any other residuals. Meng in the meantime finished covering the chicken wings with the marinade mixture he had prepared so to put them aside for the moment. What about the meat? The filet thingy? Nijire asked. The filet mignon. That will be the easier dish, kinda. I have already cut them into shape and put the meat under marinade. I will need to prepare the omurice for last since letting it turn cold will ruin the taste. Izuku answered. Omurice. How I love it. She admitted. Good to know. I will make your portion extra large then. Thank you. Nijire answered with a sing-song voice and boldly kissed his cheek that immediately turned him redder than a tomato, all for her amusement. Even with his face reaching the melting temperature of steel out of embarrassment, Izuku's cooking skills didn't suffer a bit, and after mixing black vinegar and light soy sauce in a small bowl he moved to the next step of his ribs recipe. Peanut oil and sugar, he muttered, collecting both ingredients from the system's storage and adding both to a wok already set on the fire at medium heat. Are you going to fry them in sugar? Nijire asked, confused. Surprising, isn't it? And yet it's a fundamental part of the recipe. Izuku answered, chuckling. He was stirring constantly with a spatula to dissolve the sugar slowly, and once sure that the mixture had the right consistency and gained a uniform pale yellow color and smooth texture, he immediately and carefully added the ribs to the wok. Meng in the meantime had recovered the legs from their own marinade and had started roasting them on the thin metal grill he had prepared over some red-hot stones, soon making the mesmerizing sound of the legs' fat dripping and sizzling on the hot stones fill the room, followed right after by the mouth-watering smell of roasting meat. What's important is stirring constantly to coat them well with melted sugar, until the ribs turn golden brown, then you turn off the heat. Izuku explained aloud. Okay, Nijire answered while taking notes on a small pad her friend gave her. Write that down, write that down. Meng instructed one of his assistants with a whisper. Yes, sir, the girl answered with a nod. She too wrote down everything on a piece of parchment. A short time later, finally, with a cheerful laugh while tilting the wok, Izuku used a spatula to place the ribs on one side of the wok so as to freely scoop out the extra oil and transfer it into a small bowl, until only about a single tablespoon of oil remained. Now, this is the final step, and it's a very delicate one, Izuku said, adding more wood to the fire under his workstation to raise the fire's intensity to medium-high heat. Moving a hand to hover above the wok, Izuku checked the temperature, and as soon as he was satisfied, he added the vinegar and soy sauce mixture over the ribs and quickly stirred them until the resulting sauce reduced and turned thick enough to coat the ribs. Done. Now some garnish of chopped green onion, and they are ready. Izuku finally declared, adding the tiny green flecks of onion to the various plates of ribs he prepared. They look delicious. One of the judges admitted in surprise once she got her portion delivered. Here are my sweet and sour bull ribs. Please enjoy. The meat of that living nightmare. I wonder how such a scary monster will taste, a male judge said while lifting one of the ribs with a pair of jade chopsticks and plopping it whole in his mouth. Squyish. Oh, the answer was delicious, and the man's at the taste showed it. The meat itself is just so springy and tasty. I think I have bitten through the bone without noticing, but I can't stop chewing. Another judge admitted, and while throwing away her composure, the lady kept filling her mouth in ribs until her cheeks bulged out like a hamster and then munching the giant mouthful voraciously with loud cracking sounds echoing in the room since she did decide to eat the bones as well so to not risk wasting even a single atom of meat. I'll be d'med boy. This is good. And it goes well with wine too. Ha. Meng admitted with a loud laugh. He just kept eating ribs and drinking big dishes of wine, and by the time his plate was empty the guy's face had taken a vibrant red color. Your legs? Izuku answered. Oh of dash. Meng shrieked in horror at his slip-up. Luckily his own dish still came out perfect no matter his small moment of distraction. Here they are, my spicy inferno bird drumsticks. The burning devil's legs. Meng declared proudly while delivering the portions of his own dish. Ah, so spicy. So good. Izuku admitted with shining eyes while eating. No nitpicking. No looking for errors to put me down. I am your opponent, you know. Meng asked, surprised. I know we are having a challenge, but I am a chef first and foremost. I care about the final dish and seeing the ingredients being respected and handled properly. And you did an amazing job at that. He answered. Thank you. So you really like them? I love them. Do we move to the next dish? Izuku asked. Of course. Meng replied. My word. Choosing a winner will be so hard. One of the judges admitted. Never eaten so well before, Meng should get challenged more often. He is cooking even better than usual, another said. The stranger is a DMN big surprise too, so young and cooking like that. That's a prodigy all right. What followed was Izuku's spicy beef noodles Lord Dog's seal of approval against Meng Hao's spiceful chicken soup, and this time as well, judging by the loud slurping sounds coming from the judge's table, both dishes were so good manners went thrown out of the window without a second thought as the 2 men and 2 women shamelessly liked their plates clean. I think this round is on you, Meng muttered with a bitter voice. Izuku, already moving to have seconds of the guy's soup, asked. Nothing. Finish that second portion of soup you took, then we will move to our final dish. Thanks. Who taught you? You use some exotic techniques and your speed makes golden core cultivators like me look slow. This is ignoring the ridiculous notion that you have got a divine treasure kitchen knife, of course. My teacher was a SLV driver. A madman that knew no mercy when training his pupils. Izuku answered with a wide smile. Then he was a good teacher. No mercy shown means that the students that survive will be good ones. Wah. My own Imsir was the same, and I remember my hatred for him oh so fondly. Meng replied while returning to his workstation. Boss. Aren't you being too friendly? One of the man's underlings asked, confused. I thought he was just a stuck-up brat with too big ego. What he is instead is a emissar of the kitchen just. Like me and emissaries respect each other. He answered with a fanged smile. But he is younger than me. And that means you will need to train harder. Now shut up and let me work. My golden wings are my pride and joy and I won't let anything distract me from preparing a perfect dish. Meng roared, making his workers scamper away in fear. Unfortunately, while Izuku was recovering the various cuts of filet mignon of the giant monster bull he had put aside, a strange intruder forced his way inside the restaurant to point a bony finger at the chef with a savage sneer. That boy is finished. Meng Hao has no rivals in Starlight City when it comes to cooking. The very old man declared with a wheezing laugh. He was clad in fiery red robes left open to show his chest that while extremely muscled was still completely covered in wrinkles. Oh no, it's him. Meng Hao whimpered with an expression of misery. I wouldn't underestimate Iken, if I were you. He is the king of chefs. Nijire answered, nonplussed. Foolish brat. He is just a frog at the bottom of a well. He has no idea how harsh the world is outside. Yes, yes. Can't see Mount Tai and all that? Nijire interrupted him while rolling her eyes. No. I mean yes, but I was about to say that thing about Oriole and cicadas. Or the distance between heaven and earth. She asked, sighing. Nijire had finally remembered where she had seen a situation like the one both she and Izuku were in unfold, only she saw it happening in one of those novels her friend Tamaki would read from time to time and that she tried to read too, but while cringe in itself, it was even worse living it in person compared to reading about it. Show some respect, brat. This old monster is not afraid of administering some DSPN to a bimbo like you. The old man answered, and the bimbo remark caused Nijire to bristle in fury. I was taught to respect my elders, but also to not forget my own self-respect. You are being very rude. She answered. I don't have to play nice. I am stronger than you, so I can act as I please. The old man answered, and moved to grab the girl's neck with a claw-like hand. Whitey! Clang! Without even lifting his eyes from the wok he was cooking with, Izuku gave a gentle order and the robot's big hand closed fast as lightning around the old man's wrist to stop him. Thank you. All yours, Nijire. Sorry, but I can't look away from the eggs, the young chef said while still carefully mixing the eggs he was cooking. I am sorry for insinuating that you people talk like a broken record. That was uncalled for and I apologize for my rudeness. But violence is hardly the right answer to it. The girl, surprisingly, apologized to the old man with a formal bow instead of attacking him. You don't know how the world works then. Your words can only be amended with your death or me selling you to a BR. Only then will I be able to save face. The old warrior answered, this time sending his other hand towards Nijire's throat with its fingers straight like a blade. Clang. Troublemaker, cease the attack or you will be stripped as an example to others. Whitey declared once grabbed that same hand to give Nijire time to fly back and away from the guy. Stripped? Meng asked to Pult. It's Whitey's way to teach manners. Izuku answered, shrugging. You want to sell me to a bia? Nijire roared in anger with thick spirals of energy flowing around her like a storm. You think you are good for anything else? Besides standing there looking pretty, you don't really offer much else. That's it. Wit dash. Screw it. Spiral cannon. Turning almost apoplectic in rage, and interrupting Izuku's own roar suddenly enough the young chef painfully bit his tongue, Nijire gave a spectacular scream and, for a lack of better term, pulverized everything in front of her with her strongest attack to date. The savage storm of energy launched the crowd of onlookers out of the restaurant together with the psychotic old man, and the warriors between that crowd had to activate whatever magical artifact they possessed to protect themselves while still being sent flying. But my restaurant? Meng shrieked in horror. Feeling better? Izuku asked, looking at her in worry. Yes. I'm sorry about this. I shouldn't snap like that. She answered with a mortified toned sigh. I can't exactly blame you, that was Linley of the Blazing Fists, and while a strong warrior he is as unpleasant as you can make it. I don't want him anywhere near my restaurant, but I guess he managed to sneak in all the same thanks to the ruckus of this challenge. Meng Hao answered, sighing. If he is that unpleasant, why don't people call him out on his manners? Izuku asked. Because he is a monster, alright, monstrously strong. And he knows he can get away with whatever he does or says just thanks to his strength. That's unfair. But tell it to all the people he crippled or killed just for a laugh, or while he was drunk. The world is not a nice place. Meng answered with a miserable expression. If he is that dangerous he should be arrested? Nijire said, appalled. Oh, they tried, but there seems to be no prison able to keep him contained for long. And strength like his is too valuable, so many influential families help him stay out of prison in exchange for him taking care of issues they don't want to fix themselves. Boom. To both travelers' surprise, old Linley reappeared inside the restaurant only slightly disheveled from an attack that back home could send even giant villains fly into dreamland, His robes were now a bit crumpled while he was scowling harshly. But not a bruise could be seen anywhere on him. You dare attack me instead of accepting your fates? I won't be sold to a Beardhull just to appease your ego. Nijire answered, scowling just as hard. I decided that that is your fate and that will happen. Oh. Because the world doesn't revolve around you. You villain. She answered. My strength is unmatched and the world is ruled by the strong, so what I say happens. Not on my watch. I will never leave justice in the hands of a selfish man like you. Nijire answered while once again collecting spirals of energy in both her hands. So a mere child dares lift her head in front of me. So be it then. Don't blame the senior for being merciless. You asked for it. Linley roared in fury as he dashed forward with both hands covered by pure black fire. Spiral cannon. Nijire yelled while pouring as much power as she could in the giant storm of energy she shot at the old psycho. Burning palms of the raging Buddha. Shockingly, the two-handed palm move of the old warrior pushed through the attack with great effort, but he was still soon upon the girl, ready to hit her on the chest with full intention of killing her instantly. God damn it. Whitey. Izuku in the meantime gave a tired sigh and asked for his robot's help. Die. Linley roared. Boom. The sound was atrocious, forcing many members of the crowd to cover their ears in agony as BLD faintly dripped from them, but when the smoke cleared, Whitey was in front of Nijire with both Linley's flaming hands lying flat on his round belly and no damage whatsoever visible from the impact. Thank you, Iken, the girl said with a sigh. What? The old warrior gasped in shock. I would have intervened myself, but I am almost done with the Omurus. Whitey has been created to deal with these issues, so it was not a problem asking him to help. I know you have no need of somebody protecting you, your strength is great in itself, but you will need to forgive me for butting in still to protect somebody precious to me. Sorry, but I can't help it. Izuku admitted with a shy smile. I know, I am not offended. Nijire answered, smiling wide herself. Him calling her precious helped as well. How dare you ignore me? I will just smash your puppet to pieces and then I will tear apart your precious woman. I will force you to eat her corpse. Linley declared with crazed eyes. Whitey. I had enough. Strip him. To Izuku's surprise, Nijire herself gave the order. You heard the lady, go ahead. Izuku answered with a helpless shrug. Fool. Your toy can't defeat me. Life-ending palms of the Ashura. The crazed old warrior yelled as hundreds of hits landed on Whitey's chest in a single instant. Troublemaker has shown no intention of stopping. Initiating disciplinary stripping. On the notes of those words, and while the old man was still hitting him, Whitey's big left hand went up, and then the same hand came down right after in a vertical slap that instantly slammed Linley face down and buried his body several inches into the floor in a perfect imprint. Nobody present could wrap their heads around what they just saw. Linley, the monster of the blazing hands, downed by a single slap, and the ones between them that actually fought the guy and miraculously lived to tell the tale felt both vindicated and humiliated, because that robot made it look so easy to down that human demon. Straya. As an added insult, that same hand then teared off the old warrior's clothes like nothing, and the crowd knew those robes used to be made with the rare and priceless skin and fur of some high-level and hard-to-kill demon beast, and yet the robot managed to tear those like tissue paper. Just the price of replacing those robes made many faint in horror. Oh God! Old man but... A youngster in the back shrieked in disgust as the completely naked and unconscious Linley flew past him once thrown outside by Whitey. Never heard of breathes. Nijire shrieked in horror while covering her eyes. Apparently not. Just like with personal hygiene, good manners and much more, he never bothered with it. Meng answered, grimacing in disgust. I really hope that slap will be enough to make him drop this and just leave, Izuku muttered. How dare Waiu? A howl of madness resounded from outside as a blur flew back into the restaurant. Apparently not. Meng answered, sighing in dismay. He is very persistent. You have no idea, my boy. This old monster won't lose face against a stupid puppet. Linley yelled as an aura of thick black flames encased his body, luckily hiding his bits from view. The troublemaker is not backing down and has been branded as a menace to the host for his killing intent. Entering battle mode. Whitey declared with his monotonous robot voice gaining an icy edge. Battle mode. You can't defeat me. Taste the full power of my secret technique, Toy. Soul-rending, Tao-destroying, Dantian-severing, heart-crushing billion raging Buddha's palms. Linley roared in mad fury, and upon reaching the robot, the naked old man rained on Whitey's chest a deluge of hits delivered with such speed it literally looked like a billion hands were attacking the robot at the same time. Thump, 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 thump. And still the robot showed no reaction whatsoever. He just stood there with a relaxed posture and waited for the fool to finish his tantrum. Troublemaker, please desist, this is humiliating for us both. The cringe levels are too high. Whitey asked. Shut up. Standing here, I realize, Nijire hummed to herself, and Izuku could swear he heard that from somewhere before. Troublemaker is making a fool of himself, and this unit won't permit a troublemaker to waste the host's time with their temper tantrums. To Linley's horror, Whitey walked forward through his endless rain of hits and then bent down to grab the old warrior's right ankle in a lightning-fast fluid motion. Wham, wham, wham. Without any fancy names being called out, Whitey simply lifted Linley above his head by the ankle and slammed the guy down on the floor several times so hard the entire restaurant trembled like in an earthquake. Had enough, the robot asked. PTU. And not yet. Linley answered definitely after spitting most of his teeth. Wham, wham, wham. Once again, Whitey used his hold on the man's ankle to slam him on the floor, in the exact same place so to deepen the body imprint that had formed. Had enough. Wham, wham, wham. Had enough. I barely felt it. Good heavens, one of the onlookers muttered in horror. Wham, wham, wham. Had enough. Whitey, Izuku tried saying. Wham, wham, wham. Had enough. Whitey-chan, I think that's enough, Nijire tried saying as well. Wham, wham, wham. Had enough. Is your bodyguard enjoying this? Meng asked horrified. I don't know. Izuku admitted. Wham, wham, wham. Had enough. SSS stupid puppet? Oh come on. Are you MSCST? Nijire exclaimed in shock. Wham, wham, wham. Had enough. Wallys. Finally, after several rounds, Linley, or whatever mass of bruises that used to be him, hung limp in the robot's grasp. Good. Will the troublemaker trouble the host and his guest again? Whitey asked. No, sir. Linley learned his lesson, sir. Good. You can leave the premises now. The robot declared, lifting the old man again above his head, but this time instead of slamming him down, he threw him, and the once mighty Linley was simply sent flying away out of the restaurant so fast the old man disappeared beyond the horizon in less than a second. Anybody else wishes to aggravate the host or Miss Nijire? The robot asked. No, sire, the various people present, and the young as is hiding in there now doing everything they could to not stand out, answered as one. Good. Sorry about the sorry spectacle. And about your restaurant. Izuku said with a sorrowful tone. Don't worry, I had already planned for renovations to begin with, your bodyguard just sped up my schedule a little. Is your dish ready? Meng Hao answered, having finished wrapping the wings he was working on in edible gold leaf, and having done it with such care every crease of the skin was still present, as if the wings had been naturally made of gold. Yes, I am ready, here is my dish, Celestial Bull Conqueror Filet Mignon with Firebird's Egg Omuris, Izuku said while presenting the thick discs of perfectly cut meat topped by the wobbly spheres of golden omelette. What is that? Meng asked. The gold I will use to cover the meat, and contrary to yours, my gold will actually be tasty. Izuku answered, and with a swift movement of his knife, he gently punctured each small egg bubble that then ruptured and delicately unfolded to cover the bite-sized portions of filet mignon in a thick cover of golden egg custard interspersed by tiny specks of green herbs and red chilies. It really looks very similar to molten gold, one of the assistants of Meng admitted in surprise. Silence. God, you don't have to give a comment about everything that happens. The giant guy bellowed, annoyed. A bit of sauce and it's ready. Izuku finished the dish by topping everything with a spoonful of a delicate sweet and sour spicy sauce he made to give the gold a bit of red color. Here, try it. My own gold dish. Oh, mind if I do? Meng answered, using 2 jade chopsticks to pick up one of the meat discs in his plate and plopping the entire thing in his mouth with an eager expression. Just what I expected from somebody endorsed by Old Man Sun Mooching. This thing is DMN amazing. June admitted with a jovial laugh after wiping his own plate clean in a matter of seconds. He cooked the egg into a salty custard and managed to create a pocket out of the same egg to contain it. His handling of the ingredient is nothing short of sublime, one of the judges commented, pleased. The meat was just melting in the mouth at each bite, a flavor encompassed by the egg cover that, while delicate and soft, hugged and coated the tongue in the pure taste of the egg, enriched by the chilies tickling the nose and the herbs giving it a more round taste with a faint, captivating SPD undertone. How was it? Izuku asked. DMN good. Just as I thought, you are no ordinary chef. There is a thing I don't understand though. Yes. I admit that my gold-covered wings have always been my joy, so I may sound pretty defensive of the recipe, but I need to ask, why do you hate gold leaf that much? Meng Hao asked. Because it's only glitter? Izuku answered immediately. It has no flavor, no texture, no nutritional value, and so it has no place on a dish. Even as a decoration, it adds nothing besides bragging rights about somebody being so wealthy to eat gold. Your wings are exceptional. The taste is amazing, the skin crunchy and flavorful, and the meat has a smooth and tender texture that shows how the ingredient was treated with the care it deserves while cooking. But it didn't need a gold wrapping, it was already golden the right way, with the color of that appealing skin. You really love food, isn't it, kid? Meng asked with a sad smile. I love ingredients and cooking, yes. Izuku answered, smiling. I could see that. There was a chef that held the same level of love for cooking that I respected with all myself, you know. I built this restaurant's name and its fame as an homage to him. The giant of a man explained with a fond tone. But he died in anonymity. Nobody knew the miracles he could do whenever he entered the kitchen. Too mundane, too simple. Not classy enough. That was how those ignorant fools always marked his dishes. He too hated gold leaf, especially since that wrapping was the very same reason his rival won their challenge and took away his restaurant to turn it into. In the name of revenge, I just took what I learned from that great man and added to it the same gold wrapping, and won back this place. Did gold change the taste? Not even in the slightest, just as you and him used to say, but by letting go of that small morsel of pride, I could avenge my idol, in a sense. Believe me, while I came to like the color of gold, I would give everything to not see it in my dishes ever again, but life is often made of compromises. They want to show their status by any means necessary. Izuku admitted with a sigh. Sadly, sorry then, I pinned you for a kind of chef you clearly are not. My apologies, the young man admitted with a bow. Yeah, no need to apologize. I can't really blame you, you know. After a while playing the same role day after day for years, the character and the real person get blurred together and not even you yourself can tell where the real you starts anymore. Meng admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. Still, it was not nice for me to jump to conclusions, Izuku admitted with a small smile. Spare me the pity, you kicked my butt with food already, don't twist the knife in the wound more. Meng answered, chuckling. Sorry. I get it. So, what's the recipe you want to know about? But we haven't voted yet, one of the judges tried saying. Shut it. Who cares about it? I had fun, the boy had fun, and you got to eat for free. Be happy with that and don't ruin the moment. Meng cut her off with a growl. I never. Yes, whatever. It's so tiring, Izuku, I often feel more like a babysitter than a chef, the tall guy admitted with a whisper that made the other chuckle. I don't envy you. Yes, enjoy my misery, you tiny BSTRD. So, the recipe. I would like to know about that fire-filled dragon carp fish dish this city is so famous for, Izuku answered. You went for an old classic. That's nice to hear. For an instant I thought you wanted to know about one of those fancy and new daring recipes that are all the rage between the new generations nowadays. You can't imagine how much that actually raises my respect for you. Meng admitted with a loud laugh. I am happy to hear that. So can you help me? Izuku answered. Of course I can. But in exchange I want you to tell me how that Omurus thing works, because that is a form of gold I can get behind. Of course. Actually, there is also another piece of gold I can offer if you want. Izuku answered. Really? Do show me. Meng said, excited. It's a form of glazing called mirror glazing. I saw some nice yellow fruits between the ingredients in your storage. I will show you how to use them to make a jelly that shines like a mirror, and with that color, it will be extremely similar to gold too. Izuku answered. Ooh, so excited. Show me your magic, young chef. Meng answered. Yes, sir. Izuku was happy for that chance. Those strange fruits had the consistency of apples but tasted like pineapple. He had to get his hands on those. Understood. The seeds of those fruits, if put aside by the host, will count as a captured ingredient and will be added to the restaurant's storage. Good job. The system confirmed with a small jingle. Said that both chefs returned to their workstations, only this time each working slowly and explaining in great details each step of their creations. It's fairly easy, all things considered. The dragon carp in the name is mostly a poetic way to present the fish meat that has turned red as a fire dragon scales after cooking. Same with the fire-filled thing, it's all about a sauce made with chilies, but it's not that spicy. In fact, it's pretty mild. It's a matter of flavor in this case, the spicy taste in it, not the burning sensation. The tricky part is opening a pocket in the fish the right way to not have anything spill out until it is done cooking and you add it to the soup. Meng explained while removing scales and bones of the fish. As for me instead, first I will show you how to extract gelatin from fish and cattle bones, then how to refine it, and finally how to use it to make both desserts and other dishes. Luckily your restaurant is so outlandish you actually have a way to freeze food and keep it cold the way I need, even if to do so you use a low-level ice element demon core. Izuku in the meantime went through his own small lesson, with both chefs rapidly exchanging tips and suggestions as they worked. The audience watched in amazement then as both chefs somehow managed to both teach and get taught a new recipe at the same time as the most famous dish of Starlight City and a brand new method of dessert making came to be at the same time. Is that boy a monster? One of those pompous heirs muttered in horror. He is Iken, by monster. Najire answered, proudly and with an adorable dusting of red on her cheeks as she gave her declaration. It's useless, Wang Lin. You can't have her, the guy's friend muttered dejectedly. God damn it. I am a soul refiner silver. Core tiger claw snake spirit big dong heaven sun dust hand earthquake warrior level cultivator. I am supposed to always get the jade beauty. I know. The heavens are merciless. Just don't spit BLD over this. I don't even know if I should laugh or cry. Hush. Najire hissed with a frown that managed to silence the two, with the added result that the two guys turned even more depressed. Finally, once both chefs finished their cooking lesson, they presented the resulting dish. On Meng Hao's workstation stood a perfectly done fire-filled carp dragon, a appealing fried fish with its heavenly tender meat filled by a spicy and smooth chilies cream red as BLD. The fish was swimming in a sublime pristine brown soup with algae, carrots and mushrooms cut in shapes to mimic a pond, with the steam of the dish giving it a very mysterious air. Izuku instead presented a pie glazed with a golden fruit glaze perfectly smooth and unblemished and shining like a mirror of gold, and to the side, several slices of the same fruit he used for the glaze had been cut and layered to form a gorgeous lotus flower. He then had added as a tiny bit of flexing a 2 inches miniature of Meng Hao himself sitting cross-legged in a meditation pose in the center of the lotus, that too made from one of those same fruits. Golden Pie of Ascension. To give it a name in style with this restaurant. Izuku declared with a cheeky smile. Wah, it really looks like gold. And it actually reflects like a mirror. That technique of yours really is nice. You sure you want to teach me that? Meng Hao asked. It looked like a fair exchange between friends, yes. As a mesture to another, as you said. Izuku answered. Well, you did defeat me and took one of my knives as a trophy. Teaching me a new recipe sounds like a nice peace offering. So yeah, I can accept that. Just let's go through the motions one more time step by step, because that really sounds complicated. The tall man replied. Of course. Izuku answered with a happy smile. Before that though, yes? Who was that man that inspired you? Who else? My father, of course. The best DMN chef of Starlight City. Ming answered, proud. Nice. One down. We only need that phoenix bird now, Nijire said with a sigh of relief, and was happy to see the situation closing on such a positive note as the two chefs actually becoming friends instead of enemies. Day of the tournament's finals. Nijire was sleeping soundly, at peace with the world and all things. The bed felt heavenly, warm and comfortable, and she never, ever wanted to wake up. Nijire-chan. We really should get up. We need to accompany Mr. Sun and Miss Su to that arena. Izuku's voice cut through the idyllic sensation of peace, a thing that forced Nijire to bury her face in his hair to escape the need to wake up. Nijire-chan. Please. Izuku begged again from the confines of her forelimbs, crushing hug and the cover of her long hair. Yes, she had sneaked in his bed again, but that was because she was cold and because she needed to save appearances and keep the lie of them being together ongoing. Nijire-chan. There was also the fact that after all those days together, Nijire was starting to get used to seeing his face that close every morning when she woke up. He had a very adorable sleeping face to go with the amazing warmth he exuded. 5 more minutes, she whined while clinging to him harder. Normally I wouldn't mind, but we made a promise. Izuku answered. Fine. She had finally come to terms about her and Mirio being done, and for the first time, her sleep was finally serene and peaceful. But still, they did promise they would have been there, so she gave a last squeeze to Iken's entire body and then finally got up from the bed. Sorry for waking you up. Izuku actually apologized and rapidly got dressed. It's okay. I am more awed you never tried cupping a feel. Nijire answered, pleased to see him turn around once again to not watch her change. I am not that kind of guy, he answered, appalled. And that's cool. But, I wouldn't have minded if it was you. Nijire answered. Slam. The girl didn't even let him finish his shocked statement that she was already out the room and slamming the door closed. Kyun. Shiro gave a long call and actually looked curious, head moved to the side and all. I hate when they tease me, 2 lifetimes and I still can't deal with that. Izuku answered with a groan. This esteemed lord can only offer a prayer to you, partner. I fear things will become more hectic still in the future. But I'll be by your side all the same. The small ancestral Taai thought in answer while jumping on the chef's shoulders to wrap himself around his neck like a scarf. Let's go, Shiro-kun, Izuku said with a sigh, hurrying to join Nijire, Sun and Su outside. Arena of the tournament. The arena was a perfect half-sphere built with dull black stone bricks and slightly buried into the ground. The whole thing measured at least 500 meters in height and had several feet of water occupying the middle of the arena right under a suspended platform acting as ring for the fights. The seats for the audience ran in concentric rings along the entire perimeter of the building, with the highest seats being reserved to the emperor and other dignitaries. At the opposite side of the emperor instead sat the fighters, and right next to those there was the opening mechanism for the retractable bridge connecting their seats to the small platform above the water, a round disc of smooth rock 50 meters in diameter suspended barely a foot above the freezing water thanks to 4 giant chains. As Izuku suspected, the fights were just as brutal as the concept of chi cultivation suggested. He and Nijire saw the 10 finalists battle against each other in a series of battles of increasing brutality, with men and women zipping through the air exchanging blows at absurd speed, and more often than not with various elements, like fire, water and wind, trailing behind each hit or defensive technique to further increase their already insane power. Had things not be that absurdly violent and bloody, Nijire would have compared it to a real-life anime episode, but after seeing a man getting both his arms torn off like tissue by a tiny girl half his size, and the guy returning the favor by literally biting the girl's left leg off, she preferred to say nothing. That phoenix is an obscenely rare spirit beast. Having it as a companion already means having victory in your grasp at all times, but if you fuse with it through a ritual, your power will increase thousandfolds at each new breakthrough, and with the added bonus of healing from every wound no matter what, That is why they are so ready to tear each other limb from limb. They are all betting everything on their victory with the hope that by fusing with the Phoenix, they will heal back every piece they gave up. Old man's son explained with a sorrowful tone. Does it really work like that? Izuku asked, horrified. I can't say. It's all a legend based on the only other case of a cultivator fusing herself with a firestorm phoenix to achieve a breakthrough that saved her from certain death. Many, like me, actually wonder if that is only a fairy tale, or even worse, that effect works only with that particular race of phoenixes. He answered. And they all still throw their lives away like that? Nijire asked in horror. The world is a harsh place and some, instead of learning to adapt, aim to reshape it to fulfill their own desires, and for that they need power, and the most unscrupulous are ready to do everything to get that power. Sun answered. I see, the girl muttered, saddened. It's Cha-Cha's turn. Su Muqing interrupted them with a harsh hiss while pointing at the center of the arena where a tiny girl with her hair tied in 3 buns and wearing a bright pink qipao dress was about to fight a giant hulking man with a wild hairstyle resembling a lion mane. Get ready to jump in once she is done to challenge her. Sun reminded her. Don't worry, I have been ready to fight her ever since I woke up, the young woman answered. They all though missed the emperor walking away from the fight once alerted of something by a servant. Belly of the arena, while Cha-Cha was fighting, splash. A young man with pristine and expensive robes gasped futilely while his head was being forcefully held deep under the water of a stone basin. Up, the emperor ordered once he joined the various armored men filling the empty room in the arena dungeons. BWFA father. The young man, Starlight City's prince, gasped for air and watched his approaching father with scared eyes. Zhang Xian, your father is very disappointed. The emperor answered with a scowl, and the burly guard holding the prince by the back of the neck took it as a signal to once again force the youngster's head underwater. Huge. The young man trashed futilely to try breaking free of the hold on him. BWH. The father. It is not what you believe. I would never conspire against you. The prince begged, his tears mixing with the rest of the water dripping from his face. I thought I taught you better, but instead you still lied to me. Don't. And the prince begged, but any further words became just a mass of bubbles escaping from the bottom of the basin. I was not conspiring, I swear. My deal with the Muqing clan has nothing to do with the throne. Prince Zheng hurriedly said as soon as his head was forced out of the water. You aren't even good at lying. I am the emperor. Nothing that happens inside my territory escapes my sight. You promised that fool a seat as your personal advisor as soon as you ascended to the throne, in exchange of you getting both little Cha-Cha and little Su as your concubines. The emperor said with a disappointed tone. How? Your father has been covering for your foolish escapades with women for years. Have you any idea of how many BSTRD children I had to make disappear? Your loins have always been your weakness. Your willingness to go to every lengths necessary to sate your urges are worthy of legends. And yet I, your father, hoped that sooner or later you would have set your head straight and become a proper heir. But I was wrong. Your lust for women has reached such a level that you are ready to kill your own flesh and BLD in exchange for some carnal pleasure. The emperor spat in great fury, and this time the prince was kept under the water almost long enough to make him lose consciousness. Wah, father. I am sorry. Spare your son, please. Zheng begged with ragged breath and half-lidded eyes. Spare you? A traitor? Why should I? The emperor asked. I will kill Cha-Cha myself. As a proof of loyalty. I will kill her as a mark of me abandoning my ways and becoming worthy. I only ask for a last chance to father. Cha-Cha Muqing is already fated to die. She has been ever since she got pregnant with yet another BSRD child of yours. That was what brought you here. The man answered. Dispose of him, Captain. You already know the punishment I bestowed on him. The emperor declared while walking away without sparing another glance at his first son. Yes, your Imperial Celestial Majesty, the captain of the guards answered immediately. Oh, father. Father. The prince exclaimed in horror as 4 men grabbed a limb each to force him on the ground spread-eagled. Your privates brought you to this point, Blame them, not your esteemed father. On that cue, the captain shouldered an extremely heavy-looking warhammer and aimed it at the prince's crotch. No. I will spare you and myself further ignominy by saying that the current head of the Muchin clan tried assassinating me for some absurd plan to steal the throne and that you died to save the emperor's life. At least nobody will ever know you died bleeding to death from your crushed pelvis. Farewell, my son. With those words, the emperor closed the door behind himself just as the heavy hammers started moving downwards. No. Not a single guard in that room flinched at the crunching sound that cut that wretched scream short, and none of them saw a shadowy figure leave the room unnoticed after spying on the whole thing. With the emperor showing an absolute lack of caring for what had happened to his own firstborn, the emperor met again the same shockingly old-looking monk he had sent to catch the ancestral Taai fundamental for his ascension to godhood, and only then the emperor showed an emotion, unbridled rage. I seem to remember my esteemed persona telling you that unless you returned with that accursed Taotai on a leash, you would have died by my own hands at our next meeting. And I don't see any creature of infinite greed bigger than a mountain anywhere. So why are you here in front of me? He roared. My lord, please have mercy. My talismans keep telling me the Taotai is somewhere in this very city. But this poor old fool doesn't understand how that is actually possible. The mummy-like old man begged in despair. What? The Taotai is here. Right now. In my city. Yes. Every talisman I use catches the lingering traces of the bottomless power of that almighty beast, but no matter where me and those guards look, we can't find it. Have you checked everywhere? Yes, my lord. Even underground. How can this be? Do the legends describe the ancestral Taotai as having any special powers its own descendants don't have? The emperor asked. Many, my lord. As many as the stars in the sky. As the first Taotai and the source of all greed, he has many terrifying abilities. But nothing recorded talks about abilities that could permit such a mighty beast to roam free in this city unseen, especially with its immense sizes. The monk replied in tears. I see, I will believe you this time. There must be something we are missing. The emperor answered with a thoughtful tone. I am combing the city, my lord. Every stone is being upturned. Good, continue. Once I deal with the last remaining details of my son's latest idiocy, I will triple the soldiers at your disposal for the search, the emperor declared. Thank you, my lord. Boom. It was then that a loud explosion rocketed the entire arena and caught the attention of both men. What is happening? My lord, a guard screamed in horror. Ankh burst into the corridor. What? The emperor demanded. A tragedy, sir. Before we could shoot the arrow to kill that girl, the heiress of the Muchin clan showed herself still alive and challenged her to a duel. The soldier said, Okay, and, sir, the elders of the Muchin clan are fighting together against the disgraced son, while Lao is battling against a strange chef and his puppet. So, deal with them. You can't possibly be so demented to need my guidance or orders to resolve such a simple matter. The emperor growled in answer, unable to believe his own soldiers were that incompetent. Your Majesty, that girl Cha, before the battle with her cousin started, has boldly declared her being pregnant with the prince's heir. Everybody heard her, the soldier said with a small voice full of horror. What? That little where? And the soldier was right in feeling such fear, because before he even had time to react, the emperor exploded forward in a rage-filled dash nothing could stop. Not even the poor soldier's body that exploded into a giant splash of BLD upon contact. Wait, my lord. I will help you. The monk declared while chasing the emperor, and uncaring of the dead man's remains he stepped over in his haste to follow his green. It was a mess. High in the sky old man's son was fighting alone against the other three elders, one of which his own brother, thanks to the miraculous breakthrough he had with Izuku's healing cuisine, and right under them, Cha-Cha and Su were locked in a stalemate as they exchanged lightning-fast blows so violent the four massive chains holding up the ring shook violently enough to look about to snap. In the stands, now vacated by any audience, Izuku was parrying Lao's spear attacks with his own Sea Dragon kitchen knife while Whitey and Nijire faced the personal guards and occasional assassins of the Muchin clan in a 2 versus 30 battle with no quarters given. But Clang. Boo. Clang. Oppose. Clang. My ambition. Lao Mucheng spat furiously, each word accompanied by a wild move forward of the crystal-head spear in his hands meeting the kitchen knife in a shower of sparks. I do because your ambition was built on murder and manipulation. You killed your brother. You crippled your father. And you crippled and almost killed your niece. You even used your daughter. On what ground could I just stand there and watch as you played with people's lives as you please? Izuku answered, and his own swipe managed to cut the body of the spear in two, for Lao's horror. I was of the idea you were a chef, not a hero. Lao answered sneering, returning the broken spear inside the ring on his hand and summoning from there an overly ornate sword with a roaring dragon engraved on its wide blade. That is the thing, you idiot. I decided I can be both. Well said, Iken. Nijire declared from the sidelines, proud of her friend. Troublemakers, you will all be stripped as an example to others. Whitey declared while helping the girl fend off the joint attacks of the clan's guards. Who are you even? To force me to bring out my trump card, the sword I secretly created to deal with the emperor himself with the ancient fang of a dragon. That knife of yours is very annoying, so it's time for it to break. Lao yelled in rage, and with a flash of BL Red Chi aura he appeared in front of Izuku in the blink of an eye. Die. Die under my sky-cutting dragon sword. The madman yelled while slashing down with his sword. Oh, shut up. One blade, samsara cut. Ito, Rina Oroshirts, the young chef answered with an upward slash himself. Splat. Jaiya. Lao shrieked in agony as the golden blade that went shot from Izuku's slash not only sliced through the sword like butter, it kept traveling forward, cutting away the man's right arm at the shoulder, cleaved in half the stands, cut in two one of the chains holding up the ring and finished its fly cutting in half the opposite wall of the arena, all under the impressed look of the emperor and monk duo that had just walked out to watch everything unfold. Father! Cha-Cha yelled in horror, and that moment of distraction was all Sue needed to deliver a final, world-crushing punch to the girl's face that sent her flying, but before her body could actually go though the opposite wall, Sue had already hurried past her to catch the now unconscious girl. Cha-Cha, you should thank the new life growing in your womb if I focused my attacks on your limbs and head only and never really went for the kill. The children should never pay for the sins of the parents, so until he or she is born, I will protect you. But after that, well, we'll see. Sue declared while gently moving Cha-Cha to lie on the floor out of harm's way. Up in the sky, Lao. One of the elders cried out in horror, right before breaking formation to hurry at his nephew's side. Oh, come back here. One of the other two elders roared in anger. Don't get distracted, oh mighty second elder. Your life will be over otherwise. Sun said with a victorious roar. His muscles had grown immensely as he unleashed his full power on those three elders, turning him into a vengeful hulking demon raining hits on the three men he once called brothers, one of which was his actual BLD-related brother. We crippled you. We banished you. How have you become so strong? Third elder demanded while helping second avoid a punch coated in enough chi to resemble a flaming meteor, thus saving his life. Why, I always knew it was no accident what crippled me. You and my brother had always been little traitorous sheets veering for more power than you deserve. And today I have the chance to avenge my son and granddaughter. We recovered from your machinations and are here to return you everything with interest. The judgment has been cast. The son answered while assaulting the two elders that were now desperately trying to hold back who used to be the strongest of the four elders, and that was now even stronger than before. I am coming to help you, grandfather. It was then that Sue joined the battle, making the two elders swear loudly. One monster was already a handful. But two. Do the descendants of Sun Mucheng all have demon BLD in their veins? With Izuku, Brother Sun recovered his old strength and even achieved a breakthrough. Sue not only healed from the deadly pollen we fed her, but even kept her cultivation and monstrous strength. All this happened right after you arrived in Starlight City. Was it all your doing? Elder Bo demanded with a snarl after covering Lao's stump with a gelatinous paste that immediately stopped the bleeding. I may have chosen the path of a chef, but deep in my heart, I still want to be a hero. And meddling with the plans of villains is the pure essence of a hero. To me at least. Izuku answered. You cut my blade in two. What's wrong with that knife of yours? Lao asked with a faint, yet ferocious growl that made him sound more a beast than a man. Your sword was made with the fangs of a young dragon, my knife. Mine is made with the fang of her appealing dragon lady that has reached maturity, the chef answered while flashing a proud smile to his kitchen knife, and he could swear he felt pride emanating from it for just a second at the praise. Well, I hope your clan knows that even with all the treasures of the world, they won't escape the wrath of the Muchin clan. Once we've resolved this minor setback, I will personally guide our full might and eradicate you and everybody you love. No woman, elder or child shall be spared. Elder Bo promised with a crazed look. Host doesn't need to worry, none of them has the qualification to be a threat to you. Nobody else in this universe does. The system declared solemnly, and the fragments of the broken sword and the ring on Lao's severed hand started glowing in light. The Phoenix is now within grasp of the host, and with the success of this abrupt mission the host level will rise to in commemoration, the system will use the imperfect, divine treasures in possession of the man named Lao to create a new instrument for the host. Should the host achieve ascension and become the god of cooking of the hero world, that piece of equipment will then be officially recognized as part of your own god of cooking kitchen set. The entity declared as the ring and the broken sword disappeared into specks of light. What? My treasures. The DLVRY will take a while as everything will need to be broken down and purified of impurities and imperfections before being used to forge the instrument. The system apologizes for the delay. Once returned home, the host will be free to give every specifics he wants for its creation. Oh cool. Izuku admitted with a wide smile. What have you done, boy? Bo demanded with blazing eyes. To his dismay though, the very last Muchin guard just happened to fly past them undressed, signaling that Nijire and Whitey had done dealing with them. Me, nothing. My sponsor. They are about to give me a commemorative present for ruining your plans. Izuku answered with a cheeky smile. A souvenir. Nijire asked as she and Whitey joined Izuku to stand at his sides. I am surrounded by incompetence, the old man roared in madness. With a tiger in my right hand, I am unmatched on land. Sun was heard intoned from above them. Oh no, not that technique. Bo uttered in panic. Stop him. With a dragon in my left hand, I am undefeated in the sky. Stop, both elders in the sky yelled as one. Go, grandpa. Avenge father. Su was heard screaming right after. This is not revenge. This is justice. Heaven Earth style, twin beast king's punch. Sun roared like a mighty beast. Thump, thump. The time between that victorious scream and the actual hit was probably less than a second, and yet the loud dull sound of Sun's double punch landing on the two elders' chest was so loud it rang through every corner of the entire city, and with an almost synchronized double explosion, the two elders went shot down to the ground and through the arena until they both disappeared deep underground with their chest cavities smashed inwards. If they survived that attack, their fighting days were still officially over forever. Second elder. Third elder. Lao gasped in horror. It's over, brother. You are alone now. Admit defeat, confess your crimes, and you will be given proper justice following our laws. Sun asked once he and Su landed behind the elder and Lao. Both traitors were so alone and surrounded by enemies. My plan. My scheme for the throne. All in ruins. Bo yelled in rage, and all the others could see only madness burn in his eyes. Yonkel. Lao muttered weakly. Silence, you fool. I championed you and that wear of cha-cha and put up with your insufferable ramblings only to see everything go up in smoke. And all because of that damned chef. Dai. Bo's scream was deafening, and with a beastly roar he assaulted Izuku with the clear intention of ripping him limb from limb. Iken. Nijire screamed in horror as the old psycho was upon them in the time she needed to blink. Troublemac dash swing. Splat. To everybody's surprise a thin blade flew by itself to behead Bo in an instant, making the elder's head plop harmlessly at Izuku's feet while the rest of the body continued its charge past him to splatter on the floor right after. Clep, clep, clep. Clap. What followed was an excited clapping as the Emperor himself made his way towards them while he used his chi to guide the sword back in the scabbard at his hip. Amazing battles, each and every one of them. This Emperor truly is impressed. He then said once reached the group. Your Majesty, Sun and Su said as one while kneeling down. Raise. Your Emperor is way too excited to deal with stuffy etiquette. The man answered, grinning wildly once his eyes landed on Izuku. And Shiro sleeping around his neck. It's there. My lord, the talisman cannot be wrong. The boy has the Taudai. The monk said with a wide, crooked smile. There it is. My precious ancestral Taudai. My dear chef, not only you helped destroy an evil plan to usurp our throne, but you also bought us the greatest treasure we were unable to locate. The Emperor said while putting both hands on Izuku's shoulders. This Emperor is almost humbled by the sheer amount of debt he has towards you. Name everything you want, and as a thank you for your services, we will give you everything you ask tenfold. He then said, I would not believe him if I were you, young sir. My father has a habit of coating every word he says in poisoned honey. Sweet at first glance and deadly right after. A new voice said, Second Prince. Sun gasped in shock. I see that my father's lie about my unfortunate death on the battlefield is still widely spread, unsurprising considering how different our worldviews are. The second prince was a dashing youth, tall and strong and exuding a majestic aura worthy of a hero from legends. You, the Emperor said while clenching Ichiri on Izuku's shoulders, and the chef's discomfort caused Shiro to stir awake and immediately turned set off at seeing such a blatant show of intimidation aimed at his partner. Me, father. I have long since returned from that nice suicide mission for the good of the empire you so generously sent me to, a mission I completed in success, mind you. I appeased those people that wanted you dead for what you did to them, and they promised that as soon as I succeed you on the throne, they will actually form an alliance with us. Especially since my wife comes from these lands. You survived. This emperor is happy to dash. Stop lying, father. You are just as bad at it as Zhang was before you killed him. The first prince is dead. Su gasped in horror. I am not following. Nijire admitted. Lots of backstabbing happened. Whitey supplied. Oh, young chef. The second prince said. Yes. Izuku asked, already a second away from using knocking to break free from the emperor's hold on him. My father wants that Taotai of yours to become a god following some silly little legend without a shred of legitimacy. He is a madman obsessed with eternal life and scared of death that has killed people by the thousands just to gain a single year to add to his lifespan. I suggest you do not give him that pet of yours, because the only prize you will get from it will be a swift death. Same goes for your woman. Lies. You are trying to steer people against us. The emperor answered. Host, you may be aware already, but the system will offer a confirmation. Everything that man said is indeed the truth. No lies have been detected by the system. Good to know. Izuku answered with a sigh. Impact knocking, nirvana. With a gong-like sound, Izuku's right palm impacted with the emperor's chest, sending him skidding back with a perfect imprint of the chef's hand on the man's armor. My lord. The monk shrieked in horror, but before he could do anything, the second prince chopped him on the neck and knocked him out. So you dare go against an emperor? Foolish children. With godhood within my grasp, I will never stop. No matter how many have to die. The man yelled while brandishing his sword and assaulting Izuku. My word, these people are aggravating. A cultured deep voice was heard before a delicate fluffy paw slapped down, painfully slamming the emperor face down. Wha? Shiro-kun? Izuku asked, unnerved. In the flesh, even if I don't really like talking like you people do, it is uncomfortable to my throat. But even I grow tired of these people and their empty words. There is only so much verbal MSRBTN I can take before it becomes too much, the ancestral Taudai declared while jumping down from Izuku's shoulders to stand above the downed emperor's head. Why? The man growled while weakly pulling himself up to stand on all fours and glare at the small animal. I heard of that legend back in the days, you know. It was quite the hassle and it cost me my beloved partner. She was killed by a dirty fool like you that thought eating my heart could turn him into a god. I love that girl. The Taotai said with narrowed eyes, then his body started to grow exponentially. The fluffy fur retracted to leave it place to smooth skin as white as snow and filled in powerful muscles. 2 ice blue eyes became 4 and red as BLD. The tiny cute paws with otherworldly soft beanies suched place with 4 giant and sturdy hooves massive in sizes, and the petite mouth and face went transformed into a monstrous mouth filled in dozen of rows of teeth, one could actually declare being too much teeth. The true form of the ancestral Taotai was so massive the entire arena went crushed to dust under a single hoof while the beast dwarfed the entirety of Starlight City, and its appearance, besides sending the place into panic, forced the fighters still in the arena to take flight to get some distance, except Izuku's group that instead found themselves on Shiro's massive back, admittedly the safest place on the entire DMN planet. What the F dash? Both Nijire and Izuku cursed as one in surprise. What you are seeing is the ancestral Taoya's battle form, the form it takes to fully utilize its powers. Please don't be scared, he is on our side as host Izuku's partner and pet, the system alerted both. Kind of hard to stay calm. Nijire admitted. Shiro-kun? Izuku instead asked. Ooh. Have no fear, my beloved partner. I will just deal with this small pest then we'll get home. I already smelled that electric bird you need, so we will collect it no matter where they are hiding it. As for you, the ancestral Tai answered before nailing the floating emperor with 6 BL red eyes devoid of pity. You are looking at the Taotai you wanted so much. What now? Aowa. Surprisingly, the emperor turned tail and tried running away. No running, coward. You tried attacking my partner, and that means I am honor-bound to devour you. Gravely offended by the guy's attempt at fleeing, Shiro opened his mouth impossibly wide enough to look like he could ideally swallow the entire Demon City whole, and launched from deep inside his mouth billions of thin black tendrils that snapped forward at light speed and latched onto the emperor to drag him back towards his maw. "Nu!" The emperor shrieked in fear as he was unable to break free, but before he could disappear inside the Taoya's stomach, the second prince intervened. "Lord Tao, please wait. My father has committed many sins, many grievous crimes, and I want people to know. I want him to stand trial for his many misgivings and let the law decide his punishment." The prince begged. "You know well that by law he will be condemned to death. Will you then be the one to carry on the task? Will you bear the weight of killing your own father?" Shiro asked. "I know well there is no chance my father's fate won't be death penalty, and I will be the one to cut his head. But he still needs to stand trial, even just to not get down to his level and merely kill him. Justice and laws exist for a reason, it is what separates us from the beasts or the monsters, and I want to stand by those ideals. He will have a trial, and I will be his executioner." The prince answered. "Take this DMN fool." Shiro, rolling his 4 eyes, released the struggling emperor, and as soon as the man tried fleeing again, one massive hoof moved down like a guillotine to shoot him through a nearby building like a human bullet. "He really was an idiot," Shiro said with a sigh before returning into his small and adorable rest mode form around Izuku's neck. "I will go collect him, please forgive me," the second prince answered with a defeated sigh as he moved to make sure his father was just unconscious instead of death from that merciless attack. "This day has been pretty eventful," Sun admitted while ogling Shiro and Izuku in apprehension. "Who are you people? Why does everything about you two makes no sense at all?" Sue asked, groaning. "Shiro-chan's monster form was a surprise for us too," Nijire admitted, and she hated how the small Taotai looked clearly smug about it. Just give me that DMN lightning phoenix. I want to go home," Izuku asked with a tired groan while massaging his temples. "I will ask the prince where it is. Give me a minute." Sun answered immediately. There wasn't much of a fanfare when the scared bird was delivered to Izuku and Nijire. In fact, the 2 travelers had to sneak out and pretty much escape the city like thieves thanks to the combined effort of the second prince, now emperor, and both mooching warriors just to avoid being lynched by civilians and guards alike. And the portal the system used to bring them open couldn't open fast enough if you asked them. Later that day, with Nijire dormitories contrary to what she expected, Her return did raise a huge commotion between a worried sick Ryukyu and a desperately apologetic Night Eye pestering her in question about where she had spent the night and if she was okay. Along with the two pro-heroes promising that should she wanted, they were more than open to the idea of skinning Mirio alive for her. It's okay, Mirio made his choice and I understand. I'm not mad anymore. I got over it, she answered. You got over it in a single night? Ryukyu asked, confused. It may have been a single night for you, but for me, it felt like days. I am okay, I just want to return to my life now. Study, being a hero, meeting friends, the usual. Nijire answered. I am glad you are okay. Just remember that both me and Ryukyu are there for you, your friends too. You are not alone. Night Eye said. Thank you, I am happy to hear that, the girl answered with a wide smile. Both pros were happy to see her being up to her usual standards. Whenever you need, Nijire. Now go, in a couple hours the sport festival will begin, and I know you will hate to miss it, Ryukyu said with a small smile of her own. Right. I need to collect a couple things and ask Tamaki-chan something. I need to go. Thank you for helping me, Bai. Nijire answered before zooming away at high speed. Ooh. She really is okay, thank God. The dragon hero said with an elated chuckle. Whatever miracle helped her, I thank it from the bottom of my heart, Night Eye answered, sighing. What's important is that she is safe. Come, let's have a celebratory coffee. With pleasure, he answered. He will still kick Toshinori and Mirio's but for this incident, but he will have his coffee first. Meanwhile, Tamaki's Rundik. Who's it? The super shy boy asked aloud once heard knocking. Tamaki-chan. Can I come in? Nijire asked. Yes, feel free, he answered, sighing in dismay, but letting her in. Thank you. What do you need? He asked once seen her take a seat at his desk. Nothing too extreme. I saw you read a couple wuxia on your phone, right? Yeah, he answered while sitting on his bed to look at her. How would you describe the whole genre to? Somebody that knows nothing about it and still wants to give it a try. She asked. You sure? Oh. I need to know how bad that world really was, because many things sounded eerily too over the top to be normal. Nijire thought, grimacing. Fine. The genre is pretty much Chinese Dragon Ball, only with cultivators instead of Saiyans. Are you following? Yes. Kinda. Good. They also all pretty much follow the same structure with the MCs going mostly through the same steps all the way to the epilogue. Oh. And those steps are. Imagine you are the MC, often reincarnating in a wuxia world from a planet like ours like in our iSky, and once old enough you basically do this for the entire novel. You eat a pill, sit on your butt for several years and once you're done, you go from rank 8 ping pong to rank 2 chingchong, which is still like 100 ranks below the heavenly golden dragon god emperor star ancestor. But it's okay since there are still about 3,000 chapters to go and all big D characters that could kill you. With a fart are currently busy, so you can go and wipe out the Ding Dong clan, which obsessively wants you dead because you courted death by destroying the King Kong clan after its young MST or picked a fight with you over your jade-like beauty childhood friend. Tamaki explained. That is a wuxia novel. Young Inhus and courting death and all that. Nijire asked in disbelief. Pretty much. It mostly works like that for the very trashy ones, but there are some diamonds hidden under the layers of CRP that are kind of good instead. You just have to be good at searching. He answered. Oh God, me and Iken were in a very bad one then, Nijire thought in misery. So how do you choose one to read? I basically look at anything with immortal in the title in distrust until proven wrong. Which is to say that 99% of the time, those are actually bad. Do you have some good ones to suggest? She asked. Sure. Tamaki answered with a shrug. Thank you. Send me a couple titles by message then, I need to make a call. The girl declared while exiting the room. Okay. With Nijire, first-year students' dormitories. Let's see, talk. Who is it? It's better be FANG important, because I have only 5 minutes to get ready and go crushing a FANG festival. Rumi answered once pulled the door open. You are Rumi-chan? Yes. Nijire asked with a smile. Yeah. And you are that big 3 girl. What do you want? Wanna team up to get Iken all for ourselves? Nijire asked, her smile now gaining a more mischievous glint. Get in. Rumi answered while forcefully pulling the other girl inside the room and slamming the door closed. Another long chapter. My apologies. Author explains. I know it sounds like parody to some of you, but in truth what happened in that world is not far from what usually happens in a real wuxia novel, and if among my readers there are people in the know about the genre, I know they can testify about this being true. There are some bad Chinese novels out there, and finding a good one under the CRP is very, very hard. In this chapter, Izuku uses one of the fighting techniques of Zaus, the one blade, samsara cut, ito, rinne orosher. How does it work? Izuku uses a knife to cut an enemy in half. Even if the target's body is shielded, the slash will still hit, ignoring any obstacle and heavily damaging the target. Its secondary and most lasting effect is that the wound will be ingrained into the target's genetic makeup, making the scar a hereditary trait for several generations. Samsara is the Buddhist CYCL of reincarnation. Yes, the attack is that bullshit. XDO make time. Extra-dimensional ingredient hunt, episode 2, Yatagarasu egg custard. And waifu. Green Cloud Restaurant. Please collect 10 eggs of the legendary Yatagarasu bird and successfully create a custard pie with it, the system instructed as the new portal opened. Can I find a Yatagarasu in a normal city? Izuku asked. Host can either hunt them himself or have somebody grab them for him. The system is offering a relaxing mission this time as an apology for the mishap with the Minotaur noodles. The entity replied. Thank you. Even if I know it was not your fault if that place was that insane. The young chef replied with a gentle smile while stepping through the portal. It is still a mistake from the system, and that is not supposed to happen, the system replied. It's nice for them to actually apologize. Nijire said with a wide smile while following Izuku. You were not there, Nijire-chun. It was a nightmare. I am here now, I will protect you. We are combo other than a couple, remember? She answered, kissing his cheek. Thank you, he said with a happy smile and a bright red face. As soon as they stepped into that new world though, several eyes subconsciously snapped towards their general direction, no matter where those people were or what they were doing. School, a small flash passed through the mind of a young girl with pale pink hair, making her head snap towards the window while her eyes widened slightly. Oh. Kana-san. One of the kids said, confused. Who's it? The kid muttered, curious. Department, stupid human. What part of your job as a support escapes you? You are supposed to heal. Why do we keep you in the team if you fail at such an easy task? A man with long black hair hissed in contempt while madly mashing on his keyboard. On the screen there was utter chaos as the simple raid of the guy's favorite MMO turned into a pure mess. Hang on, Faf-san. We're almost there. The man's friend said from the computer behind him. He too was typing at high speed. Then you should work harder and dash. The black-haired man's tirade stopped abruptly when he felt a faint stabbing pain come from the back of his skull. An interloper. He muttered darkly, and his growl was not a sound a human was supposed to be able to produce. Quaint house, AW. I missed you so much. A very well-endowed woman ummed in elation once seen a young boy return home, and her hug almost drowned the kid's head in her massive chest. Don't do this, you demon. The poor kid, face completely red in embarrassment, shrieked while trying to break free of the boobay hug. Unaware of how good he had it. I am no demon, Shudakuen. I-twing. The strange tingling sensation traveling up her spine made her stop abruptly and actually open her eyes to show the mismatched irises she possessed. We have visitors. 2 of them even. She said, chuckling amused. Visitors? What? The kid asked. That way, the busty woman said while pointing in a general direction while smirking. Really? VOI ancient magic too. Let's go see who is it. The woman said while dragging the boy away. Wait. I'm not a baby. Stop carrying me. Stup. Market District, are you sure you have to check on this? A woman with red hair and a kind of dead fish-like expression asked, bored. I felt a strange wave of magic, different from the kind I am used to seeing. And a very powerful one at that. The young woman with short black hair answered while marching forward. Then why did you insist on me coming with you? Another woman, dressed like a typical maid and with her hair in 2 ponytails, asked in annoyance. Because I may need help in fighting them off if whoever it is it's here to make a mess. And you are the only one I trust, she answered, shy. I am glad to see that you made peace, finally. The last member of the group, a short girl with way too big assets, added, huffing. Thank you for coming as well, Ilyalu, the only human of the group said. Just because you personally asked, Kobayashi? Hoi. Don't make doe eyes to her. The maid hissed in contempt. It's you guys. Taai. Kobayashi, Toru, Fafnir and Lukoa. You felt it too? Elma asked, surprised. Yes, interlopers, the black-haired man uttered in distaste. I still don't understand what's the problem, Kobayashi asked. Whoever opened a portal here used a different form of magic, Lukoa explained. And it was too different. Imagine writing a book in Japanese, then suddenly a page written in gibberish appears out of nowhere, and when you try reading it you see it written in an alphabet that does not even exist. That is the basic feeling. Fafnir explained. So alien magic, the human woman asked. Nope. This feels WOI different. Ancient but completely detached from anything I have ever seen. And I did meet aliens. Lukoa answered. That felt very powerful too powerful. Elma added. Divine. Toru asked, unnerved. I fear it was beyond even that, the other replied, grimacing. Impossible. You can't cook like this. You are not human. A restaurant nearby descended into chaos just as the group passed in front of it. I am plenty human, you are just being a sore loser, a young voice replied calmly. Kobayashi muttered, unsure. I'll give you some sore losers beating then. Troublemaker, a robotic voice answered, and barely a second later, the restaurant owner was seen flying out of the place only in his boxers. There was no need, Whitey. It was then that Izuku and Nijire exited the place followed by the tall robot. The troublemaker was about to attack the host. That is unacceptable. The machine answered. You are way overprotective. Izuku answered. He's just doing his job, Eken. Unfortunately, we can't stop him when he decides to strip his victims. Nijire replied, giving his hand a gentle squeeze. Found the interlopers. Fafnir declared once the two groups met. The young chef muttered, uncertain. Good evening, you come from another world, the only human of the group asked. Are we in trouble? Izuku answered. It depends on the motive of your visit, Ilyalu said. That's easy, I was looking for some Yatagarasu's eggs. What? Tourist. Yatagarasu eggs here? Elma asked, dumbfounded. Not here, but I was told that I could find help here to get some, the chef explained. Why? I am a wandering chef and oh my. You are a chosen. It's been a while since I met one. Lukoa said with an excited wide smile. A chosen? Kobayashi asked, confused. Oh, you know. Izuku asked with his eyebrows shooting up to his hairline. Of course I do. What are you blabbering about? Fafnir asked, snarling. Our guest has been chosen to become a god of cooking. That's why you are here, isn't it? Lukoa asked. Yep. And one of my tasks is to find some Yatagarasu eggs. I think I will try making a custard pie with them. And maybe some profiteroles. Izuku answered. A god of cooking? Kobayashi asked, confused. How many? How many do you need? Elma demanded immediately while grabbing his shoulders to wildly shake him. For God's sake. I haven't even cooked this time. Izuku shrieked in horror. Pinch. Please forgive her, she is a glutton and sweets are her weakness. Toru apologized while painfully grabbing and twisting Elma's ear to pull her away. I understand, the young chef answered, breathing in relief, and gladly accepting Nijire's comforting hug. I still don't understand what a god of cooking is supposed to be, Kobayashi admitted, sighing. Just a useless pretender full of himself. A fake deity that isn't even worth cookin' wham. Wham, 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 wham. To their shock, Whitey interrupted Fafnir tirade by lifting by the leg and slamming him down on the ground several times until he remained buried upside down up to his chest, unconscious. Puny dragon, Whitey declared simply. Later that day, after Fafner recovered and Elma returned with the eggs, Kobayashi's apartment. So, basically, a god of cooking is a literal title? Kobayashi asked. Exactly. They are mortals that are given a chance to ascend to godhood and become the god overseeing and blessing the chefs of the mortal realm. Their skills are supposed to be beyond human understanding. Lukoa answered. They all were sitting in the living room of the human woman's apartment waiting for Izuku to finish preparing his custard pie. And they travel through different worlds to do it, she asked. That is the strange thing, normally they don't. The local deities test them and that's all. This is the first time I hear of a candidate going dimension hopping to do it. Toru answered. It's all because Iken's sponsor has very high standards, Nijire answered. And your sponsor is called the system? Elma asked. Yep. Izuku answered while still keeping tracks of his dish. Never heard of it, Kanna admitted. I tried divining their identity and only got a splitting headache in exchange. Shodakuin. Kiss the pain away. Lukoa admitted with a whine. Stop it, the kid answered. And you, Fafkuin, the only other human of the group asked. I don't want to talk about it, Fafner answered, face glued to the tabletop and voice full of agony. He just did the same with the same results? Ilyalu explained, smirking. That is actually scary, whatever that entity is, it must be terrifyingly strong. Elma muttered, unsure. The system says that you should stop nosing about, they hate being watched. Izuku warned them while finally bringing out the finished dessert. Here it is. Yatagarasu custard pie. Please enjoy. The young chef said with a happy smile once divided the thing into equal portions. Wura, you did it. Kanna said in amazement. Yatagarasu eggs are not an easy ingredient to use, even for demons that actually handle them daily. I wonder how a human managed, Toru muttered, curious. I have great expectations instead. I still remember how good the offerings were from that candidate I had between my fans. Lukoa said with a wide smile. You mean during the Maya Empire? Toru asked with a teasing smile. I have very fond memories of that time, yes. Enough talking. Let's try it. Alma said, drooling down a river and taking a first bite big enough half the giant slice disappeared in an instant. And it was otherworldly fluffy. Amazingly sweet and delicate. A custard that mortal words could barely describe, all framed by a crunchy and flavorful crust with just the right amount of vanilla flavor to mesmerize the senses. He did it, Fafner was begrudgingly forced to admit. Oh my, this is even better than Dear Asmodeus' own version. Lukoa admitted, chuckling. Very good. Congratulations, Kobayashi offered with a kind smile. Thank you, Izuku answered with a shy smile. Izuku, Alma was next, and she marched up to him to look into his eyes fiercely. Was, the poor chef said, unnerved. Marry me? The dragon woman asked, dropping to one knee and taking one of his hands in both of hers. There were even sparkles shining around her. What? The other yelled in shock. Spiral cannon. Nijire instead was completely not amused, and showed so by shooting her full power against Alma, sending her fly outside the apartment and then shooting herself forward to fight the hussy trying to pull a move on her boyfriend. Once again. This happens, Izuku muttered, dejected. Not the first time. Kobayashi asked while she, her co-worker friend and Izuku watched the other dragons trying to stop Elma and Nijire from murdering each other. No, the chef answered with a desperate sigh. My condolences, Kobayashi answered, and hugged the poor boy as he broke down in tears. Why? He just wanted to be a simple chef. Why does this keep happening? Why? In occasion of the sport festival, Lunch Rush had surprisingly issued a special breakfast menu for all students, with the caveat that whoever wished to participate had to wake up earlier than usual so to eat and still have time to prepare for the festival, and even more surprisingly, pretty much every student was present, something helped by the rumors of the chef pro hero declaring himself the sworn rival of a certain quirkless chef and swearing to surpass him. The sudden increase in the quality of Rush dishes did show he was taking the challenge seriously too. Nom nom nom. But what caught everybody's attention was something else entirely. Another plate please. Nijire, who everybody had by now heard had broke up with Mirio, was back into being her cheerful self. Only now eating enough for 6 or 7 people. Again. Rushed voice came from the kitchen in a stricken shriek. It's not as good as Iken's, but at least it's filling. She answered with an innocent smile. Or, it was a dragon's roar that echoed from the kitchen, because no human could produce that sound, even if mad in rage like he was. Slam. A truly giant bowl of ramen, with several liters of broth in it, was soon delivered to Nijire by Lunch Rush himself, who slammed the bowl on the table with a bit too much emphasis. Choke on it. The man hissed in contempt. Ramen for breakfast. Curious. Oh well, thank you. Unperturbed, Nijire thanked the guy, lifted the bowl and drank the entire thing in one go and in a matter of seconds. How? The pro hero asked with a small voice. Special training. Now I am full. She answered, and the people in the room could only stare in awe at the giant towers of empty plates all around her. But there was a bit of silver lining, at least for the other girls. After eating that much, Nijire's belly was now so round she looked like she had swallowed a giant watermelon whole, finally ruining her flat belly and top-model physique they all secretly envied with every fiber of their being. Justice finally was served. And now, I give thanks to all the world's ingredients. Thanks for the food. Unfortunately, Nijire then followed up by doing as Izuku taught her, and once given her honest and heartfelt thanks to the ingredients she had just eaten, she joined her hands like in prayer, closed her eyes, focused and then gave a long exhale. And her big, round, bulging belly sank back in an instant, sending visible ripples along her entire body, returning it to its former slim, godly proportions as soon as those ripples faded away. God damn it. The female students from every course of UA cursed as one in vitriolic hatred. How? I eat a tenth of that and got a beer belly already. How is that possible or fair? A girl from the support course shrieked while painfully tearing off 2 handfuls of hair out of sheer disbelief. She had almost gone insane at seeing that miracle happen. Ooh, I was taught how to eat all I want and not get fat. I only gain weight but no more belly for me. Forever slim goddess look. Nijire answered with a cheeky smile, a victory sign and a wink. Yawewa. Madness, the scream the female population of UA released, teachers included, was the pure physical manifestation of madness as several minds came undone upon hearing that answer. Serves them well, already talking behind my back for my breaking up and siding with Mirio just to get back at me. Wallow in envy as I now can eat all I want and not show it. I can live with weighing 300 kilograms and look like I at best weigh 60 or so, at least I don't show it, so blee. She muttered to herself, and with a last raspberry to her haters, she flew away towards the area where the sport festival will be held, leaving behind a shocked Lunch Rush that still could not fathom what had happened and an entire university of young women ready to either kill her or beg her to share the same amazing secret. Meanwhile, with Izuku Green Cloud Restaurant, while Nijire was mercilessly destroying the self-esteem of all her haters, Izuku instead was giving the finishing touches to the food he will take along to the sport festival arena, having got a mission from the system as soon as he returned from his latest dimensional trip. Abrupt mission: sell 20,000 units of food during the sport festival. Prize: 10% bonus experience points. Unlocking of the ingredient, Mellow Cola. Izuku didn't mind getting a new mission as soon as he returned home, and by the small bonus of the system, he knew that it was indeed deemed a very important one to further advertise his restaurant, and he was all for it. And the unlocking of the Queen of Colas was especially endearing, especially since the only cola in existence better than that could only be found in the gourmet world proper and guarded by an entire pack of devil snakes, each strong enough to wipe out countries by their lonesome. So having the second best cola on the entire planet Zaus was still an awe-inspiring prize. Especially so that in Izuku's world that cola would instead be unmatched. The sport festival was after all a huge event, and being there to sell a small sample of his cooking while wearing his chef attire with the restaurant name on it will surely bring some nice increase in his business, thus making his staying closed for lunch worth it. Your breakfast, Junko-san, he said with a gentle smile. Thank you, Boss Izuku. The woman with bicolored hair answered with a grateful smile. Boss. Is the new DLVOI ready? A voice asked from outside. Yes, a minute and I will bring it to you, Ing. Okay. Qin. Oh my god. What is that? It's so cool. The odd scream of a lady momentarily snapped him out of his musing. Shiro the ancestral Taai was also another source of appeal for his restaurant. His rest mode was cute and fluffy enough he had pretty much doubled the influx of female customers as soon as the chef opened his restaurant and the customers saw him. Izuku had set up a big puffy purple cushion near the cash register for Shiro to lie on so to survey the entire room, all following the Taoya's own specifics about color and location. By the way, look at how fluffy he is. My god, I want to bury my face in his fur. Another female pro-hero, Speed Limit, added with love-struck eyes. Boss. Please, one of her interns, also working for Izuku's Delverwai service, begged in shame as he and his pal looked ready to die of embarrassment. They all love me more. This esteemed Taotai is way more endearing than you mangy dog. Shiro smugly sent out telepathically. This lord dog doesn't need such empty praises. Blackie sent back with a growl. Being so salty, as they say, is not healthy. Just admit this esteemed Taotai surpassed you and you will feel better. My lord father has eaten one of your children. Don't get cocky or this lord dog will emulate him and eat you. But I am not one of my children, and you are not your father. For all you know you may be the one getting eaten. Shiro answered in cruel amusement, while also gladly accepting Ryukyu's belly rubs with a very cute kyun. And a purring fit. You dare. My paw can squash you any moment. Blackie hissed in anger. And my hoof can flatten you, you flea bag. Say that to my face if you have the guts. I don't feel like it now. I prefer basking in the adoration of the masses just a bit longer. Shiro answered while giving a playful lick to M'lady's cheek and enjoying her squeal. Arg. I will dash, Blackie. Time to eat. In that precise moment, and blissfully unaware of the tragic situation, Izuku came out of the kitchen to gently deposit in front of the dog the giant bowl of spicy beef noodles for his breakfast. You are lucky, the noodles saved your sorry life. Blackie declared haughtily before starting to savor his beloved noodles and ignoring the rest of the world. This esteemed Taoya's beloved sweet and sour pork ribs are way superior to that bog. Shiro answered, huffing, a cutesy sound that made the female customers swoon hard for the tiny thing. Blasphemy! Blackie roared in mind-numbing fury. And the ribs for Shiro-kun. Eat slowly, they are still hot. Izuku then said, delivering to the Taotai a gargantuan mountain of pork ribs. Kaiuin. The starry-eyed animal couldn't sound happier as it started to immediately devour them all. Look at him go. But he was starving. A customer said with a stricken tone. Where did you find him? I can't seem to recognize any race he should belong to. The pro-hero Edgeshot asked, curious. He is closely related to the fennec fox, but his quirk mutated him a bit, Izuku answered. It has a quirk. It's rare in animals. Nothing extraordinary, he just eats a lot, Izuku answered, chuckling. Partner, that is not very nice. I understand that you want to keep my real identity a secret, but this poor ancestral Taotai still has a dignity. At least downplay my abilities a little instead of making me sound like a mere glutton. Shiro, the ancestral Taotai and basically the physical manifestation of the concept of gluttony and pretty much the actual source of the thing itself, mentally bemoaned with his head still buried under a mountain of ribs he was devouring with zero manners. Yes, I can see that. So, are you ready? Night Eye, sitting at Edgeshot's right, answered once adjusted his glasses. Kinda, the breakfast service won't be over before another half an hour has passed. Are you sure it is not a problem? The young chef replied. You went through the loops of getting Nisa's permission to sell food during the sport festival, so somebody had to come collect you at the right time. I happened to be a regular here, so they asked me and I accepted. I already planned to come here, so for me it was not a problem. Toshinori asked you, didn't he? Izuku asked with half-lidded eyes. Yes. The other admitted after a long silence. Figures. What does he plan to get from this? Just a peace offering. As far as I can tell, he really wants to make peace with you. He hopes the third time will be the charm. Oh. And we others are still worried about this system incorporated and their plans for you, Night Eye added. You heroes are a paranoid bunch, comes with the job, mostly. Edge Shot admitted, shrugging. How much do you know? Izuku asked. Not much, but I was asked to snoop around this mysterious group as a personal favor. I owe Nizu a couple favors, so I won't ask what is happening behind the scenes and just trust the rat. You are a good kid too, so I am not exactly lacking in motivation to help, he answered. The system wants to remind the host that they won't find a single thing out of ordinary. You can rest assured. The entity declared. I know. Don't worry. Very well, I will finish organizing and alert you when I am ready, thank you, the young chef said, sighing. Sure. Meanwhile, viewing Alliance dormitories, common room, Arctic cold couldn't even begin to describe the air in the main room of the dormitory. Even Todoroki was seen eyeing the two women sitting at the opposite sides of the place in worry as if ready to bolt at the first spark before the explosion. So, it's about time we go to that arena place, yes. Mina tried saying with a nervous smile. Yes, we really should go. Tsuyu answered. I feel the need to remind you that this is a friendly event, and that murder is not heroic, Tenya reminded them all while eyeing the two women warily. There is no need to worry, mine is not jealousy, just disappointment. I am mature enough to not need to resort to petty tricks, I do have some dignity. Momo answered. Me as well, I am not that petty, Ochako answered. I will hold you on that, but you did betray my trust. I didn't betray your trust. Feelings are feelings, you cannot control them. Ochako said. So you admit it even? Does it have any use to lie about it? It happened, and, to be fair, I don't regret it. You should. Momo hissed. Let's just go, please. I am sure that once you blow off some steam in the festival you will be more open to talk. Toru tried suggesting. Fine, both girls growled as one. At the same time, 1B dormitories, Rumi was looking at Nijire with narrowed eyes. She had just finished listening to the kind of absurd proposal of the older girl still floating about in her room and could not decide if she should start laughing at the absurdity of it all, or cry in misery at the existence of another rival in her love quest. But still, she had only until the start of the festival to give an answer to what Nijire offered before breakfast. It was now the time for her to make a decision. You are suggesting an alliance, as in, we both get him, instead of Yaoyorozu. Correct? She finally asked. Yep. I heard about your rivalry with her, and so I thought about offering my help. For a fee. Nijire answered, lazily floating around the room with a serene smile on her face. And your fee is me letting you be part of the relationship? Exactly. Let's be honest, me and you are universally recognized as stamina monsters, even just one of us would be too dash. Ha 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 ha. The thundering laugh of Nijire caught Rumi completely by surprise. You sweet innocent bunny. You have no idea. Nijire said, still chuckling, and now looking at her with a very amused expression. Iken has many secrets, secrets that I recently got access to that Momo herself has not been told about either yet. He can deal with the two of us and then some, by a large margin. Oh, do tell. Rumi said with a fanged smile. Only if you accept my plan and turn your future relationship into a polyamory, the other replied with a sing-song voice. I don't really like to share. Rumi admitted with a scrunched nose. What's better? An ally or yet another enemy? If we do this, we both get equal share. No ranking. The bunny girl finally conceded. Of course. I never planned for that to happen. It would be unfair for every part involved. We'll be a perfect triangle. Nijire answered. Good. Can you answer a few questions now? I am actually curious about this hidden power of his. Of course. What do you need to know? Strength. Durability. D-size. Stamina. Secret techniques. D-size. Rumi shrieked. Let's start from that. WW8. Later that day, arena. The people sitting there were fidgeting in place waiting for the event. To start, some were even cheering already or loudly demanding for everything to start. creating a rather striking mixture of hype and anticipation that was building up at insane speed. Here is your steamed bun. And remember to visit my Green Cloud restaurant for more amazing dishes. Izuku said after delivering an orange-sized steamed pork bun carefully wrapped in a pale green piece of paper with the restaurant name and address printed on. Wow. Still hot. Awesome. The young woman answered with starry eyes while paying for her order. Only the best for our customers, the young chef answered. Boss Izuku. Over here. A male voice called out. Nakami-san. You are here too. He answered after recognizing one of his regulars. My niece is taking part, of course I am here. Why are you here though? I asked Mr. Nizu and he said yes. Izuku answered, shrugging. That's it. The man asked in surprise. I guess he trusts me, so what can I give you? A steamed bun for my wife and you really have sushi bentos in there. The man said once eyed the bulky square backpack on Izuku's back. They are sold in limited numbers. Whitey is holding most of my other stock. He answered, and jamming a thumb towards the fridge-sized backpack of the chubby robot. Then one of those, thank you. Izuku of course didn't mention that thanks to the system the robot's backpack was actually bigger on the inside. Much bigger. Enough to contain the several thousands of assorted snacks he prepared and was supposed to sell for his mission. If asked, he had an excuse already ready of other similar backpacks stashed in the room Nizu left him to use as a storage deep in the arena's belly. Pro Hero seats opposite side of the arena. He really is selling food. And with a good rhythm too. Ectoplasm said with a chuckle. Not surprising really. Gunhead answered. Message. The bulky hero muttered in surprise. What is it? Aizawa, who was about to go with Mike to their seats in the commentator's booth to start their duty as hosts, asked. Nizu is about to place his order to Midoriya-san by phone. He has a copy of everything Chef Izuku brought along and wants to know if we want something. We will pay him back after the event, Gunhead answered once checked his phone. An uneasy look was soon shared between the various pro-heroes present. Should we? Mike asked. It would be kind of unprofessional, Aizawa answered. He has made bit-size or snack versions of his menu items. All of them. Gunhead added. I am placing an order, at that the weakest of them declared with a thin line of droll escaping her mouth. Me too. Me three. And I mean portions. Rainbow fruit cupcakes. Mine. May as well. Spicy duck buns. I need them. Gimme. I am on a diet but what the hell. I can take a pause from time to time. The floodgates soon smashed open and Izuku's phone pinged right after to show Nizu's message and the huge list of orders he was expected to deliver to the pro hero seats, and the young chef's mood improved immensely in that single instant. Meanwhile, down on ground floor, with the contestants, conversely instead, down in the arena the students were nervous. No reason to deny it, every single one of them taking part to the event was a human-shaped ball of nerves desperately trying to not self-combust out of sheer worry, looking everywhere and trying to shy away from every look they perceived as too judging. Not a single word of Aizawa's pep talk managed to return to the front of their brain to cut through the fog of anxiety as they could feel every single pair of eyes of the audience study them in great detail. They all thought they were ready for the huge crowd scrutinizing them, but unfortunately they all had underestimated the sheer weight of all those eyes looking down on them. You know, for once I am glad nobody can see me, Toru admitted with a shaken voice and nervous laugh. I got it worse. I am bright pink so I am standing out too much instead. Mina answered. I thought you loved being the center of attention, Jiro asked. Do I like being noticed? Do I like this feeling of we will judge every single little thing you do? Not at all. She answered. Makes sense. They all were also wearing their hero costumes as well, updated just a week before the event so to have them shining new, ready and proper for the audience there and back home to see. Try to not make a fool of yourself, Momo said while looking straight ahead. Likewise, do not trip on your own feet. Ochako answered just as frosty. Does anybody want to SWCH places? Please. Shiro asked with a pleading tone. He was standing between the two women and hating every single instant of it. I can't see my Netta anywhere. Where is he? Kaminari asked, confused. Still in probation, The things they found in his room were even worse than we thought. Apparently he did manage to get a camera inside the girls' changing room. Luckily he still had to activate it, as he was caught right after installation. From what I heard, they are still deciding his fate, but for now he will sit this one event out. Tenya answered. That guy has issues, Sato answered, sighing. Nobody is that horny, maybe this is a medical problem. Toru added. I say we wait for the teacher's decision, it is not up to us. Mizo answered. What he did is a crime. Jiro hissed. Not saying it isn't. Just that we should wait before casting our own judgment. Here are Yaoyorozu and Uraraka, still biting each other's throat. A new voice said with a mocking tone from the incoming Class 1B. Usajiyama, both girls hissed as one. Please, just Rumi. We are friends after all. You are my future bridesmaids, we should get along. Rumi answered with a fanged smile. Bridesmaids? Momo asked, actually confused. Married. With whom? Ochako echoed soon after. And you need to ask who's gonna be the groom, the bunny girl answered with her smirk growing even wider and more savage. Never, both students of Class 1A roared once clear who was the supposed groom. I am usually all for antagonizing Class 1A, but this may be a bit too much, Monoma admitted, unsure. Of all the days there could be a feud. They had to choose this one where they will probably fight, Itsuka added with a sigh of misery. As fun as this is, and believe me, this is hysterical, it's finally time to start. So back straight and look professional because it's time for the opening speech. Nemuri interrupted any further talk by jumping in and playfully cracking her dubby. What? Sensei, you have a chocolate smudge on your nose? Mina said. Oh DMN. Sorry. That Sakura cupcake was just too good. The woman answered with a chuckle while wiping it off. And now I want one too. Toru answered with a long childish whine. Whatever. Move aside, I have a speech to give. Katsuki cut in with a smug look while marching towards the mic to address the crowd. Who the hell decided Bakugu was a good choice to give the welcome speech? Shiro exclaimed in shock. I am sure our teachers had a very good reason to do this, Mizo answered. With Izuku teacher's seats, Bakugo-san as the spokesperson. That's a strange decision, Izuku muttered with a raised eyebrow. It was actually randomized. To avoid favoritism. Ectoplasm answered. And you still added his name? He has a very bad personality and a hilariously short temper, but he has potential. He just needs to learn how to act human. If you are sure he can actually achieve that, Izuku answered, walking away. As he moved through the other seats to deliver his orders, he soon walked between the seats of the upper year students that were as well cheering and analyzing the younger years down the arena. Iken. Over here. It was then that he heard Nijire call him out, waving her arms wildly to catch his attention. Nijire-chan. The young chef answered, smiling wide, and hurrying towards her seat. He is here too. Tamaki really wondered how deep his friend's Mirio jealousy ran if now every male getting close to Nijire soured his mood that much. Don't be a Tamaki-chan, Mirio. It doesn't suit the next All Might. Just smile. Nijire answered, and while she said that with her usual smile, the jab hidden under it still cut deep enough Mirio almost bled for real. Please don't use me as an emotion. Tamaki begged with a groan. Good morning, how do you feel? Izuku asked once he finally reached their seats. Splendidly. I had some breakfast here, but while filling it could not match yours, not even close. Did you get something for me there? Nijire answered with an eager smile. Are you eating again? A girl sitting nearby shrieked. Mind your business, please. But yes, I am still peckish. As luck would have it, I do have something I made specifically for you. Izuku answered, smirking. Goody. Nijire answered with an excited smile. Down in the arena, under the worried eyes of students and teachers alike, Katsuki cleared his throat to give his speech. I won't go into a too long spiel as I don't need one. I just want to warn you all that you are going to waste your time looking at a bunch of extras giving their best to look decently prepared at the very least, so keep your expectations low and your mind very DMN open. He said with a very condescending tone. Just be gentle, They are still learning to not be useless, at least compared to myself, Katsuki said with a shrug. As for the other guys and girls here behind me, go at it and give your best. Just don't cry if I leave you behind in the dust, that is all. He finished saying, unaware of the doom he had just called upon himself from his very annoyed classmates. With Izuku, whatever they are doing to curb his ego, it's either slow burning or failing spectacularly. I hope it's just a case of the former, but knowing who is number 2 in the hero ranking, I don't exactly hold any hope. The young chef muttered while shaking his head. The clapping of the audience around him was awkward to the extreme, meaning that at least few people were sharing his doubts about the blonde's attitude. More surprising though was that quite a sizable slice of them actually sounded happy with such peculiar speech and clapped excitedly. Fans of Endeavor, probably. They seemed to like the cocky hero archetype. Nijire answered between mouthfuls of the gigantic bento box. Izuku recovered Fro Whitey's backpack for her. We have not been introduced yet. I am Mirio. Nice to meet you. Mirio chose that moment to get up from his seat and present his hand. Is he trying to assert dems or something? Izuku thought, unimpressed, once seen how the young man tried to accentuate his higher height and musculature compared to him. I am Izuku. So you are Mirio, finally we met. Plastering his nicest smile on his face, the young chef grabbed the hero student hand. Now, Mirio might have planned to squeeze the chef's hand a bit harder than intended as a joke, not because jealous or anything, just enough to make the guy's bones crack a little, nothing much. As a joke. What he did not expect was for the chef to return the gesture 100 times over, making the now sweating Mirio wonder if that was what it felt like to put his hand under a hydraulic press. He just knew, instinctively, that if Izuku squeezed just a fraction tighter then his hand would probably burst like a water balloon. I heard a lot of things from you. It's good to finally have a face to add to all that. Izuku, still smiling, did something to his hand Mirio even later will fail to explain it, and the young hero felt his own muscles become jelly, enough to force him back on his seat. Snort. Nijire's barely hidden laugh was just another searing hot blade piercing Mirio's back. Good things, I hope? Still, he was a future hero, so he showed a dazzling smile and gave a thumbs up. Not even in the slightest, and Izuku smashed that too, and while still sporting a sugar-sweet smile. Well, Tamaki liked that sound, honestly, it sounded hilarious, a mix between a sink getting unclogged and a bear getting a surprise PRCT exam with a telephone pole. But it doesn't matter, what's important is that Nijire recovered, he then added. That I did. Come on. Selfie. You too, Whitey and Shiro-chan. Nijire answered, and once grabbed Izuku in a one-arm hug that squished his head a little against her right melons, and caused Mirio's BLD pressure to spike dangerously high. She took a selfie with herself and Izuku and with Shiro looking straight at the camera and Whitey showing 2 victory signs salute behind them. Thank you, Iken. Nijire said, adding a truckload of salt to Mirio's wounds by kissing the chef's cheek. Think nothing of it. I really must go now. The event is about to start, Izuku answered. Sit with me then. I don't mind. Upon hearing that, Mirio's face took on a very worrying shade of red, and Tamaki was secretly finding everything too amusing. I don't think here is the first event, a nice obstacle course to warm our young heroes up and get their BLD pumping. Midnight declared to her own microphone while pointing at a giant door on a side of the arena. She then turned to look directly at the students. Heard that? It's about to begin. Sit here, you'll continue selling food later. Nijire decided for him, and with a surprisingly strong pull, she forced Izuku to sit on her lap so as to hug him from behind and lean her chin on his shoulder right next to Shiro's tiny head. Mirio was sure that the noise was one of his teeth shattering under the pressure of his clenching jaw, soon followed by a vein somewhere in his eyes bursting, because by the burning feeling coming from his orbs, he just knew they were both awfully bloodshot. There aren't many rules, what's really important is that you stay on the track, beyond that you are on your own. We will follow close behind you so people can watch what you are doing, so don't slack off. And don't you dare make us look bad either, I will personally punish whoever does that. In the meantime, Nemuri had finished her speech and moved everybody's attention to the faraway giant gate opening. Yes, the students answered as one. Well, I am at a good point of my mission objective. I can take a small pause. And she smells so nice, the young chef thought with a groan. There is a free seat over there. Mirio tried suggesting with a very forced smile. I am sure somebody will benefit from that, Mirio. Now hush, it's about to start. Nijire answered without even looking at him. She just kept rubbing her cheek against Izuku's over and over, and Mirio swore to God he knew. He was not jealous. Not at all. Those two are just friends, and Nijire was just being the childish and petty one between them, that is all. Down in the arena, good. That's the door you have to get through. In 3-inch Namuri said with a wild smirk, once seen every student's muscle tense to the breaking point. 2, she kept counting, prolonging the torture for her own twisted amusement. 1. The students were so tense they were about to explode. Go. At the Geo. Signaling, the students seemingly forgot every notion of self-control and clamored towards the exit, pushing and kicking, and in few cases even biting whoever stood in their way so as to be the first to get out. Katsuki was heard roaring as he pushed himself forward with a duo of explosions from his hands that propelled him towards the door and launched everybody else behind him flying back. A bit in the back, Aoyama lagged behind to keep an eye on Momo herself, barely hiding the sense of guilt for what he was about to do. I am sorry, Momo-san. I have to. My family, my life. Please forgive me. The young man thought in misery while looking at the tall young woman's determined expression. Why her, even? But what happened to have those monsters ask me to kill her by accident? What has her family done to have their daughter killed as a punishment? Aoyama wondered. Meanwhile, secret HQ of the League of Villains, pub. The truth behind the attack had actually nothing to do with All for One. It was merely a personal request of Shigaraki before his unfortunate encounter with Blackie, and since Kurogiri found Momo inconsequential in the grand scheme of their plans, he conceded the psychopathic manchild his wish, even just to make him shut up. And the smoky Nomu actually enjoyed a bit of murder from time to time. He only found it a pity that they had to pass it for an incident. All for One himself said it was still not the right time for another open attack of the League, so making it look like an accident was the only option left. Now both him and Dabi were looking at the live feed of the event thanks to UA's cameras plastered all over the field of the obstacle course. How's Himiko? Kurogiri asked. Still convulsing, I put a sock in her mouth so she won't bite her tongue off. Dabi answered. Good. Not that it would have been a great loss. Her voice is grating. Be nice, we need her quirk for our more covert operations. That is why you have me act all chummy with her. Just until she breaks and becomes more malleable, the Nomu answered with a shrug. Wouldn't it be easier to just rip her quirk out and make a Nomu with it? Dabi asked, lazily drinking from his glass and watching several students start assaulting the first obstacle of the event, a field full of robots. Nomus are for direct attacks and mayhem, they lack finesse. Kurogiri answered, knowing full well that the doctor said how a Nomu like him was just a one-time wonder they still could not replicate at will. And Himiko has finesse. We are drugging her and turning her into a psycho, Dabi asked, scoffing. Give her time, once we've rounded the edges she will be our perfect little spy, and even then, soon we will stop needing to act from the shadows, so her turning into yet another attack unit won't be a problem, on the contrary, with her quirk it will actually be a step up in her usefulness. Kurogiri answered. Bah. Whatever. As long as I get a shot at Endeavor, everything else is just collateral damages. Well said. By the way, how's Shigaraki? Dabi asked. He has finally started waking up. As soon as he is coherent again, I will tell him that the girl is dead like he wanted. It should placate him a little. He is getting really unhinged lately. What do you think happened? My guess is that he had a run-in with that dog again, Kurogiri answered, sighing. Still can't understand how a flea bag gets that strong, Dabi admitted, and unknown to him, the system heard him and relayed the moniker to Blackie. And the Lord Dog was not amused. Once we have dealt with the owner, that dog will be brought here for study. Its quirk may be what we need to further our goals. And Shigaraki said he wanted to eat that dog right after. Kurogiri answered. Dog soup, sorry but it doesn't sound appealing. Dabi admitted, gagging. It's more about revenge than taste. Don't worry, you won't have to eat that. DMN, Shigaraki has really lost it? He never was really sane to begin with, but just like Himiko, he has a role he is expected to fulfill. That rabid animal with disintegrating hands? Dabi asked with a raised eyebrow. He won't be rabid for long. The 2 beatings he got from a mere dog will actually help us to mold him. The lower his self-esteem is, the more receptive he will be to our leader's ideals. If you say so. Seems like our little traitor has finally found the opening to off the girl. Dabi said with an excited smile while pointing at the TV. Thank goodness, finally somebody is following the script. Kurogiri answered with a relieved sigh. Obstacle course. With Aoyama, the young hero student had been blasting robots left and right with his naval laser while secretly keeping tabs on Momo's movements, and once seen the girl move in a way that left one of the robots between them both in a way that could justify him not seeing her, he shot that robot with his strongest laser, putting in the shot every ounce of power he could muster. So the woman of my partner is once again in danger. Truly, you did a bad job at making those weaklings understand she is off limits. Shiro thought with an annoyed huff. What are you blabbering about? Blackie replied through the telepathic link opened by the Taotai. This esteemed Taotai is just annoyed you were so bad at scaring a weak bad guy wannabe that he now thinks he can send a pawn to kill my partner's woman. Luckily my esteemed persona is here to fix your messes. Finally this chef has somebody doing their job as security properly. Shiro answered with a haughty tone. You believe you are a big shot. Let this Lord Dog educate you on divine retribution then. Blackie roared in answer. This exchange was happening so fast that Aoyama's laser was still midway from even hitting the robot. Oh please. Just keep eating and sleeping. That is all you are good for. This esteemed Taotai will take care of this, Shiro said. You dare. My paw is even too much for this little thing, but if it is to shut you up, this Lord Dog will gladly show you how it's done. Blackie was now apoplectic with rage. And the laser had just now hit the robot and was starting to drill its way through it. Do not delude yourself, you do not have the skills for this job. Shiro answered. Your mother has not the skills to fondle my ball. I'll show you. As soon as the laser pierced through the robot with still enough energy to hit Momo and kill her on the spot, from a small black portal an exquisite black paw emerged, and at the same time, from a tiny white tear in reality a fluffy white paw as well made its appearance. Peace off, both Shiro and Blackie roared at each other while their paws slapped away the laser like nothing. From outside everything happened even too fast, something even the cameras failed to record it. An instant the laser was moving through the robot and towards Momo, and the next the thing had done in 180 and was sprinting back towards Aoyama at even higher speed. The system noticed this, and since the entity still needed the little spy of all for one for a last job, the young man was saved by the terrain seemingly shifting under him by itself to make him trip and fall an instant before the laser went reflected back by the 2 monsters, making the light sail above Aoyama's head just enough to burn off most of his hair but saving his life. Boom. Many students shrieked at the giant explosion happening right next to them, but luckily nobody got hurt. Please avoid killing the system's pawns before they have fulfilled their role. That boy is needed for just another job to help the host's advancement. Wait until after that if you have to kill him. The system warned them. Fine, both Shiro and Blackie answered, annoyed. Good, the entity said pleased. I will take my anger out on the ones organizing the attack then. Blackie declared, huffing. Pub of the League of Villains, lasers don't work like that. Come on. Dabi screamed in annoyance. Honestly. How can her good luck be that massive? The bloody robot reflected the laser. How's it possible? Kurogiri added, just as angry. A small black portal opened in front of them as an answer to that. What's that? Dabi asked. Oh no. Kurogiri instead recognized what was happening, and he felt fear mounting inside of him. Bounce for this lord, you fools! Blackie ordered aloud, and his exquisite paw patted downward. That playful-looking pat wrought havoc in the entire pub, as if a world-ending hurricane was right in front of the 2 villains, and while Dabi was merely sent waist-deep into the wall leaving only his legs dangling out, Kurogiri got hit way worse as the Nomo actually bounced up and down in a horrifying floor-ceiling fast rhythm for several times until he finally dropped down boneless, both arms and legs broken in various painful ways. Kurogiri. It's time for your weekly repper. What the hell happened now? The personal doctor of All for One, and the one acting as voice for the villain to the League, asked in disbelief once seen the absolute destruction that had befell the pub and the League members. With Izuku Sport Festival Arena, at the same time, oh god. Is everybody alright? Izuku asked in shock. Should be, they would have stopped the thing if anybody got hurt for real. While extreme, this is still an organized event, they do try to keep incidents to a minimum. Nijire answered, humming. That's a relief, the young chef answered, relaxing visibly. You're still sitting on her legs. Shouldn't you be out there selling stuff? Mirio asked. I really must go. Sorry, Nijire-chan, but I really have to go. Izuku answered with wide eyes and jumping to his feet to hurry away, closely followed by Whitey. Steamed buns. Spring rolls. Gyoza and baozi. Get your snacks here. Fresh from Green Cloud Restaurant and here for you. Steamed buns. Spring rolls. Gyoza and baozi. Immediately Izuku started again advertising his products and serving customers, soon leaving the students' area to move towards the other seats. You really had to, don't you? Nijire asked, annoyed. He has a job to do. You can talk with your friend whenever you want, now let him work in peace. Mirio answered, now smiling wide, even wider than usual. That's it. The first time me and Iken sleep together I am sending Mirio the full video. In 4K. Nijire thought in scorn, and a shiver of dread ran up Mirio's spine. With Izuku sharing his attention between his customers and the rest of the obstacle course, especially by watching and worry Momo and Ochako make their way through a gorge and then an actual minefield, the latter causing the chef to almost hyperventilate in worry once seeing the guy right next to Momo blew up in a thick cloud of flour. Each year they make a new challenge to keep it interesting, but don't worry, they are careful to not hurt the students, a near woman said. I was told that already, yes, he answered, sighing. Then relax, those kids are fine, the woman said with a gentle smile. I'll try. Later that day, students' seats, contestants' wing. The cavalry battle had been a mess. Katsuki had to admit it, he thought he was determined to win, but as soon as the thing started, he watched Momo and Ochako switch gear and go ballistic on everybody else, determined not to actually win, but just to rack more point than the other girl in their own feud. Then Rumi had come barreling through them like a tank, forcing Katsuki himself to go full throttle just to keep his name in first place since. Those three lionesses were out for BLD and he too risked being between the victims. Whatever talk those two had the night before they even did jack sheet, that was awfully clear. For God's sake, Momo had actually decked Katsuki in the eye when he tried to take her headband, and with a new black eye forming, the young hero student wondered how could Izuku manage a relationship with that living hurricane. How's the eye, Bakubro? Kirishima asked, worried. It has seen better days, he answered. Your victory means nothing. Rumi was heard growling from the sidelines. Oh, I believe it means a lot instead. Momo answered smugly. Katsuki had finished first, barely. Momo was second and just 2 points behind him. Ochako was third under Momo. Rumi was fourth under Ochako, by a single point. Pollock. Ochako hissed in contempt. Honestly, you are being ridiculous, Mina answered. If even Mina finds this too much, you know you are overdoing it. Tsuyu added, chuckling. Hey. Just saying that if even you, who love romance wars, find this ridiculous, then they are exaggerating. Jiro answered, snorting. It is not even my fault, Momo answered, indignant. Hard to believe it, seeing how you assaulted me, Ochako answered. It was well within the rules of the event, the other replied. Not to play devil's advocate, but yes, Momo-san actually followed the rules to a T. Except for the haymaker she delivered to Bakugu-san, Tenya answered. Faye. I barely felt it, Katsuki answered, mostly out of ego. This means FING nothing. Rumi growled. I-Q, a long animal whine echoed in the seats as the fluffiest, cutest thing they all had ever seen appeared from nowhere to jump on Momo's lap to look at her with big ice blue eyes. Oh my god. Toru, lover of all things fluffy, immediately fell in love with the animal. And who you may be? Momo asked, gushing. Q, the white cloud of fluff answered by climbing on her shoulders to wrap itself around her neck and even give a tiny lick to her cheek. No fair. I wanna pet it too. Mina's shriek was worthy of a kid throwing a tantrum. Me too. Me too. Please. Tura begged in need like a drag addict. Gimme. 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 Soon followed by Pony showing a needy expression. What a curious animal, Tenya commented. Shiro. Shiro, where are you? They all heard a panicked voice call out. That voice. Izuku. Momo answered, happy to see her boyfriend getting near them. Q. In answer, the small Taotai gave a long call that attracted the chef's attention. Shiro. Why did you run away? He said in relief once seen where his partner went. It's yours. Pony asked. He is Shiro, my new pet. Come on, come here. The chef answered, sighing. Q. Shiro answered while leaving Momo and returning to lie around Izuku's neck in a matter of seconds. This esteemed Taotai is even surpassing you as a wingman for my partner. Shiro sent to Blackie through a telepathic message filled to the brim in smugness. Oh, huff, the Lord Dog replied, scoffing. Sorry about this, he hardly ever leaves my side. I don't know why he suddenly rushed here. It's okay, what's important is that he was not in danger. Mizo answered, then he noticed the big backpacks he and Whitey had. What is that, he asked. I'm here to advertise my restaurant, and in the meantime I am selling some food, all snack versions of my normal menu. Izuku answered. Grew. Several stomachs immediately woke up at hearing that, and many faces burned red in shame. Please forgive us. Itsuka said, ashamed to near death. You can sell food to them too, send me the total, I will make sure to collect the money from them and send it to you once the event is over. Nizu had probably taken a second to compose that message, and Izuku once again wondered how something so small could be so scary. What? Kaminari asked. Mr. Nizu says I can sell food to you too, I will just need to take note of your orders and send him the total, he will then have somebody collect the money you owe me after the event, he answered, shrugging. I have a small list of what I brought along if you want to study it first. I can wait. Izuku said, turning to the side to show the long list of stuff he and Whitey offered printed there. Few names were crossed out to show they were no longer available. Can I pet Shiro-kun in the meantime? Please. Tura begged. Me too. Me too. Pony asked as well. Kyun. The small Taotai just gave a soft call and jumped towards the two girls by himself. Apparently he doesn't mind. Go on. Just be gentle. Thank you. The various girls interested in petting the Taotai answered as one. Are you others ready to order instead? Izuku asked. I believe so, but please follow just one rule. Do not overeat. The sport festival is not over yet. Tenya warned everybody after seeing the hunger shine in every student's eyes. 2 items max per person, nothing more. Itsuka added too much whining from the others. Commentator's booth, 10 minutes later, picking. Flourishing businesses are always a pleasure to see, Nizu said in amusement once seen the new message detailing the names of every student that had ordered food from Izuku and the total each one of them owed the chef. Good for him, I guess. Aizawa answered with an uncaring shrug, although still munching. Once done here there will be the fighting part, how are the kids holding up? Mike asked. Eating, chatting, glaring at each other in hatred. The usual. Power Loader answered once checked with a pair of binoculars. At least they will be motivated to give their best during the fights. As long as they do not try to kill each other. Aizawa answered. That is what you and Mike and Namuri down there acting as referee are here for, to avoid murder. Yaha. Nizu answered with a deranged laugh. Ah, yes, put all the responsibility on us. Hizashi answered, grumbling. It's one of the perks of being the boss. Nizu answered, smirking. Corridors of the arena, later that day, all things considered, for Shodo things had gone kind of smoothly, besides Katsuki there weren't many that could keep up with his ice quirk, and yet, During the preliminary fights he could still hear Endeavor demand him to use the fire the man knew Shoto had also inherited alongside the ice. "I'll be caught dead before using his fire," Shoto hissed finally with some emotion surfacing from his usual monotonous tone. "His fire? Doesn't sound right." The new voice made him WP around to look at the intruder, only to see Izuku accompanied by Whitey and the sleeping Shiro around his neck. "Sorry, I was looking for the bathroom and got lost. This place is a maze," the chef answered, sheepish. "I did get lost before." "Bathroom is that way," Shoto answered, pointing behind Izuku. "Oh, thank God. I'll be going then. Do you want a steamed bun?" Izuku asked out of the blue. That question surprised Shoto enough to stop abruptly and once again turn around to look at the chef. "A steamed bun. The very last, free of charge." Izuku answered, gently throwing the wrapped thing at Shoto in a soft arch. "What?" he asked once caught the thing. Somehow it was still pleasantly warm. "Throw it back." In answer, Izuku kept one hand palm up and looked at him expectantly. That request was strange, but still, the young hero student complied, and once again the steamed bun went flying and returned to Izuku's hand. And yet something was apparently amiss, since the chef walked closer to him while studying the wrapped thing with calculative eyes. "As I thought. It's yours, I can't take it back," Izuku finally declared, taking Shoto's hand in his and gently depositing the steamed bun in his open palm. "What are you? Do you know what I hate?" the chef asked. No. This continuous suching was starting to make Shoto feel dizzy. Wasted food, wasted ingredients, wasted opportunities. You are letting that fool Endeavor dictate what you can or cannot do with your powers. Izuku said. "You don't know anything." "No, I don't," the other answered, simply. "I don't because I never had a quirk to begin with. But I know that I am seeing somebody that by good or evil has been given the power to make a difference, and you are not fully using it. It's his fire, and I got it through his machinations." Shoto hissed. "I heard the rumors, although rumors imply that it can actually be false, but I do serve heroes, and thanks to them I know those are not rumors, but facts." "Then you also understand why I can't use his fire." "Does he daily infuse you in fire to charge your reserves?" "No, he can still use his quirk, so I guess he did not pass it to you." "A quirk can't be passed on like that, so your body produces that fire?" Izuku asked, once again interrupting him. "Yes, but then if your body creates it, and Endeavor in no way gives you his own, why do you keep calling it his fire?" he asked. "Because it comes from him. Because he wants me to use it to surpass all might and say he did it." "So you will surpass all might and Endeavor will celebrate it as his success. Is your father so pathetic he needs reflected glory to feel better about himself?" Izuku asked. "You would be surprised at how low he would step to appease his ego." Shoto answered, bitterly. "You do know instead. In detail." "Unfortunately yes." "And you still play along?" Izuku asked. "I remind you that the mighty Endeavor was reduced into a wreck by a mere spicy dish, cooked by a quirkless he challenged just because Whitey stripped and threw out his sidekick Burnin. If I could stand up to him with just some tofu and chili sauce, why can somebody like you who can summon ice and fire on command, cannot? You are limiting yourself out of spite, and at the same time inflating his ego by calling your own fire his, further feeding his delusions." Izuku asked with crossed arms. "You inherited his fire quirk?" "Yes. That is undeniable. He gave you his fire, but that fire is now yours, he can't take it back. Just like I gave you that steamed bun and I can't take it back anymore. You are free to throw that food away, squash it under your feet or just leave it to the side forgotten, just like that fire you have inside. But then, what do you gain from this? I gave away the last bun I had lying around my backpack and Endeavor gets bragging rights on your results. We both win, but what about you?" the chef asked. "What about me?" "You are helping Enji to stand on a pedestal he has no rights to stand on. You are helping him cast his shadow over you by willingly choosing to not walk out of it. Surpass all might, surpass Endeavor and be your hero. You are nobody's ticket to the top beside yourself, throw Endeavor's words back at him. It is not your fire. It's mine. My fire. Never yours. My fire, Shoto muttered, still looking at the small wrapped bun in his hands. We are not our parents, nor we are an extension of them. We are our own person, their sins and accomplishments should never fall on us, and the same happens in reverse. You just need to remember this yourself and to remind Endeavor over and over again, no matter how many times you have to repeat it. Izuku said while walking away from the hero student. And what about this? Shoto asked, showing the retreating chef the wrap. Were you even listening to all I said? It's your steamed bun now, just like it's your fire, Todoroki. Izuku answered, smirking, and with the robot in tow, he disappeared behind the corner. My bun. My fire, Shoto muttered, absent-mindedly unwrapping the thing to eat it on his way to the arena for his fight. It was not soba, but for some reason that little thing tasted liberating. With Izuku, I guess I should thank you. Endeavor asked once accosted Izuku as soon as the chef walked away. I would prefer you don't. Izuku answered coldly. That would imply I did this for you, but I did it for Shoto instead. Still, he needs to use his fire, Enji-sen. It never was yours to begin with, and you know it. I don't understand where this mania of yours for stealing your son's accomplishments has come from, and frankly, I don't care. I just saw a customer in need of help, and as a chef, I am honor-bound to offer a good dish and a gentle word or two to ease their plight. Is that your excuse? He is a customer. Enji asked. I did give him a steamed bun. Technically speaking, yes he was. Izuku answered with a grin. You still decided to stick your nose in matters that didn't belong to you, the man growled out. Are you challenging me again, Enji-sen? The chef asked. There is no spicy tofu saving you this time. Endeavor answered, and even with the serious tone he used, that answer would still sound ridiculous to whoever heard him. Wanna bet I can defeat you with a finger instead? Izuku answered with a way too kind smile. Don't be ridiculous, you are Quirkle Sunyata. Izuku muttered while jabbing his index finger hard into Endeavor's stomach. That hit harder than expected, but I barely felt it rumble. Sunyata, Sanskrit usually translated as devoidness, emptiness. I apologize for the use of such a philosophical term for a knocking attack that forces the victim's bowels to empty violently. I am sorry. Enji's smug answer died on the notes of his stomach, giving just a single alarm signal echoing in the entire corridor like a faraway rumbling thunder. Then his complexion became ashen and he started sweating hard. No. W.I. The invincible pro-hero number 2 howled in misery as he desperately dove for one of the bathroom stalls in a painful encore of the last time he challenged Izuku in anything. I thought you learned your lesson and stopped challenging chefs. Izuku, entering the place more leisurely, asked with a sing-song tone. Why? Why did you do this to me a second time? Why? Endeavor cried out in despair as once again violent and loud trumpeting noises thundered all around him. Don't blame me. You asked for it by bullying whoever doesn't agree with you. Well, I'm off. That attack will last a good 2 hours, non-stop, have fun. Having finished his own business, Izuku gave a last farewell and promptly escaped before the fumes could actually reach him. No, wait. I am sorry. Cancel this thing. Please. Aowa. Unfortunately for the now crying Endeavor, his pleas will fall on deaf ears. He was truly alone in his misery. With Izuku, after the sport festival closing ceremony, congratulations to the host for completing his mission. For selling all the units of food required, the Mellow Cola has been officially unlocked and added to the restaurant stock. Congratulations. The system alerted Izuku as soon as he walked out of the stadium with Whitey behind him and every backpack now empty and carefully folded into a bag in the robot's big hand. It was a good show. I am happy Shoto-san got first place. Maybe coming second will help Bakugo-san learn a bit of humility, Izuku admitted with a sigh. Momo had lost badly against Tokoyami instead, same going for Ochako against Katsuki. He had his hands quite full in consoling both distraught girls, especially with how hard they were crying and feeling disappointed in themselves. It gave him the opening he needed to invite Momo and her parents to his restaurant at the closing hours after dinner. but doing so while watching her tear-stained eyes did not make him feel any good about it. Rumi was nowhere to be seen instead. I fear that third place was too low for a prideful girl like her, but it's not her fault for actually not knowing Shoto could actually use fire too. Was it my fault she lost? Izuku wondered aloud with a sigh. He did feel partly responsible for her defeat. Wayeg. To the chef's surprise, Tenya of all people blurred past him at high speed thanks to his quirk, and the young man's face betrayed a deep sense of guilt and pain. Even for that single instant, Izuku managed to look at him before the hero student disappeared from view. He looked upset. Maybe he too hoped to win more fights. Izuku asked aloud to nobody in particular. I hope he will get better soon, he is a nice guy. He then declared with a sigh. All things considered, besides the very important talk he will have with his girlfriend, her parents and his parents, the day had gone fairly smoothly. He did his job, sold his food and met some familiar faces for some friendly banter. Really, he could get used to a nice life without problems. Pet. It was when Izuku had reached his restaurant that the soft sound of small bare feet running on the street reached his ears and a small kid girl dove for his arms. "PP, please help me." The poor kid begged with a very weak voice. She was barely dressed in a dirty rag acting as a dress, had both arms and legs covered in dirty bandages that still left numerous scars visible, and beside the solitary horn on her forehead, she looked extremely underfed. "It's okay, I am here. Get in. I have some food and a warm bath with your name on it." All those things immediately made both hero and chef sides of Izuku's brain flare to life, and with extreme care he took the kid in his arms and took her inside the restaurant. "I am Izuku Midoriya," he asked with a soft voice so as not to scare her further. "Eri. And my name is Eri," the kid answered, still looking scared out of her mind with how much she was shivering. "It's okay, Eri-chan. You are safe now," Izuku answered while the door locked itself behind him. One could have said that Izuku had jinxed himself earlier, but considering who he was, his sponsor and the overall security inside and outside the restaurant, it could be argued that it was instead overhaul the one victim of bad luck, as he will soon learn on his own skin. PAINFULLY make time. Dimensional Recipe Hunt Episode 3, Vegetable Soup and Strawberry Sundae. City, night. A very tall wolf with pale fur and wearing a student uniform was breathing loudly while running through the streets of the shadier part of the big city as fast as his legs could carry him. "Her scent. That way," he growled while moving on all four to gain just that tiny bit of extra speed while turning a corner. His beloved Haru. Kidnapped again. What was her problem? How did she manage to always attract kidnappers like a DMN magnet? He had promised to become strong and protect her, but if that tiny rabbit kept attracting mad carnivores and Legosi knew he wouldn't just become white-furred, he would go dim bald. To his surprise, a giant guy, a brown bear, just flew past him once he passed through a small rusted gate to finally find his girl, and when he checked the flying guy's trajectory in reverse to see who sent the 500 or so kilograms of bear fly with an utterly destroyed face and skull, he saw something. It wasn't very tall, 5 feet 3 inches maybe. Maybe slightly taller but not by much. For less. No, it had some very scarce fur on its arms, none on the face and a wild mane on top of its head, and somehow that fur was naturally green instead of dyed. Legosi smelled no chemicals from it. Green lively eyes, smell of a male. A fur-less monkey. No, he did not have a tail. The scent he had was very unique too. What the young wolf saw though was that strange guy grab a hyena by the mandibles and force them closed with one hand and chop the guy on the neck with the other hand hard enough the hyena fell unconscious instantly. The strange thing then threw the hyena behind him on a pile of unmoving carnivores, then the lion guy attacked. "I'll eat you." Legosi heard the guy scream in enough rage and madness the young wolf's fur stood to an end. Bodhi-pestle, the strange being replied by, somehow, enlarging his entire arm and fist to twice the sizes of his attacker's entire body and punched the lion with a loud booming sound and the clear chorus of shattering bones and teeth before the giant carnivore became a living bullet that flew against the wall and threw the thing like it was paper instead of concrete and bricks. "Troublemaker. Cease your attack or you shall be stripped as an example to others." It was then that Legosi saw the thing's companion. A robot, straight out of a sci-fi novel, with a chubby belly and a big round head adorned only by two big round eyes easily fighting off 3 or 4 carnivores at a time. Each punch of the metallic puppet destroyed the attackers that went then stripped down to their boxers, for some reason. Those two strange guys were fending off an entire band of crazed carnivores by themselves, and between the two Haru was on her knees with the few rags left of her school uniform barely covering her virtue. Curiously, she was holding in her arms a strange creature resembling a snow-white fox, but whenever Legosi tried to meet the small thing's eyes, his instincts begged him to run away screaming to avoid death. It was then that he realized it. Those two strange things were protecting Haru, and he would be dead if he did not help them. Haru. With a scream, the young wolf joined the fight by tackling to the ground a young cheetah to start grappling with him. Legosi, Haru yelled, afraid. Friend of yours? Izuku asked while snapping like a twig the arms of the pitbull dogman that tried grabbing him on a bear hug. And my boyfriend, the young dwarf bunny replied. Very well. Whitey, help him. The young chef ordered, suching from brute strength to knocking to really start piling up bodies. Thump, 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 thump. Under the shocked eyes of those criminals, the young chef picked up speed and each tap of his fingers downed one of their fighters, no matter where he poked them. Forehead, neck, back, chest, or stomach, one attack and the victim would fall down unconscious. Understood, the robot in the meantime either slapped or punched its targets, and those poor fools would get sent tumbling down the floor like toys no matter their weight or sizes, and then as an added insult get roughly undressed to their boxers / tighty-whities right after and then thrown into a random dumpster nearby. Troublemaker? Whitey said, easily grabbing the cheetah Legosi was rolling on the floor with by the neck to shove him against the wall with enough strength the guy's head dug a hole in it. The poor cheetah did not stand a chance. Stripe. Why strip them? Legosi blurted out, even if his eyes were still glued on the cheetah's teeth that had remained stuck deep into the wall from the previous impact. Disciplinary stripping is essential. Troublemakers are always stripped as an example to others. The robot replied while dumping the hopefully still alive naked cheetah guy into a dumpster with the others. That guy is a monster. The robot is a maniac. Ruin. Finally, survival instinct made its presence known, and as soon as one of the criminals said that, everybody else took the hint and scampered away fast. Of the 24 that had started attacking Izuku and Whitey as soon as the chef stopped their leader from abusing of Haru, only 4 or 5 actually managed to escape, just enough to tell the legend of a mysterious fur-less creature with freakish strength and accompanied by a robot. They are gone, finally. Yoings? Izuku asked while Shiro-kun the ancestral Taai returned to lie around his neck like a scarf and soon fall asleep. Wise. Haru answered with a shaken voice. Haru, the young wolf yelled as he ran to hug her. Legosi, the dwarf rabbit answered, breaking down in tears while hugging him with all her strength. Were you helping her? He asked. Well, I saw that guy tear off her clothes. And I felt the need to show him how little I appreciated that. Izuku answered with a nervous smile while pointing at a bundle of bruised flesh that was probably a wolf once, although now it looked like something had chewed him a couple times before spitting him out. The guy was barely breathing, so while still alive, the poor bastard was now probably wishing for somebody to put him out of his misery. You did that? Legosi asked with his ears pinned down low. I kind of went heavy-handed. Sorry, he admitted. I would have done the same. We better move though. If others arrive the situation will be complicated to explain. The young wolf said. Right? This way. I have a room in a hotel in a more polite part of town. Izuku signaled them to follow him, and without many other options, both Dwarf Rabbit and Wolf followed him and his robot. Oh, the penthouse, 1 hour later. Here, some tea to help you relax? Izuku said while handing a mug to the bunny girl. Thank you. Haru answered, accepting the thing with a small voice. She was also wearing a spare shirt of the chef that was actually big enough to reach slightly below her knees, almost like a loose dress. She also found the words, spare shirt written on the front kind of amusing. Your sponsor takes good care of you. Legosi admitted, impressed, while drinking his own mug of tea. Yes, let's say they had to apologize for a couple mishaps that happened in the past, the young chef answered. So you are traveling the world to learn new recipes, the wolf asked. Worlds, plural. From where I come from, most of you are ingredients. Here instead my race does not exist. I was sent here because since animals have a full-blown society here, you developed different recipes that utilize fruits and vegetables to cover for a carnivore's need to consume meat for sustenance. Izuku explained. Worlds. It would explain why I never heard about humans, not even while surfing the net after meeting you. Legoshi admitted with a sigh. I am just glad I did not take Nijire-chan or the others with me this time. One human already attracts too much attention, Izuku replied, sighing. I am talking with an alien. When I was a kid I imagined my meeting with one being different. Haru admitted with a small chuckle. Sorry about that. Izuku answered, chuckling. Well, you and your bodyguard saved me, so I am not mad, she replied. Thank you for that, Legoshi added. I am a chef that once dreamed to be a professional hero. I still have the drive to help whoever is in need, either by filling their stomachs or to protect them from harm, he answered with a sad smile. I don't know what your planet wants from a hero, but seeing you knock down a bear with a single punch while being less than half their size would be enough here. Legoshi said, trying to cheer up their strange new friend. It was nothing. It was something instead. You saved me. I want to return the favor. Haru, no, not that way. I don't do that anymore. She then answered with a red face. What way? The young chef asked, confused. Nothing, nothing. Legoshi answered, coughing nervously. I meant helping him with his recipe hunt, the dwarf bunny said. Really? Yep. I will introduce you to the cooking club in our school. They know lots of recipes, one of which their prized strawberry sundae they make at every school event. I am sure Legoshi can talk them into sharing some knowledge. Why me? The young wolf asked. They seem to like you a lot while on the contrary not a single one of them likes me, and you know why. Haru replied with a frown. Alright, I'll take care of it. Maybe Jack can share some recipes from his mother's repertoire, he always says she is a great cook. Thank you. Izuku answered elatedly. The next day, cooking club school. I think I got it. Here is my version of your strawberry sundae recipe. Izuku said with a small proud smile once put the last strawberry slice on top of the whipped cream, and completing another piece of art that will join his repertoire back home. While he did that, though, the members of the cooking club had each finished trying the vegetable soup they taught him how to prepare, and they were all now looking at him with a hard-to-fathom light in their eyes. Luckily the club leader clarified their intentions by jumping Izuku with a feral and needy yowl. Please stay. Join our club. Everything you want you can have it. Even me. You can have me as well. Just stay. The young female student, a striped cat with gray fur and a very slim waist, begged while latching onto Izuku's leg with both her arms. Legoshi-san. You said they were not insane. The young chef shrieked in horror. Tabitha-san normally is very stoic. I don't know why she is acting like that. The young wolf replied, unnerved. That may be because your strange friend just watched them cook each recipe once and then immediately replicated them both, but better. Legoshi's friend Jack replied while trying to pry the catgirl away from Izuku's leg. I think Mr. Midoriya simply rewrote a few laws of physics too while cooking. That didn't help either. Juno added from the sidelines, she like many others attracted by the noise of the cooking club begging the young chef to stay in a chorus of crocodile tears. I wasn't even going that fast. Izuku replied while hiding behind Whitey. You did the work of 10 people to cook for all of us. Alone. Another member of the cooking club answered with a shriek. Yeah, that was pretty much a snail pace, he muttered to himself. Unfortunately he was in a school of animals. They all had DMN sharp ears. A deep silence fell in the corridors at that. Izuku, Legoshi and Jack said as one while their legs' muscles already tensed once they felt the rising tension around them. Just run. Grabbing the young chef under his arm, Legoshi gave an awe-inspiring sprint and started running away followed by Jack and his other friends. Catch him! Tabitha the catgirl yelled, making the members of her cooking club hurry to chase the escaping group. Why does this keep happening? I just want a simple life as a chef. Izuku, finally free to run with his own legs, cried out while helped by Legoshi and the others to escape. Izuku was looking in apprehension as the young girl Eri that had dove for his arms the previous night and all but fallen unconscious as soon as he brought her inside his restaurant was being looked over by Recovery Girl, Detective Tsukachi and a young woman from the Child Protection Office's Saito Yaoyorozu took along, and poor Eri was going along the entire thing only thanks to the surprisingly strong hold her petite hand had on the chef's. It may be strange to say it, but you actually did well in calling us before feeding or even washing her, Recovery Girl said while gently studying the girl in Izuku's arms. Eri had been issued a kid's set of BR and panties to hide her modesty and let the others give her a full body checkup, and the fact that the kid couldn't even recognize what those things were was already a big red flag for those experts. Malnutrition is evident, not just with how easy it is to count her ribs, she is severely underweight, and those scars are surgical, meaning that somebody actually removed pieces of her body and had those regrow too fast for them to fully heal properly. Just as the kid herself told us. The healing hero muttered while jotting down notes. The sheer amount of dirt on her skin goes beyond what a child can achieve, same goes for the old sores under her feet. Even her skin is way too pale under the layer of old dirt covering her, skin like this looks like she never saw the sun at all. This is such a clean-cut case of mishandling and uncaring of a child's well-being it's almost comical, in a very twisted sense. The woman from Child Protection added, frowning. She says her father did this, and I cannot detect lies, even if this level of disregard for one's child looks nearby insane, as if done on purpose out of hatred. Tsukachi was there to record everything to use against the Chisaki guy Eri said was her father. About that, are we sure he is actually her father? Izuku asked. I know it's hard to believe, but out there are bad parents, Mr. Midoriya, the woman from Child Protection answered, sighing in dismay. Can't we try all the same? Please. Izuku asked. He could not tell them the system suggested the DNA test, so he had to tread carefully. We will need to find this Chisaki first, and no records about him seem to come out in any search I do, just like the kids, as if she simply popped into being out of nowhere one day. Tsukachi answered. That also worries me. There is a chance the kid didn't get all the mandatory shots, even if with all the surgery she has been subjected to could imply at least some when administered just to keep her healthy, for whatever reason they needed to work on her like a glorified butcher and so did the absolute minimum to keep her alive. But I will need a BLD sample both for those tests and the DNA match to give a proper report. Recovery Girl said. No. Eri yelled while hugging Izuku tighter and burying her face in his shoulder. It's okay, I am here, the chef muttered gently while gently patting her head. Needles hurt. I don't wanna. I done. Recovery Girl said with a wide smile and proudly showing the BLD sample she took. The kid asked in wonder. I am good, dearie. I am very good. The pro hero said in smug pride. Oh. Eri clearly seconded that notion with the odd look he gave. The woman. I think we took enough notes and pictures and samples of young Eri to build a case. You can actually wash and feed her now, she deserves it. Tsukachi declared, receiving nods from the two women. Just don't work your magic yet on her scars. Wait after we are done skinning alive Hurt's father for this. Recovery Girl added with a wink. So she can stay with me? Izuku asked. It is a special situation, as the kid latched onto you and seems unwilling to let go, but I checked your apartment all the same and can testify it being safe for a kid her age, as long as you keep her out of the kitchen. For the foreseeable future I see no reason to not leave her here. You sure your mother won't mind staying over to help watch over her as you work? The woman from Child Protection answered. She was even too happy about it, honestly. Izuku admitted. Okay then. Give her a bath, something nice to eat and wear then, and please keep her safe. She answered. Have no fear, nobody will hurt her, he promised. Good. Then I say we can leave young Eri with her new friends and go preparing for the case against her dad. All okay with this? Tsukachi asked. No issue for me. Me neither, Recovery Girl added. Good, we'll be on our way then, the detective answered, personally accompanying the two women outside and towards the parking lot. I'll be going too, Izuku, Saito said. Thank you for the help. I don't know how I could have helped Eri otherwise. Thank God you had the brainwave to tell me to not immediately fix her up. Izuku admitted, sighing. We needed them to see how badly she was treated first, otherwise that animal could have had an easier time forcing you to hand her over, the other answered. I understand. And thank you for all those gifts too. I didn't expect you to go this far when I asked for something decent for Eri to wear. Iya, when you called me Ray-chan was right next to me and heard everything. Those several bags of clothes for little Eri are just a small part of all the things she demanded me to bring. Ray-chan went a bit overboard in shopping, but at least clothes and toys won't be a problem for a while. Saito admitted sheepishly. Thank you, Saito-san. It's okay, it is for a good cause, and remember to come here tonight, it's important. Izuku said with a sigh. Whatever revelation you have to make, it's clearly weighing on your conscience. Are you really that afraid? The man asked, worried. Yes. I want this weight off my shoulders, but I am also scared. Izuku admitted, and to his surprise Eri hugged him hard as a show of support. Thank you, and he answered, touched. You really look nice together, take care for now. I'll see you again tonight. Saito answered with a warm smile before leaving the two alone. Let's go, Eri-chan. A warm bath, some new clothes and a bit of food. Then off to bed for a nap. Izuku declared while taking the girl to the flat above. Okay, the kid answered with a meek tone. With Tsukachi police force offices, later that day, once closed in the privacy of his personal office, the detective locked the door and called his chief through the internal, secure line of the department. Yes. I think I may have a lead on the precepts of death case. Tsukachi said. I am listening. The chief answered with a low whisper himself, giving the detective his full attention and leaning slightly forward even if talking on the phone. Maybe we have the perfect bait to draw Overhaul out of whatever hole he is hiding in, he answered. Later, still, Green Cloud Restaurant, lunch hour. Eri had thought that going to bed again was a bad idea, but that thought lasted until after Izuku gave her a warm bubbly bath and filled her stomach. She was already about to pass out again when the chef was still gently brushing her hair after the bath, and by the time she was in her new kittens-themed pajama, her eyes were already half-lidded and she all but fell unconscious once her head hit the pillow of her new bed right next to Izuku's. Good evening, sweetie, the gentlewoman named Inko, Izuku's mom, said as soon as she saw Eri wake up several hours later, finally refreshed. Hi. The kid muttered with a soft voice while hiding her face under the covers up to her eyes. Did you sleep well? Inko asked. Ahoo, she muttered in answer. That is very good. You already look better. Where is Izuku? Eri asked. He is working downstairs. Do you want to go see him? Inko asked. See, can I? Of course. Do you want to go now? Please, the kid begged. But let me help you get dressed and we will go. The woman answered, picking the girl up in her arms and walking towards the bathroom. Thank you. Some fast freshening up and brushing, and an adorable red dress matching the kid's eyes, and Eri was gently helped down the stairs and into the main room of the restaurant, all the way to a chair high enough to help her look beyond the counter where the cash register was, and with a very comfortable cushion for her to sit on. Kyun, immediately, Shiro jumped on Eri's lap to both protect her and still keep an eye on the room at the same time. And the kid clearly loved the fluffy Taoya's attentions, and if this helped his partner's new child relax and feel safe, then Shiro will gladly let her pet him. Hi, Shiro. Eri muttered, hugging the thing a little and then setting to just gently pet his head from time to time. Relax, child. This esteemed Taotai will protect you just as he protects his partner, your new father. Shiro thought in pride. For the pro-heroes presents, and the few vigilantes hiding among them while clad in their civilian attire, the kid that appeared from the side door was a big novelty, but as a testament of their professionalism, legal or otherwise, they kept their mouths shut about it, especially once noticed the kid looking at all of them in apprehension and only showing random sparks of relief whenever Izuku happened to be in her line of sight. Did you sleep well, Eri-chan? The chef finally asked once free enough to walk near the counter to address the kid. Oh. Eri nodded, still trying to appear even smaller than she already was by hunching on herself. I know seeing all these people is scary, but don't worry, I promise I will protect you, and if not me, Shiro-kun and Whitey will keep you safe too, the young chef said. Kyun, the ancestral Taotai, gave a soft whine in answer, and even Whitey appeared briefly from the kitchen to flash her a thumbs up. I will help too. Ochako as well offered her help, happy to see Izuku show her a grateful look. Me and Eri-chan will start our lessons then. If we need help, we will ask Ochako or you Iken. Inko answered. Sure, both teens answered. Thank you. Eri said as well. Inko had decided she would teach Eri how to read and write after discovering, to the group's horror, that the kid had been taught next to nothing, so while the girls slept, both Inko and Rei Yayorozu had raided any bookstore they could find to gather enough material to help young Eri, with both mothers electing themselves as the kids' teachers. Okay, I will bring her some bunny-shaped slices of apple to snack on while studying then. Call me if you need. Izuku answered, patting Eri's head. Ahoo, the kid answered, nodding. I'll go back to the kitchen, Izuku said, pleased, and then returning to his domain. Ochako too returned to work, although with her mind wandering to a peculiar meeting she had the night before. UA Alliance Dormitories, Ochako's room. Last night, Ochako was pacing about her room in a restless state, and checking her door maniacally every 5 minutes to make sure it was closed just to avoid Momo barging inside again. She's late, the girl said after checking her phone again. Open the window so I can come in. She saw the message she was waiting for finally appear on her screen, and with anxious steps she all but flew to her window to throw it open and let Nijire float silently inside. Glad to see you open to talk, the older student said with a wide smile once she sat on Ochako's bed and watched the girl close both the window and drapes. You accosted me before the sport festival and demanded me to give you my number and then told me in no certain terms we had to meet here tonight right after the festival. What do you want? Ochako asked. You have a crush on Iken, don't you? Nijire asked in lieu of an answer, smirking amused at the other girl's sputtering. Why, you know that already, she said, frowning. And you need any help possible to defeat Rumi and Momo, isn't it? Nijire pressed on, and at each step she took towards Ochako, the other girl took one back, until the gravity heroine found herself pressed against the wall with the older student looming over her with both Nijire's hands pressing HRD on the wall at both sides of Ochako's head. I can help you remove those two obstacles if you want. For a price. Nijire whispered with her face an inch from Ochako's. Their noses were almost touching. I thought you were the overly friendly, always smiling girl with no mean bone inside. That works in anime, but I am a real person, way more complex than that, the other answered. It may have been a trick of the light, but Nijire's eyes had a very sinister and literal glow to them now that paired with the fangs in her smile gave her a very predatory look. You said your help has a price. What price is it? Ochako asked. I want Iken. I want you and me to share Iken. A nice, romantic, fulfilling and lewd love triangle, just for the three of us. Nijire whispered hotly in the girl's ear while a finger of her hand traced Ochako's jawline. Essa share. I find both you and Iken irresistible, and I want you both. That same finger now moved to draw featherlight circles around Ochako's belly button once sneaked under the girl's pajama. I don't swing that way, Tako said weakly. Kaya. Unfortunately, as soon as Nijire gave a light bite to her earlobe, the gravity hero released an adorable squeak. I can be a great ally, Aken. You saw it already, how easy it was to stand up to Momo after following my suggestions. You saw how surprised she was at seeing a girl she thought she had scared away return full force and become a great threat. I can become a threat just as big to you, but why add another rival for Iken's affection when we could just as easily share? And there is a lot to share. A lot. Lots and lots, Aken. So much you won't even know what to do with all that wealth. Or would you prefer me siding with Rumi instead? Nijire answered, still whispering into Ochako's ear close enough her full lips faintly tickled the girl's ear. And Ochako answered immediately, afraid of what two such bombshells could achieve if they joined forces to stuck her beloved chef. So we have a deal? Nijire asked with a wide smile while stepping back, reverting into the peppy persona she was practically famous for. Can I have some alone time with him from time to time? Ochako surprisingly turned very businesslike once freed from the wall. Of course, while three-way dates are fun and threesomes are kawaii and exciting, A girl also needs some romance too. We will have equal share and personal time to spend alone with him in equal measure. We three each will have time for ourselves too. We won't be attached at the hip. If I do this, you won't side with Rumi or Momo, right? Ochako asked. Of course. And you won't try to keep Izuku all for yourself, yes? She then asked. Absolutely. Nijire answered. Then I am in. Goody. Then tomorrow go to work as if nothing is out of ordinary, and when I will call you, you need to come to the restaurant after the closing hours. I will talk to Aizawa-sensei to let you come. It's very, very important. Important? Fundamental if you want this to work. I'll be there then. Ochako promised, eyes finally ablaze in determination. I will count on that. For now I will go, good night. Nijire answered, patting the other girl on the shoulder and opening the window. Don't betray me, Hato-san. I won't forgive you. Ochako warned her. Don't worry. We will all be happy by the end of this. Nijire answered with a thumbs up and then flying away. I really hope so, Ochako muttered while closing the windows and getting ready to sleep. My God, this is more complex than I thought. Sometimes I wonder if it's worth it. Nijire thought with a sigh of dismay. Back to the present, not too far from the restaurant, in an isolated alleyway, Rumi was still idly kicking the wall hard enough to leave small holes in it. Damn it. That bastard had to use fire all of a sudden. It threw off my strategy. Why did he decide to pull that trick out of his but only during our fights? God, I am so angry. I even missed the closing ceremony, but if I went there I know I would have strangled that bastard. But not everything was a failure as big as that. Several pro heroes offered her internship, like the dragon hero Ryukyu, Night Eye himself, and many others. Way more than the explosion maniac and the bi-elemental shitlord. She won in that regard. And, thanks to her partner in crime, with a bit of acting she will now get to hug her favorite chef and get comforted by him. She rehearsed her lines and found the cringe enough memory to summon some tears too. Was it a dirty tactic? Maybe, but she was a girl in love and she knew boys like to be there for a girl in need. Luckily he was a good guy, not a nice guy, those were always bad news. A pity Uraraka is also there, but beggars can't be choosers. Good, I have calmed down. Let's get to it. Rumi said to herself once finished drilling several holes in the wall by kicking, she had finally burned through her annoyance. Whistling a jaunty tune, the bunny girl entered the restaurant, said hi to the guests already there, marveled at Eri being the new addition to the restaurant, flipped Ochako off with her middle finger and sat at a free table so to flash a tear-stained smile to Izuku as soon as he came to see who took the table. Hey, you okay? The chef asked with a gentle smile. I'll be, Rumi answered with a depressed tone. It was truly perfect acting. Or was it? You were amazing, you know. Yeah, but I lost to that Kaderi a-hole, she answered, bitter. It was a very close call though, you really came close to winning. But I still lost. Can I help you feel better in any way? Izuku offered. Carrot cake. Rumi said. I do have some. With you feeding it to me personally. The girl added, hopeful and with her ears pinned down. Ochako's hiss was soft and full of hatred, and luckily Izuku didn't hear it, or at least decided to ignore it for the time being. Just for this time. Izuku conceded with a sigh. Thank you. You don't need to, I will bring it to her and she will eat it like everybody else does, no sense ignoring the customers for this. Mind your business, Uraraka. Rumi hissed with burning eyes. Girls, please don't argue. I will be back soon with the cake, Rumi. The young chef answered, sighing and then leaving the two girls to themselves. What are you planning? Ochako asked once sure he was back in the kitchen. Stuckton. I want him to recognize that between me, you and Miss Big Melon's brain I am his soulmate. Rumi answered, defiant. This is a battle you can't win, Rumi-san. Ochako answered. And let's hear what can you offer that I can't? Exactly that. I'm not treating this like a challenge or a battle. I am not offering something, I am honestly attracted to him and I believe we can be happy together. I don't need to offer something or be a good investment. I am trying to have a love story, not a transaction. You both keep treating me as if I was some beach that just wants to get him as if he was a toy. It must feel good. I am just the horny rabbit that wants a quick F and decided to try getting in the breathes of the boy you, warriors of true love, are interested in just for some game. I too believe in romance, but I will pursue it my way. I just find it insulting that you are so full of yourself to believe only you can love somebody for real. Yes, I find him attractive, but I still want the full package, romance and section. The only difference between me and you two thirsty lunatics is that at least I am honest about it. Rumi declared. You dash, so this is official, the three of us are really rivals for the same man. Fair enough. Once again Momo seemed to materialize behind Ochako as if she was the girl's personal nightmare. Was there ever any doubt? Rumi challenged her. Not really, but hearing you admitting once again you are out to get him for real and concrete reasons sealed the deal. Can't say it does good to my self-esteem. Momo answered. If you can't take the pressure, just walk away then. A war of love is not for the faint of heart? Rumi answered, scoffing. Never. Ochako and Momo answered in chorus. From an isolated table, Nijire seemingly kept scrolling on her phone while eating the slice of cake Izuku had just brought her. In truth, she did not miss a single word or bit of action of the whole exchange, this giving the smile she was showing the whole time a more sinister undertone. Things are moving in the right direction and still on schedule. The three of them are finally getting into the right mindset and igniting their fighting spirit. If only Momo too could show an opening for me to use, she muttered to herself. She then gave a last touch to the update to her personal social media page and finally posted it. Triple chocolate cake. Love at first bite. Strong and sweet in perfect balance, like the ideal boyfriend should be. Thank you Chef Iken for the suggestion. Love hashtag sweet moments hashtag cutie chef hashtag green cloud restaurant hashtag Nijire-chan favorite few seconds later. Ping. I hate chocolate. Mirio muttered bitterly once seen the update on Nijire's page and all the hearts she added to the message and around Izuku's nickname. Yes, Nijire was petty, deal with it. Restaurant Momo's mood was indeed extremely sour after seeing her two rivals being so bold in their admission of love. Even Ochako had regained steam somehow, and the Yaoyorozu girl could not understand what helped her friend gather enough courage to push back. She was sure she had talked the girl out of pursuing her boyfriend before the sport festival. What happened? What injected into her veins so much explosive determination? Momo, you okay? May God bless her beloved, immediately picking up on her distress and swiftly moving to assist her in the hopes of helping her blast it away. It's okay, Aizu. Just a small case of girl problems, nothing I cannot face and fix. Momo answered, kissing her boyfriend's cheek for two reasons. First and foremost because she liked doing so. She once decided to kiss each freckle of his individually and loved how red that got him, and secondly as a bragging right against the thoughts lurking in the shadows trying to take him away from her. Delusional fools as they were. This means nothing. Momo didn't need to be a psychic to know those were the thoughts floating around Rumi and Ochako's head. That's a relief. You looked so angry I got worried. Izuku admitted. That's because you are my sweet little worrywart, she answered, smiling fondly. Ooh. Guilty as charged, he admitted with a soft, sad laugh. Hey. Momo said once noticed, taking his hand in hers. Whatever you need to tell me tonight, it's okay. I will be right beside you every step of the way. Whatever it is, we will face it together. I am not leaving you, never. Momo reassured him, trying to infuse courage in him while she gave his hand a squeeze. But, okay, I can do this. We can do this, Izuku muttered, mostly to himself, once seen with the corner of his eye Nijire send him an encouraging nod and smile, and that, together with Momo's own support, almost made him believe the talk he will have with her, her parents and his own won't actually end with him losing everything. You won't lose a thing, promise? Momo said with her other hand gently caressing his cheek. Did I? You muttered a bit. I got good at deciphering it, she answered, smiling, and under the catcalls of the customers, and the murderous glare of Rumi and Ochako, she leaned in for a small peck on his lips that turned his face into a vibrant shade of red never seen before. Inko's giddy expression simply twisted the knife in the wound a tiny bit more. Tonight then, he tried saying. Tonight, have no fear, everything will be okay, she answered. Is she my new mommy? Eri asked just loud enough to be heard by the whole room. It was now Momo's turn to turn red while Izuku dove for the safety of his kitchen fast as lightning. Over my dead body. Rumi shrieked in her mind, and it was only thanks to her biting her own knuckles if she did not scream that aloud. Welcome to Green Cloud Restaurant. May I get your order? Ochako instead had just asked a new table of young boys what their orders were with a tone promising a very violent death, and those guys were smart enough to decide that flirting with the cute Japanese waitress was not worth being torn apart and thrown in the garbage bin outside. They almost turned into monks on the spot, actually. Needless to say, that table of tourists left a very generous tip, just in case the girl decided to burn through her anger against her love rival by breaking their poor fragile bodies. They fully vowed to never again bother girls just in the name of hormones too. They were told Japanese girls loved foreigners. What did they do wrong? That night, after closing hours, Izuku had just finished cleaning his restaurant after the last customer left and had turned the sign on the door into closed, and was now leaning his head on the opaque glass door of his kitchen. Behind him, and quietly sitting at various tables were his parents Inko and Hisashi with Eri sitting on his mother's lap, Momo and her parents Saito and Rei, Nijire. And in a surprising visit, Ochako and Rumi. They all were patiently waiting and watching his back as he stood there in silence, clearly surrounded with an invisible aura of worry. System. Are you sure? He asked again, maybe for the 5th or 7th time, he could no longer tell. The host declared his intention of giving full disclosure to his loved ones. This is indeed the first time this event occurs, as usually the hosts prefer keeping everything a secret. But the system recognizes the hosts need to not keep the ones closer to him out of the loop. The system answered. I am surprised you even accepted. Izuku admitted, sighing, and that sound sent every guest for his revelation on edge instantaneously. That is because the system has checked if the ones that are about to be revealed your secret are able to keep it through psychological tests run while they were asleep and by analyzing in detail everything they did, said or thought every single instant of their life before now. The entity answered. And they passed your test? He asked. They all have host. Nijire Hato has already shown herself worthy by not disclosing a single detail of your deal with the system, even while talking with Rumi Usajiyama. As mentioned, Rumi Usajiyama has been shown some details about the host's real power and has not shared that knowledge with anybody else. Other tests and background checks confirmed her ability to keep everything that will be said tonight a secret no matter what. Momo Yaoyorozu and her parents as well have been tested for their discretion and have shown themselves worthy. Same goes for the host's parents. Ochako Uraraka has been the one with the highest score in that regard, host. The little girl Eri as well has given a perfect score once tested. Host can proceed with his revelation with full support of the system. The system answered, not adding to its answer how the entity could ideally impart in their minds the suggestion of never revealing a single detail, but its host didn't need to worry over such trivial matters. They all were trusty confidants that needed no prompting to keep their mouths shut. Everything else was just the system being overly zealous in protecting its beloved host from danger. Good. Thank you. Izuku answered, sighing once again and finally addressing his friends and family. I have not been fully honest with you all. About my restaurant, about my sponsor, and about myself. He said with a low voice, still not looking at them. Saito muttered, confused. Many others shared a similar expression. My parents know some details, just not all of them, he then said. Mostly because it is extremely hard to believe even for me, and my job is basically to analyze impossible things and learn how they work. Hisashi answered. Oh, you just scratched the surface, Dad, Izuku answered with a humorless dry chuckle. What is happening, Izuku? Momo asked worried. You really believe that a single year of coma gives a man abilities like mine? He asked, looking at them with a tired smile. Honestly, I thought yours was a strange quirk at first, speed-related, or about being super fast at learning new things, but even those absurdly rare quirks are not that effective. Saito admitted, sighing. Then you learned he was quirkless, Rumi said. I did dig a bit to learn his background. And no family member of his in the past had any quirk that suggested similar skills. Attracting things, repelling things, breathing fire, breathing extremely hot air, being fireproof, making things heavier, making things lighter. Multiple variations of those, but nothing speed or mind/learning related powers though. He answered. Oh, me and my colleagues went even further back with the same results though. Hisashi added. What is happening then? Ochako asked. Come, I will give you all every answer at once. Izuku answered, lifting Eri in his arms and accepting her tight hug with no small amount of relief. I am here, the small kid said with a soft voice. Thank you, Eri-chan, he answered. Come where? Inko asked. My kitchen storage, I have all the proofs there, he answered, and walking through the door that opened by itself once he approached, something they were not aware it could do. I don't get it, Rumi admitted while following the group. Oh, believe me, the truth is very wild. Nijire answered as the group followed the chef. You know something? Momo asked her. Discovered everything by chance, I am actually the one that suggested that he come clean, you all need to hear it, the girl answered, and to Momo's shock, there was no smugness about it. Sorry about it by the way. It was an accident. She then added, and Momo could somehow tell Nijire's apology was honest. Something's wrong, Ray said once they all entered the kitchen, and it was not the fact the room was sterile clean or filled in top-of-the-line equipment even more advanced than the one that could be found on the market. This kitchen is too big. Like way too big. Rumi confirmed. A kitchen this big would have meant the local behind the restaurant too had been bought just to give it extra space. Instead there is still a pet shop at the opposite side of the building. Saito answered, confused. There are quirks able to increase the size of rooms, but those are taxing to the user and actually need the quirk to be present at all times, at least this is what we know from our research. Hisashi added. It is not quirk doing this, a metallic and genderless voice said aloud, heard by them all. Who's talking? Inko asked. Hi, System-san. Nijire said with a small smile. Good evening, Nijire Hado, the entity answered. System-san. Saito and Hisashi asked as one. As in an actual person? Momo added. Indeed. This is the gourmet system, and you are now in the heart of host Izuku's territory, you have been deemed worthy of his secret. What is happening now? Ochako asked. This way please. Izuku gave as an answer while walking towards a small door all the way in the back. Another door. How big is this room? Ray asked. Way bigger than in your wildest imagination, Ray-sen. This is my storage room, Izuku answered with a sad smile while opening the door. And what they saw was not a room or even a hangar, but a vast expanse of luscious green grass seemingly continuing far and wide without end, a cloudless sky and far in the distance a mountain range, all around them the roaring of the sea and a big river flowing nearby. And there was the sun shining in the sky, instead of the full moon outside the restaurant. Teleportation. From a fixed location. Hisashi asked immediately. No teleportation, Dad. Check your phones. Izuku answered. No signal. Rumi asked once checked, and as one everybody did the same with the exact same result. Impossible, I am never without signal. My phone connects to the private satellite grid of Island. I would lose signal only if deep underground or special isolated bunkers. Hisashi said. Does being into a pocket universe count as being inside a special isolated room? Izuku asked. He just kept walking forward, towards an ancient-looking ship parked on the grass and made entirely of red wood. The correct term would be fold in the fabric of reality, host. The system's voice still came crystal clear, even without speakers in sight. This isn't even telepathy or thought transmission. We are actually hearing a voice. This is getting more insane by the minute. Can someone explain what is happening, for F's sake? Rumi demanded. Iken has made a deal with an extra-dimensional being. An entity that can rewrite reality as it pleases, and that entity wants him to become the greatest chef. Nijire said while flying up in the air and landing on the bow of the Correct, the system answered, and Whitey himself marched up the ship to grab the wheel. The deal. Wait, that is how you got that ice guy? Inko asked. That ice guy what now? Momo asked, looking ready to cry just out of confusion. Onoma. The system came looking for me after I came back. My ice guy is actually why they came looking for me. I already possessed the knowledge, skills and mentality they needed for a host candidate of this world. Izuku answered. By now all of them had followed him up that ship without even noticing. We can go, Whitey, the chef ordered. Go. Go WWH. Ochako's question was cut short when the boat's sail caught some non-existent wind and the entire vessel started flying up in the air with otherworldly ease and without even the smallest whiplash from the sudden movement, nor the roaring of engines or propellers. It just flew, traversing air as it would with water. This is my storage room, an entire island separated into various biomes for my ingredients to frolic and reproduce freely, albeit in a controlled manner to avoid overpopulation. Izuku explained, and as an answer, several strange-looking birds came flying by displaying colorful feathers. Taai, one of which the lightning phoenix he collected with Nijire in one of his dimensional sorties, the majestic bird with feathers the color of pure gold and covered by minuscule arches of lightning circled the flying ship several times before landing of Nijire's arm as soon as she offered it as a perch. Hey there, you are looking good, the girl said, petting the bird's head that released a low croon in appreciation. What is that? Inko asked, entranced. A lightning phoenix. I helped Izuku collect this one. Nijire answered. What are you doing? Saito asked, confused. Me and the guys of Island developed a way to recognize if one is under the influence of illusory quirks and break free, the other answered, opening a vial and pouring a few drops in his eyes. So, no change. Hypnosis then. To the other's shock, Hisashi's next move was actually dislodging one of his own fingers. Hisashi! Inko shrieked. Izuku simply stood in wait. Not even pain works. This is real. The older Midoriya asked with wide eyes. It is dead. Izuku said, gently putting Eri down and grabbing his father's hand. And painfully setting the bone back in place to then wrap the hand up in bandages the system provided for him. Those animals are all real. The birds, the strange monkeys with horns, those giant white boars and... Are those corn stalks the size of a skyscraper? Momo asked in disbelief. Yes, all of them are. Izuku answered, leaning on the ship's railing to watch the vast amount of ingredients under them go about their normal, everyday life. At every level the host achieves, a list of selected ingredients chosen by the system is unlocked. Those ingredients vary from plants for vegetables and fruits, to living animals and species and are all added to the storage room. It is up to the host to collect them from the storage and prepare them properly for cooking. The host can purchase ingredients outside the provided list for a fee in experience points. A fee is also applied in case the host wants an ingredient already ready for use. The fee is calculated proportionally to the host's level, the level of the list the ingredient comes from and the overall difficulty level the ingredient's preparation displays, to dissuade the host from being lazy. The system answered. Experience points? I gain levels like in a video game. At each level up I get stronger. Izuku answered. Then sometimes I am sent in various sorties to collect ingredients, and if I complete the mission, those ingredients are added to this place, those and the ones I collect in the meantime or have been gifted with as a prize. He then added. He was still looking down the ship, not at them. And you went with him? Rumi asked with crossed arms. By mistake, I had just broken up with Mirio and came here to look for a friendly shoulder to cry on, and caught him mid-teleportation. System-san is very demanding and decided they could not wait for me to leave, so I was taken along. Nijire answered, and watched as the phoenix flew away to feed on a giant formation of dark clouds covering an entire area of the island in the far back. Was that the night you disappeared? Momo asked. Yes, for you others it was a single night. Yes, she answered. For us? Hisashi was at her side instantly. Please elaborate, the man asked with an intense stare. Both host and Nijire had been moved to another world. By virtue of the different time flow, the 12 days they spent there equaled the few hours that had passed in your world. System answered. 12 days? Ochako yelled. I knew it. Not only the multiverse is real. The relativistic nature of time is true as well. I was right. Hisashi bellowed with a mad, and yet vindicated, tone. Not now, dear. Inko begged with a sigh, walking towards her son to hug him tightly. Izuku. Izuku, please start from the beginning. I am not understanding a thing. Momo begged weakly. It all started during that coma. From my point of view, when Bakugo blasted me away in anger after I went to check on him, I barely felt my head hit the ground hard and all went black. Then I opened my eyes to see a face I did not recognize as the woman cradling my body cooed at me while calling me her precious boy, Zaus. Still with memories of my previous life, Izuku said with a sigh. The story was luckily short, just the important bits of his new childhood, cooking school and apprenticeship, his first restaurant and his rise in popularity, and then the utter fall from grace after Joie's brainwashing, followed by his spending his last years in isolation traveling the gourmet world and finally his death. When I closed my eyes for the last time I thought that was it. I had a new life I spent well and with no regrets. Then instead I opened them again and saw my mother Inko looking at me in hope to see me awake, and here I am now. Izuku finished saying, now finally looking at them. He had spoken of his time as Zaus in pride. He really did not have a single regret in that life. So that time when I watched you kick the door open, Saito said. I had just accepted the system's offer and immediately started cooking and training. Izuku confirmed. That would explain how you were suddenly able to summon things, and from where that strange tattoo and knife come from. Hisashi said, sighing. There are days I wake up wondering if all this is real, then I walk down to the kitchen of my restaurant, and see Whitey and get the usual good morning from the system, and I am reminded it is instead all real, the chef answered. Oh well, if even you have trouble believing all this even while living it, you can imagine how confusing all this is to us. Rumi answered, groaning. I honestly thought you all deserved to know this. I was so tired of hiding this from my parents and Momo and hers, not after all the support I got since the very beginning. He said. So I am taking cooking lessons from a legendary chef? Ray asked. She was still looking enraptured at the various giant alien animals and enormous and colorful fruits and vegetables under them while the ship kept going through a very scenic route around the impossibly big island. At the apex of his career, Cooking King Zaus stood at the top of the chef ranking, above Gourmet Living Legend Sets Uno, Bizarre Cooking Tengu Brunch and Curry King Damala Sky 13. Peak net worth registered, 17 trillion yen annual, putting him in third place under Colonel McCoy and Fonda Bonho for net worth in the world ranking. The system answered. Only 17. Izuku asked, confused. Royalties for the book series were not considered by the ranking officials, the system answered. Strange, but okay. You okay? After the Great Recovery, the total of Japan's national debt is around 35 trillion yens, as per 2155. You used to make half that sum that per year. Saito asked with a faint voice. More or less. Our economy was peculiar, to say the least. Izuku answered. Jesus Christ. He treats that like they were pennies. You had a few money. Literally. Rumi threw her arms up in disbelief. How many zeros are in there? Ochako asked, pale as a ghost. 12. Momo answered with a dead voice. How can your economy be so bad a man can single-handedly have an annual income putting entire nations to shame? Nijar asked, curious. The gourmet age, the time PRD where we really started giving great importance to food and ingredients, was also the age where the market went flooded by millions of different ingredients of a quality once considered just a myth. Thus prices had to be updated. Then jobs, wages, transportation, insurances and so on until everything went whack. A normal salaryman used to make around 20 to 25 million yen per year, and I am talking about minimum wage. Are you actually telling the truth? Ochako asked with a faint voice. Why should I lie? What do I gain from doing that on such a big scale? Just look around and tell me, the chef answered, sighing. Wait a minute. If this is true, wouldn't this mean that you are selling your ingredients at basically a loss? Hisashi asked. Dad, the original price for the jewel meat is insane in our world standards. Izuku answered, sighing. Define insane, please? Ray asked. Just 100 grams of jewel meat, the part universally known as the absolute best cut of a regal mammoth, are sold for 5 million yen back in Zaus's world. At today's exchange, $44,000. For 100 grams, raw. 5 mil. It was only thanks to Rumi and Nijire's fast reflexes if they could catch both Inko and Hisashi before they could actually fall to the floor as soon as their bodies lost strength out of horror. A 8 ounces 220 grams circa Kobe steak can be sold for up to $100/$120 on average raw/unprepared. That's 400 times more expensive. Saito added to it with his eyebrows shooting up to his hairline. Any other cut of regal mammoth meat is usually sold for around 150,000 yen for 100 grams, raw of course. Izuku added as an afterthought while pointing at a particular animal playing around under them. And there are a lot of 100 grams in that, Rumi said with bulged-out eyes while looking at the house-sized elephant with striped fur peacefully roaming about under the flying ship. HN. That's a newborn. The adults are way bigger. The chef answered. BW, the group gurgled out. That is an adult. Izuku said while pointing at a strange mountain covered with the same striped pattern of the mammoth. Then the mountain got up and slowly walked up to the newborn to check on it. Measuring a whooping 1,000 meters in height and 1,500 meters in length, the regal mammoth easily cast its shadow upon the flying ship as it walked past it to reach her baby, not even sparing them a glance. This current specimen has a weight of around 50 million tons. The system declared. Hisashi's curse was luckily stopped by Inko's hand covering his mouth to protect young Aries' ears. That's a lot of money wandering about, and you have 3 of them. Ochako muttered in shock. And how do you? Ray asked. I cut off a piece at a time when I need to cook. By sheer size I am basically doing paper cuts so it barely notices. And yet I keep getting enough meat to run my restaurant daily just from one of them. They are kept in a very controlled BRTH program, so I don't have to fear being overrun or just having more meat than what I need. Izuku answered. This is insane. Saito admitted. An insanity I was tired of keeping secret from you all, Izuku admitted. Why? Because I love your daughter, and I didn't want secrets between us. Even if I feared this secret would scare her away. He answered. It's a lot to take in, yes. But there are worse secrets to keep, and even if by size alone this beats any secret children of illegal affairs or contraband, it is still a very innocuous secret. Momo answered. But and that is what Iken feared. Nijire said as soon as Inko opened her mouth. You are about to say that all this is too dangerous, isn't it? She asked. The woman did look guilty. Exactly. That is why he was afraid. He was right even. Most of you are wondering if you should talk him into dropping all this, just to keep him safe. We are his parents? I am not made of glass. Izuku roared in answer, easily eclipsing Hisashi's own growl. This is my dream. My chance. I did not share this just to have anybody take it away. I am doing this with or without you. I won't be babied or put in a golden cage just to make you sleep well at night. Never. That's a good point to land. I am hungry. The chef said while pointing at a small beach next to the sea. Understood. Whitey answered, driving the ship to said location. Nobody talked after Izuku's outburst, with the chef standing tall on the very front of the ship looking forward so to give them all his back. The only one that did get his attention was Eri that went lifted in his arms so that both hug each other tight. Meanwhile, rundown hospital, bunch of morons, a man with a fur coat and wearing a long beak mask reminiscent of a plague doctor's yelled while kicking a near table savagely enough the medical instruments on it went flying. The kid is more slippery than we thought, boss, one of the lackeys answered, jumping back. This excuse could barely float the first time. This is the 3rd time she escapes. How? The masked man demanded. Hokuro forgot to lock the door of her room. The kid must have noticed and used it to escape. Where's Hokuro now? The boss asked with narrowed eyes. At a meeting with that League of Villains, sir. He hasn't returned yet. I need those morons to back off, so if he doesn't want to become my next patient, he better scare them into respecting the pecking order. Last thing I need is a bunch of morons believing to be big shots getting in the way. The man answered. Unknown to him, his man Hokuro did try to scare Kurogiri into keeping the League of Villains away from his boss territory. Unfortunately, the smoky Nomu, still with an arm on a sling, was still extremely angry at the failure of Momo's assassination and Blackie's retaliation. And now that same mafia crook was strapped to a metal bed as All for One's trusted Dr. Daruma experimented on him to turn the guy into a new Nomu, all with the man still alive and conscious while being cut open and vivisected without anesthetics. I will send him to you as soon as he returns, boss, the boss right-hand man offered coldly. You better. For now I want to know who has Eri. She is still too useful for us to let her go. We are finally in the final phase of the bullets production, the boss said while studying the gun in his hands. The last batch is exactly as I envisioned, meaning that I can finally start mass production, and for that to happen, that brat must be here, he said. We will find her, boss Overhaul, a crook answered immediately. You better. See if one of those pro-hero morons can help. Use the usual sob story about my kidnapped daughter or stuff like that. Whatever makes those bleeding heart idiots help you locate Eri. Then smash the kid's legs and drag her here. This new escape showed she can't be trusted with working legs. Overhaul answered, uncaring. It will be done, the dozen men and women in the room answered as one. Good, now go. Find her, smash her legs and then alert me, I will recover her myself, just to make sure the lesson sticks in her empty head. Yes, sir. Restaurants, storage room, beach. While Eri watched enraptured as Izuku collected giant oysters the size of dinner plates from the full net he summoned out of nowhere, behind them the rest of the group stood a bit far behind to watch everything in silence. I was not about to demand that Iken drop everything. I swear, Inko finally said, and she looked ready to cry as she said that. But you thought about it, Rumi answered. Yes, but she asked with narrowed eyes. But he has no quirk. Really? You consider him handicapped, maybe? Hey. Oh, stuff it, the bunny girl snapped. I don't consider him handicapped. Inko said, now her tears did run down free. Then what? Rumi demanded. I saw him stuck to a bed for a year. I saw him waste away with only me and Hisashi coming to visit him. I am afraid. Pappy. A mother should never bury a child. It's the child's duty to outlive the parents. I am scared he will go in one of his sorties and never come back. Inko admitted. I am scared too, Ray admitted. Momo muttered. I would give everything to hear you say that you wish to drop out of the hero course and just be a model, just to know you wouldn't be out there fighting psychos and who knows what, she admitted. My dad is the same, he knows I am doing this in the hope of helping my family economically, and yet there are days he tells me he would be happy with me just learning how to help him do the company's paperwork, Ochako admitted, sighing. Do any of you trust your children? Nijire asked. The adults of the group muttered. I see lots of similarities between Iken and the others. They trust you implicitly and with all themselves, but then their parents do not return the trust. It may be because I am in my 3rd year so I have long resolved this issue, but I still can't remember my situation being like this. She said. It's not like I don't trust my daughter, Saito answered, looking down. I just don't trust the rest of the world around her, he then said, sighing. Same here. And seeing how easy it is for others to dismiss Izuku's dream because he is not a future marketable hero doesn't help. Is it so wrong for a parent to wish to keep their children safe? Hisashi asked. Very few would trade happiness for safety. Rumi answered, bitter. You want him safe so much you are ready to close him into a bubble. He will never be happy like that. But he has no powers to fall back on. It's not a matter of him being handicapped, it's a matter of him having no instruments to defend himself while hunting those things. Had he been a normal chef I wouldn't have had anything against it. I didn't until I saw those things roam about. Inko said, It's about strength then. Nijire said in realization. Yes. He is just a normal human. He dashed. Why are you laughing? Inko demanded, offended. Yes, we still need the other half of the revelation to happen. Nijire said, amused. Iken. Spiral cannon. Nijire yelled, And from both her hands, with the permission of the system, a giant storm of blinding light shaped like a drill moved towards Izuku at absurd speed. Izuku, everybody else yelled in horror. Oh goddammit. Ito, Samsara peeling. To their shock, the young chef sounded annoyed, instead of scared, and while brandishing the sea dragon kitchen knife, he gave a diagonal slash that caught the giant spiral of energy and shredded it julienne in an instant, no matter the thing being twice the size of his whole body. See. Iken is way stronger than what he looks. Nijire said with a blinding smile while pointing at him and at the dying sparks of her attack rapidly fading away all around him and Eri, with the young kid clapping a little at the show. What was that for? Izuku asked, frowning. Apparently 90% of the problem is fighting power, so I guess the next step is showing them you can defend yourself, she answered. And you shoot me with that giant cannon just for it? The chef asked with a raised eyebrow. You said that you would have needed a big shock to make them understand. I just kept the trend. She kept the trend. Really, Nijire-chan, sometimes I can't follow your thought process. Izuku admitted with a groan. And that's just the start. Come on, Rumi-chan. Kick him. Rumi said with her ears shooting straight up. Trust me, she said, and the other girls missed the look both shared. Oh, for the love of... Fine. The chef's groan was all the warning they heard before he was already upon them. Bang. And with his right fist ped back and the entire arm enlarged to 3 times its normal sizes. Bodhi pestle. Scatter, a wide-eyed Momo yelled, dragging her parents away while Rumi and Ochako did the same to Inko and Hisashi. Boom. They all barely avoided the attack, and watched as the punch drilled a very deep and wide crater similar to a meteor crashing on the ground with a terrible and dull sound that almost deafened them. You were supposed to catch that punch with a kick, Rumi-chan? Nijire said. You avoid attacks like that. Only a moron catches those head-on. I am stupidly brave and prideful, not an idiot. The bunny heroine student answered. Are we done? Izuku asked once walked out of the crater. Should be enough for now. Nijire answered, unsure. So the fights you described were not hyperbole? Hisashi asked, faintly. Not even in the slightest. Izuku answered. Then why you have Whitey as a bodyguard? Rumi asked, confused. Because I am not here to fight, I am here to be a chef. I only fight the ingredients I want to capture. Ruffians and troublemakers are what I have Whitey for. Izuku answered. And they shall be stripped as an example to others, the robot answered. Yeah, you are good at that. Rumi admitted, giving a high five to the machine. And yet with strength like that you could try to become a pro-hero, Ochako said. And then? Izuku asked with a faraway look in his eyes, speaking of endless sadness. And then? What do you mean? If I try to become a pro-hero now that I got these powers, I will just reinforce the idea that unless you have a quirk or quirk-equivalent powers you can't become a hero. I would just continue this nonsense and be just another example of how a quirkless can't be a hero. That is why I am keeping my abilities a secret and keeping my distance from hero business. It's a very selfish reason, but I don't want to give them the satisfaction of accepting me in their exclusive club only after unlocking powers. It is now my turn to refuse them instead of them refusing me. Izuku answered. But you could dash, Ochako tried saying. The world is full of powerful heroes. Everywhere you look there are dozens of incredible quirks performing miracles. But there is only one chef like Izuku in this world. That is also what you are going for, isn't it? Momo said, eyebrows shooting up in realization. Ooh. Yes, that helped too in taking my decision. Why be yet another strong hero, when I can be the first super chef and still help people and bring smiles like I wished to do as a kid? He admitted, smirking. PFFA. Hisashi. Inko hissed. If only I-Island and the Hero Safety Commission heard this. Immense power and unlimited resources used for food instead of furthering their agendas. How many old fossils would die of anger-induced strokes at seeing such a waste of resources? Hisashi said in great amusement. This is to be them, Dad. I follow my dreams and chase my happiness, not the whims of others. Well said. As the future god of cooking you cannot waste time with nobodies, but should fully focus on your path as a chef. The system answered. About that. Is that god of cooking thing literal too? Ray asked. No. Izuku said, sweating. Yes, the system answered at the same time. System? The chef shrieked. No, the entity said after a long silence. But. Explain that too, please. Momo asked while massaging her temples. But. I will cook something in the meantime. Is seafood okay? Izuku answered. Yes. Is it for those cells of yours? Hisashi asked. Yes, I need to keep them fed regularly, but I can cook something extra for you and others as well so you can keep me company as I eat. Will you give us the full king of cooking experience? Nijire asked. I can go 100% and show you what it used to mean eating in my old restaurant Zaus back in the days. Sure, the chef answered shrugging. Iken will cook for real. Cook for real? Ochako asked, confused. You'll see. Iken usually holds back when cooking just to not blow away his customers, but I tasted some real heaven during that sortie. Totally beyond your wildest imagination. So you can go with him to his sorties? Momo asked with a whisper, and her heart clenched painfully in her chest. Those are not walk in the park, Izuku tried saying. Okay, host Izuku can bring a guest in his sorties if he wants, with the caveat that the guest pulls their own weight and is not a hindrance to the host mission. Dead weights are not welcomed. The system said. Then I will go with him in his next one. Momo, Izuku and everybody else yelled in chorus, horrified. You can go. The system declares you capable, but suggests you to stick close to Whitey as a safety measure. Good. Why? Saito asked. Because it is my right, she answered with blazing eyes. I won't lose to you, Momo said while pointing an accusing finger at Nijire. I won't lose to any of you, she then said with a glare aimed at Ochako and Rumi. Do you bring it? Rumi answered with a savage smile. I am not afraid, Ochako answered. Good to know, Nijire thought in relief. She needed those three ready to fight at all times. This was not part of my plan. While I cook I will answer every question you have. Izuku said with a sigh of dismay. While the group talked, mostly with all of them taking turns in asking Izuku every question they had about his past as Zaus and his deal with the system, the chef had used his sea dragon knife to open the various oysters he collected with a swift motion to show the white meat inside the shell shining like a jewel under the sunlight. Those are Diamen nice oysters. Ray said with sparkling eyes. It's Ray-chan's favorite dish. She eats them at least 3 times a week. Saito explained, chuckling. How lucky of her, Inko and Ochako said in clear bitter envy. These are known in the gourmet world as platinum oysters for their tendencies to develop and cluster near underwater sources of platinum ore. So finding a great number of these means finding very good ingredients and good places where to mine platinum. Izuku explained. How will you make them? Rumi asked. As an appetizer, I think I will roast them, he answered. Yes. Ray answered with an excited expression. Are they good? They are slimy. Eri asked with a scrunched nose. Don't worry, I will make some prawns too. You don't have to eat them if you don't like them, Izuku answered with a gentle smile. See, can I try them? The kid asked. Sure, he answered. Once collected some wood and started a small fire, while the others sat on the sand behind him. The young chef rapidly mixed chopped garlic, a tiny bit of ginger, a dash of vinegar and a spoonful of wine with a tiny bit of crushed pepper and rapidly blended everything together. Ginger. Didn't know it could go well with oysters. Ray said, intrigued. It will help the garlic to remove the excessive fishy smell of the oysters. It's a matter of balance of tastes. Too much and the ginger will cover every other taste instead of just framing it. The star of the dish is and will still be the oyster. He answered, and while he left the sauce aside to rest a bit, he gently removed the oyster meat from the shell to clean it with fresh water from a pitcher he summoned thanks to the system. Perfect. Time to roast them. Once sure the oyster meat had been cleaned thoroughly and the grill he had put on the fire was hot, he returned the oyster meat inside the cleaned shells and put each oyster on the grill and added on top of each one a spoonful of the sauce he made. I am about to eat oysters, Ochako muttered with tears of happiness, making Rumi roll her eyes at the girl's attitude. Pluck, 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 pluck. They are dancing, Eri said in awe. It means they like the sauce, Izuku answered jokingly, watching as the boiling sauce made the oyster meat faintly bob up and down. Just enough to turn the sauce thick enough to fully coat the oyster, but without having the meat lose its springy texture, the chef thought while studying each shell with unblinking eyes. So, are they ready? Are they ready? Ray asked while moving closer to the grill. Darling, please. Saito said in dismay, especially ashamed by the chuckle that escaped the Midoriyas behind him. Yes, this should do. Pass me the plates, please. Izuku asked, showing the group his empty hand. Here. Momo answered, passing him one, but not letting go of it once he grabbed onto it. Momo, this is all the secrets there were between us, yes. You were hiding nothing else? She asked. There are minor details, but we can talk about those once done eating, just additional details, he answered. Do you promise you will always be careful while in your sorties? And do you promise you will always be careful while out there being a hero, he asked back. Of course, she answered. Then I will be careful too, even just to be there waiting for you to return victorious against any villain stupid enough to fight you, he answered. You foolish super chef, Momo said, smiling a bit. Aren't you the bigger fool by loving me, foolish superhero? Izuku asked back, smiling as well. Love is a bit crazy. And I love you a lot. I love you too. A lot. Leave the mushy stuff for later. Rumi barked, annoyed. She is just jealous, ignore her. Momo answered with a wink and letting go of the plate. The plates were soon filled with 2 oysters for each person, and 4 for Izuku once Eri confirmed the thing was too slimy for her tastes, and it was finally time for the taste test. You seem to be the oyster expert among all of them, so I hope it will be good enough, Raisin. Izuku admitted, sheepish. Then let me be the judge. Thanks for the food. The starry-eyed woman answered, swallowing whole one of the oysters and then delicately biting through it. A long, guttural of pleasure escaped her once the oyster meat's juices exploded outward from her bite, flooding her mouth in the combined taste of the thing's meat, the tasteful sauce and the overall faint flavor of siege mixing together and rushing down her throat by itself as if alive. You managed to maintain part of the oyster's original texture. Oh my, this tastes amazing. Can I have some lemon too? Saito, eating in bliss, asked. Sure, here, the chef answered, summoning a simple lemon to cut a slice off and squeeze a few drops of its juice on the remaining oyster on the man's plate. Thank you, my boy. So this is how those fancy breeds eat. Maybe I will try to get some extra cash too if they eat like this. Rumi exclaimed with a loud laugh while wiping out her plate in a matter of seconds. I have unlocked these recently, and will add them to the menu of my Saturday Shellfish Special menu. You can come eating those in my restaurant whenever you want, Izuku answered, smiling. Hell yeah, I will. The staff discount works for these too, he then said once seen Ochako's hopeful look. Thank you, boss. I love you. The girl replied with a blinding smile. Don't ruin the moment, Momo growled. Stuff it, rich girl. Real love will triumph. Ochako hissed back. Indeed, but you won't be the victor. My god, it will be hard, Nijire muttered to herself in dismay. Son, these were amazing. I remember me and your mother had oysters for our anniversary, but these are way beyond the ones we had. Hisashi admitted. Yes. Definitely better than anything we can find from our usual retailer. Saito confirmed. They are oysters from another world, a world with super ingredients. It was a given. Izuku answered, snorting. It's a pity you and System San have to go through such a hassle to cover for the ingredient source, but with our laws, you wouldn't get a moment of peace if they discovered that you get everything from other worlds. Inko said, it's okay. As long as people enjoy what I make, I don't mind going through some extra steps. Izuku answered, shrugging. What's next? Rumi asked. Prawns. Normal roasted ones for Eri-chan, cognac prawns with beurre blanc sauce for us, he answered. Cognac? This time it was Saito who looked starstruck. Ooh, that's Daddy's favorite drink, Momo explained. Then I will be careful and use some extra good one, Izuku answered, amused. Oh really? Like what? Saito asked, chuckling. Nothing too fancy, just some Henri for dun. The chef answered, unfazed. At that the man released a grasping, gurgling choking sound from his throat that deeply scared the others. Izuku muttered, curious. Is it that expensive? Hisashi asked. That is a cognac that is only produced by a private estate in the Lignières-Sonneville region of France, the territory known as the Premier Cru of Grand Champagne. It's a heritage cognac named in honor of the ancient King Henry IV with a preparation that requires the cognac to be left maturing for a century in quality oak barrels. It was already considered one of the rarest and most expensive drinks on the planet in the pre-cork era. Nowadays a single bottle is sold for millions, and not just because the bottle itself is made from sterling platinum and gold and decorated in thousands of diamonds. The recipe itself for that cognac is now a guarded secret. They only make 10 bottles a year and collectors everywhere are ready to physically beat each other to death for the right to buy one. And he wants to use it for cooking, Ray explained, looking ready to faint. Not a joke. That is a bottle made in gold and platinum and decorated with around 6,500 diamonds. Selling price, $2 million. I can't get my hands on a bottle. And you want to use it for cooking? Saito shrieked, almost going insane at the idea. Can't see why not. It's a good cognac, expensive bottle or not, it's still a good ingredient. Izuku answered, uncaring. A good ingredient. It's in Henry IV. Want a bottle? I have 3 in storage. Izuku offered. You do. Here, I unlocked it for cheap when I asked for some cognac for cooking. I am waiting to reach level 4. I saw the list of ingredients and drinks I will unlock then, and there I saw a cognac from Zaus world I am very eager to unlock. Trust me, that is a cognac worthy of legends. The chef answered, throwing Saito a tacky bottle covered in gems. Mine. Saito answered, hugging the thing to his chest in greed in a very Gollum way. Darling. Manners. Ray said appalled. Sorry. Don't know what came over me. Saito admitted, ashamed, he still hugged the bottle tight to his chest. Happy you like it, it should be a good year too. The prawns, Izuku commented, before returning to his cooking, all the while giving more answers to the flood of questions of his friends and family. Starting from chopping some shallots and summoning a cup of dry white wine from his reserves. So you healed all might with a dish? Hisashi asked. Exactly. It is something the system is teaching me. Healing cuisine. Healing people is the first step, then comes strengthening them. Izuku answered while simmering the shallots, the white wine and some lemon juice in a small saucepan over low-medium heat for 5 to 10 minutes, until the mixture was reduced to about 2 tablespoons. Strengthening them? Rumi asked. Imagine we are in an RPG, technically I can create dishes that increase attack power, or defense or evasion. Stuff like that. He answered, all the while adding cream and bringing it to just under a simmer. You can do that? Tako asked, surprised. I will be, for now I have only unlocked a dish able to momentarily double attack power at the expense of the eater's overall power dropping down to a half once the effects fades away. After this I will prepare one. I actually need some test subjects since I still had no time to test them. Izuku answered. Count me in. Rumi answered immediately, clearly intrigued. The more they talked the more Izuku could see, to his relief, that his initial fear of seeing them abandon him was rapidly being dashed away by their continued show of support. He had apparently underestimated the level of trust his parents and the others held for him. When the first few bubbles rose from the cream, Izuku turned the heat down very slightly and added around 12 tablespoons of butter to the thing, 1 tablespoon at a time, while whisking constantly. Making sure to allow 1 pat of butter to melt completely before adding the next. There is also a reason why I invited Momo here. Izuku finally said once the butter was fully incorporated, and seasoning the resulting beurre blanc sauce with white pepper before setting it aside. The girl said, I saw your fights. I think I can help you get stronger. He said. Izuku, I am getting stronger already. Looking back I saw me getting good at weightlifting ever since I started eating your food. I should have actually started seeing the connection between the two things. She answered. Oh, that was just a preparatory thing. You said you wanted to teach her food immersion. Nijire said in realization. Food what? Rumi asked. Food immersion is when one respects and appreciates the food they have eaten even after it enters the body and becomes part of their flesh and blood. In turn, the ingredients absorbed by the body are thankful for being eaten and they pour all the nutrients they have into one's body almost limitlessly. Izuku answered while putting a skillet over high heat to melt 5 tablespoons of butter, and then sauté the prawns, turning them a few times until cooked through. It also makes the user gain an increment in their weight without necessarily getting fat. I already weigh almost 200 kilos and yet here I am. Nijire added, lifting her shirt a little to show her still flat stomach, even if Momo, Ochako and Rumi knew how much the girl could eat now. Enough for 6 people at every meal. In the teachings of food honor, it is described as immersing oneself into a meal. Only those that heighten their appreciation towards food to the utmost limit can attain food immersion. I will teach you the basics of food honor needed to learn immersion. It will help you control the calories you consume, especially with your quirk. It will basically increase your overall stamina and perfect your consumption of it. Among other things, Izuku finished saying, he also reduced the heat to low and seasoned the prawns with salt. When he started carefully adding the cognac, Saito gave a pained whine similar to a wounded puppy as he watched the young chef use that drink on the seafood and then stir thoroughly. Teach that to us as well, Rumi said. Why should he? Momo said with a hiss. Because I say so, she answered. At best I can theoretically teach it to Ochako too since her quirk as well is not exactly combat-oriented, or at least it has a very big weight on her body since it gets her dizzy just like Momo's quirk weakens her body through fat consumption. You are already pretty strong yourself. Izuku answered, adding a spoon of the warm beurre blanc sauce over the hot prawns he had put on each plate. Lie. That's not why you will teach them and not me. What's the truth, Achin? Rumi asked her. Rumi Sendash, I am courting you. I have feelings for you. You taught Nijire and will teach Momo and Ochako. What's one more? I lost my fight in the finals too. She said. No. You will. I won't leave until you promise you will add me to the lessons. Rumi declared, dropping down to sit on the sand with a scowl on her face. Whitey can easily throw you out, Momo said. Then I will sit on the ground outside the restaurant and won't leave. I am with Momo already, Izuku said with a soft voice. Big deal, she countered. Fine. I will teach you too. Aizu, Momo said. Yes. To your face, Yairos. I am already teaching you, Ochako and Nijire, as she said. May as well add another so you will be able to train together in pairs, he answered with a dispirited sigh. Shall I call you the 4 heavenly queens too? You remind me of 4 guys I knew as Zaus, he then said. Momo and Coco were basically identical. Same going with Rumi and Zebra. Nijire and Toriko too sometimes sounded like twins separated at BR. The only odd one was Ochako and Sanni, but her being different from the flamboyant king was not necessarily a bad thing. So be it. I will trust your judgment. Momo conceded. So, when do we start? Nijire asked. Once done eating. Then I will summon some BB pill bugs and we will start, Izuku answered, sighing. Since I am doing this, I will teach you 4 imbue too. Just in case. He muttered, sighing and attacking his plate to calm his nerves. What's imbue? Hisashi asked. Basically, the practitioner learns to control the individual wills of all 60 trillion cells in their body, allowing them to send all forms of energy, including the force of a blow and even gravity, out of their bodies like a sieve. Now let me eat, please. Izuku answered between bites. Of all the bullshit things he promised to teach the girls, that one managed to have a deep, stricken silence to finally fall onto the group. Later that night, a solitary limousine had just delivered Ochako, Rumi and Nijire to the front entrance of the hero school, and it was only then that Rumi noticed something was amiss. Wait, where is Momo now? She asked. Back at the restaurant, Saito answered, looking miserable. Why? Ochako asked. Iya. Take a guess. Ray answered with a long exhale and a meaningful look. That conniving piece of shit. Rumi roared in fury. Bold move, Yamamo, bold move. Means nothing though, it's the end result that matters. Nijire thought, unfazed, while waving goodbye to the Yayorozu parents and passing through Yue's gate. It had to happen sooner or later, sorry girls. Rei said while signaling the chauffeur it was time to leave. That means nothing. You hear me? Tell that beach to watch her back. I will win in the end. Rumi roared in defiance. That was only a matter of time. I hate the fact that she will probably rub our noses in this, Ochako admitted. Let her laugh now, she won't be doing it for long, the other answered as both as well returned to their dormitories. Flat above the restaurant, guest room, little Eri was soundly asleep in the small bed next to Hisashi and Inko's, the two parents having caught Momo's begging look when Izuku wasn't looking and, note really willingly, left the two alone to bring Eri to bed soon after everybody else had left. So soon? Hisashi asked. Times have changed since we were young, and I believe both need this form of confirmation to make sure neither of the two is going anywhere. Inko answered, after checking once again Eri was asleep and fine. At least that place is nice, Hisashi muttered, sighing. Pocket Dimension? Storage Island? It was indeed a surprise for Izuku to hear Momo's request, even if her reasoning for it being a way for her to know once and for all he belonged to her and for him to put his mind at ease about her going nowhere beside his side. You sure? He asked one final time. It is clear I have rivals and that they are not leaving anytime soon, but I won't let them ruin this. Tonight you are mine and mine only, nothing else matters. I will deal with them tomorrow, for now let me just take what belongs to me, so that I can give you what is rightfully yours. Ooh, it's not exactly romantic. It isn't. This place has a day and night CYC like the real world. We are now under a appealing full moon and starry sky and in the middle of a flower field so pretty it does look otherworldly. It's just the two of us and I am about to make you mine forever. How can this be any more romantic to me? Momo asked with a love-filled gaze. I will always be yours, he answered. That is what I wanted to hear. Now come. Claim your queen, my appealing king. The system will remind its host that the storage island is not exactly a place suitable for NTMT unions the next day, but the entity was not merciless either, so if for once the couple needed the right privacy and setting to take that one special step forward in their relationship, the system will look elsewhere and leave the two lovers alone to express their passion for each other for as long as they needed and keep quiet as they enjoyed their union in their private slice of heaven. Meanwhile, 5-star hotel, a lone man wearing an expensive business suit was walking through the vast hall of the ludicrously expensive hotel with his designer shoes producing sharp clicking sounds on the marble floor shined like a mirror. Good evening, the woman at the desk said prim and proper, her own uniform probably as expensive as a sports car, the guest thought. Good evening. I need to talk to Monsieur Ego, is he here? The man asked. Who is looking for him? The woman asked with narrowed eyes. Hidetaka Matoi. He is waiting for me. The man answered with an annoyed tone. Ah yes, the cook. Chef. I am a chef. Do not confuse me with some idiot working in a school cafeteria. He hissed. Pfey. The woman just gave a grunt for an answer, clearly accepting the silent challenge to see who between them was the most stuck-up. So, the room number. Do you have an appointment? I have that and several restaurants to my name. What do you have? A name tag. A penthouse in Tokyo. One in Tokyo, one in Okinawa, an old-style villa in Kyoto and a big colonial-style villa in the Bahamas. Matoi answered, smirking. Tisich. Suite 606. I hope the elevator detaches and crashes down. The woman spat in annoyance and envy. Say hello to your 6 cats for me. Matoi answered, laughing merrily and walking towards the big glass elevator. I have 7, the woman at the desk screeched. Not a surprise, he answered, boarding the thing and letting his laugh of victory echo in the entire hall. Matoi's smile though disappeared as soon as the elevator actually reached the second to last floor, since the very last was usually left just for political figures, one of which was rumored was the Prime Minister himself. Here we go. I hope this won't come back to bite me in the butt. God, Samwi, the chef muttered to himself as he traversed the long and empty corridor until he found the room he was looking for. Suite 606, the hotel room was opulent, even if furnished in a minimalist style, every detail, Every decoration and every piece of furniture was made with disturbingly expensive materials, and yet none of this mattered to the man sitting at the small round table in the suite's living room. The tabletop could have been made in plastic instead of marble, and he would not care a bit as he was too engrossed in writing his thoughts in a small book. Nowadays, the true concept of French cuisine, just like many others, have been corrupted and ruined in the name of the mainstream. Every dish once proudly displaying the skill of the chef has become a mere excuse to show off wealth, status, and even, regretfully, attention to what the latest trend dictates. By now we care more about a dish being photogenic for a social media page than their taste and quality, he muttered while writing, his face fixed on a scowl of disappointment. A faint knocking at the suite's door interrupted the man's thoughts, something that soured the critic's expression even more. "Go see who is so brave to disturb me even with a do not disturb sign on the door, Bernard," he hissed. "Of course, sir," the young assistant answered immediately, and opened the door with a frown on his own face. "Who is it?" Monsieur Ego made it clear he wanted nobody to disturb him. The young man hissed in contempt. "Not even an old friend." Hidetaka said with a grin. "I was not aware that giving your restaurant an 8 out of 10 meant we were friends, Mr. Matoi," the critic said, finally looking away from his notebook to meet the chef's eyes. "You also admitted I got better after it. You raised your score," the man answered once given permission to enter. "From 8 to 8.5, yes. Never saw why such a mediocre increase needs to be treated like a huge accomplishment." Ego answered, unimpressed. "Because it comes from the most dreaded critic of France. When I heard you were here, I knew I had to meet you," Hidetaka admitted while sitting in front of the man at the same table. "I am a sworn defendant of French cuisine, so when a fool personally contacted me to come see how she managed to keep intact her homeland cuisine even after moving to Japan, I had to answer. She was even so bold to pay for both the trip and the hotel room." "Let me guess, it didn't go as they planned?" Hidetaka asked. "That woman hoped to be the next messiah of cooking, and even hoped to use me as a stepping stone to glory by buttering me up with this garish overexpensive hostel. What she accomplished was showing me yet another case of an overly inflated ego dragging down the sacred name of national cuisine in the name of fame. All style and no substance, all bling and no content, all flair and no taste." Ego hissed. "So you are basically demolishing her restaurant with that review?" Hidetaka asked with a whisper of voice, and looking at the small black book in Ego's hands with the same dread one regaled to an armed bomb or poisonous animal. There was a time when French cuisine, Italian cuisine, Japanese cuisine, Chinese cuisine, and Indian cuisine were deemed pillars of cooking. Schools of cuisine that influenced the world of chefs and brought magic to tables everywhere. I want that fool to remember that and not become yet another pretender that only hunts for fame and followers. If she can't take the pressure and be a real chef, then may her restaurant close and leave the perfect lot she is occupying to a more worthy chef. Ego answered. Hidetaka was now leaning slightly back, subconsciously afraid actual vitriol could escape the critic's mouth. "Why are you here? Have you opened yet another restaurant you want me to review?" "What is it?" "The 6th. Ego asked, now extremely annoyed, and he was clearly eager to use that annoyance on the review he was writing so as to add that extra bit of scorn to it. "The 6th one will open soon in America, a couple months at worst. But that is not why I am here today," the chef answered. He was talking slowly and already planning to move said request for a review to a later date, hopefully in a moment where Ego won't be ready to tear somebody to shreds. "Then tell me, what do you want from me?" the critic asked while steepling his fingers. Hidetaka just sent a glance to the man's assistant. "Leave us, Bernard. Go see if this gold-covered hut has a decent enough bar able to prepare me some proper green tea. Take note of everything that could be useful to review this place too. I will ask Monique to come here as a thank you for the owner helping that chef by using his hotel as a bribe." "Of course, sir." The assistant left straight away, soon leaving the two men alone. "Are we talking about that woman that destroys hotels just like you do with restaurants?" Hidetaka asked in dread. "Common courtesy, we have known each other for years and exchanged targets from time to time. Now though, why are you here?" "I need a favor," Hidetaka said, gulping. "A favor? I guess it is not on the legal side of the fence if you wanted us to be alone. Ego asked with narrowed eyes. How? I have been doing this job for years. You are not the first, nor you will be the last to try asking a critic to willingly ruin an opponent's restaurant reputation. Who is the poor victim you feel threatened by? Ego asked while leaning back in his seat. There is a small restaurant owned by a quirkless. I fail to see where a lack of quirk becomes a motivation to ruin a chef career. It isn't really about it, to be fair. No, it isn't, but you clearly hoped I was one of those fools automatically hating people lacking powers. Go on. Enlighten me on your reasoning. It was a mystery how a mere human body could contain that much contempt without collapsing on itself. Please. You see, this young chef, and I am talking university student, young, owns and cooks in a small restaurant. And apparently he is good, like really good. A young prodigy. Those are rare in cooking nowadays. At that age they all are more interested in becoming heroes first, and only then falling back into mundane jobs once they fail in getting into heroics. But what has this kid done to have you come disturb me? Ego asked. He has not done a thing to me personally. But a dear friend of mine is getting insistent in wanting the boy's restaurant closed forever and the kid banned from ever cooking again. Hidetaka admitted. The way Ego narrowed his eyes scared the CRP out of him. Listen. Full disclosure. Samui and I have been friends since high school, and thanks to that he has lots of dirt on me. I don't know how deep his hatred of the boy runs, but apparently he hates him so much he is ready to use that dirt to destroy me and few others of our group if we don't help him ruin the kid's future. I don't really want to do this, but it's either the kid or me. And I am an important figure while he is a young nobody. So he has to go. Can you help me? So you are asking me to throw away my dignity and just march there to review the simple food of a young boy that isn't even a blip on the radar, and destroy him? Just to help your little friend avenge his wounded prima donna honor? Ego asked while calmly walking towards the window to watch the streets under him. I'm asking you to help me avoid several scandals that will destroy me. That Midoriya is a nobody. No quirk, no future. Yes, he is good at cooking, but he is just a kid. I have 6 restaurants each with 2 Michelin stars attached to and a 3rd star all but already mine. I even created a book series that goes sold out at every new issue. There are 3 different cooking shows I host too. I have lots to lose compared to him. What's an unknown kid compared to an icon like me? Please help me, Ego. Whatever you want in exchange, you can have it. Hidetaka said. You know full well how bad I take to bribes. We are standing inside one and I am not happy. But I also know every man has a price. Just ask and you will have it, the chef promised. Every man has a price, the critic muttered to himself, unheard by his guest. Please. It's important. The kid is such a nobody it won't even scratch your credibility, but it will make a great difference for me and Samui, people that actually matter. We won't forget about your help, promise? Hidetaka begged. I'm sure you won't. Write me down the restaurant name and address, along with the chef's name. You will do it, the other asked once jotted down the information he was asked. I didn't say that. I will let you know if I actually do that. As you said, the boy is a nobody, I need to see if I can fit him in my schedule. Ego answered, still looking outside. But dash clack. My tea has arrived far too soon, meaning pre-made, bagged junk was used. It also means our time together has drawn to a close. You can go. I will let you know if I will take on the offer. The critic said once heard his assistant return into the room. Remember my words, it's a nobody against 2 legends, Hidetaka muttered with a scowl before leaving and slamming the door closed as hard as he could, and unknown to him Ego saw that scowl from the window's reflection. Slam. So very rude. Bernard hissed. And also extremely foolish, the critic said, recovering the tea his assistant brought him and the small piece of paper Hidetaka wrote on. May I ask what he wanted? He reminded me why I first gave him that low score. The food was decent, everything else was just too toxic. Ego answered, taking a sip of the tea and frowning. Disgusting. Throw this bog down the toilet where it belongs. Then be a dear and search for every scrap of information about this chef and his restaurant while I finish my current review. I was asked to give a look at this small thing and I want to know why two so-called legends feel so threatened, he demanded. At once, sir. Another victim? The assistant asked. Yes, but I am afraid it is not mine, for once. Do you want me to keep an ear on the ground, sir? Yes, maybe that would be a good idea. This situation is intriguing, and if I really have to destroy a young chef, I want to make things properly. As always. Ego answered. Of course, sir. This entire situation smelled fishy, and of all the smells the food critic hated the most, bullshit, as the American called it, was the one he hated the most. No, I'll make this time. The RWBY one is harder to write than what I anticipated. This is Izuku's next objective. Must protect. BB Pill Bug page in the Toriko Wiki Green Cloud Restaurant Department. Momo did not want to wake up. She was lying on the most comfortable bed she had ever slept on, was feeling warm and fuzzy, and her entire body felt like jelly while the memories of the night she spent with her beloved were crispy clean still, something that made her squeal a little under her breath. Love, passion, love. Their union had everything and she enjoyed every single instant of it, uncaring of the knowledge that she did get into it more than what was proper, but she had fully claimed him, nothing else mattered. Good morning. When she finally did open her eyes, she saw her beloved, her fiancé, looking back at her from his side of the bed they were sharing. Good morning, she answered, and the idea of one day being able to enjoy each other face first thing in the morning set off a very pleasant warmth in the couple's chest. How do you do it? The young chef asked. What? She answered. How do you look so pretty already, even though you've just woken up? He asked. You charm her, Momo said with a loving gaze and one of her hands caressing his cheek, and feeling extremely pleased when he leaned onto her touch in evident need. Can't help it, it's your fault for being you, Izuku answered, grabbing her arm to pull her on top of him and enjoying her surprised and happy squeal. Still not enough, she asked, fully molding her body on his to fully enjoy the 100% skin-on-skin contact they had thanks to their complete lack of clothes. She just grabbed 2 fistfuls of his hair while she tried seeing how long they could kiss before needing to breathe. Never enough, I can't ever get enough of you, he answered with a breathy voice as soon as they separated, and after that he just preferred to add more hickeys to her neck other than the ones he already gave her. Ooh, I am sore all over, you beast, and yet I can tell you are hungry again, she replied, and sadistically enjoying his hissing intake of air when her thighs clamped HRD on his lower half. Such a cute sound, she said with a giggle. With a sudden movement, their positions were reversed so that it was now him looming over her, and she loved it. She was so defenseless and he was so in control. Maybe a bit of an encore wouldn't be such a bad idea. Even if I would love doing nothing except spoiling you rotten and spending the rest of the day here with you to either cuddle or have fun, we both know we have lots to do. He instead said that with a teasing smile and a kiss on her forehead. You meanie? Teasing me like this? She answered, rubbing her nose a little with his and sharing a short laugh. Maybe I am a bit mean, but as far as I am concerned, we have our whole life ahead of us to do everything we want together. It's plenty of time. I'll hold you to that, Momo answered, kissing him again. You won't get rid of me anytime soon, Momo. Wanna join me in the shower? I'll prepare you some healing breakfast as well, he asked. How do you know that I can't walk? Momo asked with a half while being carried away in his arms, especially since his hand was shamelessly playing around with the supple flesh of her butt. I am a very observant guy. Oh. And you kept screaming about how you would die if I went any faster last night, so I guess there were about to be some consequences to that this morning, Izuku added, sheepish. You got too much into it, you made me say those vulgar things, the young woman answered with a pout. That wasn't me, that was all you, he countered, chuckling. And you so boldly declaring me your property and demanding that I carry your children. Among all the other very dirty things you kept saying while you were ruining me. Oh, that was all me, but at least I am admitting it, he answered. Oh, Momo answered, chuckling and giving his arm a playful slap as an added measure. The warm water helped a bit with the soreness, and it would have helped even more if the two actually did wash each other properly instead of using it as an excuse to play around with each other's body. Later that morning, having fully recovered thanks to Izuku's healing cuisine, and after watching him go through his usual morning training regime, Momo finally called for her family chauffeur So to be brought back to UA where she will meet the pro hero she will intern with starting that day for the so-called internship week the university offered to the students that had caught the eye of the pros during the sport festival. To her surprise though, her mother was in the back of the car waiting for her. "Good morning, Momo," Ray said with a mischievous smile as soon as the girl entered the thing and the driver took the car away. "Mother," Momo said, tense. "So you finally pulled ahead of your rivals?" She asked. "It was not just a matter of pulling ahead. I just decided it was finally time for Izu and I to take the next step in our relationship." "Fair enough. I still don't understand why you don't want our help to deal with them. We have both the money and the connections, remember?" Ray asked. "I am aware of that, Mother. But I know I can deal with them by myself, without help. They are obstacles to my relationship, and I will be the one to fix this issue with my own hands." Momo answered, finally with determination burning in her eyes. "As you wish, I will stay out of this for now. But do not hesitate to ask for help if you need." Ray offered with a warm smile. "Of course, Mo. And thanks," she answered, returning the smile. "Good, issues about love rivals aside. Yes. Deets, I know you did not just sleep last night." Ray asked. "Mother," Momo shrieked with a red face. "Don't mother. I did not deal with your father crying the entire night and this morning about your future husband deflowering his little princess just to get ignored. So, how was it?" Ray pressed on. It was appealing," Momo admitted, looking away. "Oh, go on." We started slow, clumsily. But then he picked up momentum and, you know, my baby girl is a woman now," Ray said with tears already threatening to spill down like a river. "Yeah," Momo said, sighing. "What's wrong?" "It's just, yes. I am scared." "Of what?" Ray said, leaning forward. I don't think I can fully satisfy him," Momo blurted out suddenly enough that the driver almost lost control of the limo. "What?" Ray asked, uneasy. He just kept going and going. "I barely remember most of the things we did, so I think I wasn't conscious most of the time. But I remember him carrying me to bed while looking still in need. What am I supposed to do?" Momo admitted, ashamed. I don't know. Start from the beginning," Ray asked, and she soon regretted not adding, without too many details, to her request as soon as Momo launched herself into a tale of what she did in complete and excruciating detail. When the car finally stopped, both Ray and the family's poor driver faces were neon red and looked shocked beyond belief. "So, Mother, can you help me?" Momo asked, distraught. I'll see what I can do," Ray answered with a small voice. "Thank you, Mother. See you later," the young woman answered, leaving the car and walking away towards UA. "See you later," Ray answered while the car was being driven away, albeit a bit wobbly. "This is so wild. They look so innocent. How can two sweet kids be so degenerate?" Ray thought in wonder. "Why do you have to be so lewd and insatiable, my Izu? Being remembered as the first woman to die from excessive wild AC is too embarrassing," Momo said aloud. "Gerflublusndimsh?" The strange, unhealthy and guttural choking sound attracted her attention, and once checked the source, she saw Rumi and Ochako already leaving with Gunhead and Ryukyu, the pros the two were having their internship with, and all four were looking at her with bulged-out eyes. "What?" she asked, shy. "I'll kill you," Rumi roared with bared teeth. Luckily Ryukyu grabbed her by the back of her hero costume and started dragging her away. Later. Our internship first, murder later. We'll use that anger of yours to train harder," Ryukyu said. "Not only does she do it, she has the gall to rub our noses in it." Ochako grumbled in annoyance while walking faster thanks to Gunhead gently pushing her forward with one hand. It's okay, no need to get angry about this," Gunhead said with a gentle tone. "Sorry," Momo yelled to the retreating quartet, deathly ashamed. Who would have thought Boss Iken/Boss Izuku had it in him? Looking at him you wouldn't think he was that intense. Ryukyu and Gunhead thought at the same time while hurrying to leave the awkward situation they found themselves in that morning. With Izuku restaurant. Later that day, while Momo and the other students of UA went through their small foray into the world of professional heroism, the young chef instead was dividing himself between managing his restaurant and working with his mother Inko to help Eri recover from her traumatic childhood. "How's it going?" he asked. "Eri-chan is very good at maths, you know. She is learning fast," Inko said with a proud voice. "Really? That's amazing," Izuku said while patting the girl's head. "Thank you," Eri muttered shyly. Grororo. The cutesy little growl coming from the kid's stomach caused Eri's normally pale skin to turn into an adorable vibrant red. "Ooh, do you want some sliced apples, perhaps?" he asked. "Oh, please. I will bring some, no problem." "Tea, thank you," the small kid said, attempting a smile but just forming strange shapes with her mouth, as if she didn't actually know how to smile. "Och, it's okay, small steps," Izuku said, briefly hugging the girl before walking towards his kitchen. As absurd as it sounded, Eri seemed physically unable to smile, as in she didn't seem to know how to move her face muscles to form one. Izuku and the others could not wrap their heads around how that was even possible, but as it stood, it was apparent little Eri literally did not know how to smile. Izuku had even considered using the century soup to have her achieve one, but even then he found himself feeling guilty about that plan, as he saw the smile Eri could potentially get from that soup is fake. He wanted his little girl to smile for real, honestly and without outside help, as a mark of her healing from everything. "I hope whoever reduced her like this won't try taking her back, because I won't be so gentle as to let them run away unscathed," Izuku promised himself with a frown, but unknown to him, while he was asleep his restaurant did get visited by a duo of villains sent to recover Eri. While Izuku and Momo were asleep, outside the restaurant, in the dead of the night, once Izuku and Momo had finally fallen asleep, two mysterious figures working for the villain overhaul had silently neared the closed door of the restaurant and had started to fumble with its lock. "Not even a gate, the kid sure trusts his door," the first goon said, one eye closed and his tongue hanging out while he used his collection of lockpicks to try to force the door open. "Just open the thing, you moron. We can't risk a cop or a passing pro hero catching us." Goon 2 hissed with a low voice while mounting guard. She kept stealing glances everywhere thanks to her 8 eyes. With a subtle sound, the lock gave in and the door silently swung open. "Tada! No lock can resist me. Get in," Goon 1 said with a smug tone while holding the door open for his pal. "Yeah. Down with the ego and remember the plan," Goon 2 answered while rolling her eyes. I know. Kill the chef, smash the knees of the brat and call the boss so he can remind the kid she belongs to us while we drag her back to the base. It's not the first time I've done this sort of job," Goon 1 answered, annoyed. As both entered the restaurant, neither of the two noticed how the door closed and locked itself just as easily as the system opened it for them. "Say, that door must lead to the upper floor. Maybe the kid is there," Goon 1 whispered. "Okay," Goon 2 answered. And as soon as they passed next to one of the trees, from the shadows of one of the tables Blackie silently awoke and walked towards them with cat-like steps. "Fools," the Lord Dog said in pity. When both turned around to see who talked, Goon 1 watched in abject horror as the plump dog's head enlarged to enormous sizes and swiftly chomped down on the woman to devour everything from her waist up. Goon 1's horrified scream at seeing the lower half of the woman fall down to the floor to splatter blood everywhere didn't have a chance to come out as Whitey's hand covered his mouth. Detected killing intent directed towards the host, the robot said as his other hand grabbed the villain's head. Splat. Under orders of the system, the robot first snapped the man's neck like a twig and then squeezed his head so hard the villain's skull burst like a balloon, splattering BLD and gray matter on Whitey's face. Threats dealt with. Good job. The system said that while disintegrating the corpses of the two villains, cleaning away all evidence of their presence there and even, as an added measure, making sure no lingering feelings or ghosts could try haunting the place. Not even Izuku will know what had happened there that night. Nobody ever will. Big deal, this Lord Dog is more annoyed at the fool's taste. She was disgusting, Blackie answered, uncaring. He just walked back under the table from where he came to return to sleep while Whitey just walked back inside the kitchen to his own corner. Silence once again returned inside the restaurant. No BLD or strange smells or any other trace suggested two people ever entered the place, leaving to overhaul only to wonder what happened to the two goons he had sent to recover Eri. Presentemp's boss. Good morning. As the traffic of people coming and going increased, the giant girl Ipan as well arrived to start the DLVRY service for the lunch hour. Ipan-chan. Good morning. Ready to start? Izuku asked. Oh. The giant girl answered with a shy smile, already wearing the green jacket with the restaurant name on the back over her clothes. Perfect. I already prepared the first orders, all here. He said while patting the huge backpack next to him. The thing was actually twice the size of his entire body. I'll go immediately, she answered. Thank you, Ipan-chan. Strapped the thing to her back, and with a loud rumbling of a powerful engine, the girl was soon off for her deliveries under the proud eyes of Izuku. Host, soon there will be another sortie in a different dimension. This time as well you can take a helper with you to accompany you on the trip. The system said. Okay. The chef muttered with a shrug, not really thinking about taking somebody with him since Nijire kind of joined with him by chance. Speaking of which, I wonder how they are doing, he muttered to himself. With Nijire and Rumi Ryukyu's agency, Ryukyu was looking at the curious scene of both her interns juggling RBB ball during the small pause she conceded them for lunch. Definitely easier than with those bugs, Rumi, juggling 6, muttered. At least they are not poisonous or corrosive like the original ones. It can luckily manage to ask for that gland to be removed, Nijire, juggling 8, answered. What are they even talking about? This thing is his idea. Ryukyu thought, confused. At the base of Enbu training there was, among other exercises, juggling a bunch of animals called BB pill bugs, ingredients from Zaus' world with the special ability to instantly alter their body weight from being light as a feather to as heavy as a boulder. Normal BB pill bugs could also secrete a highly poisonous toxin able to kill a human just by contact. Fortunately, under Izuku's request, the system removed that poison gland from the bugs the girls were required to use for their training. Said poison, though, had been sucked with a different secretion that was extremely itchy and disgustingly smelly, so to still act as a further difficulty factor. Their ability to change weight randomly in 1/10 of a second or secreting that disgusting itchy goo was what made them perfect for Enbu training, as it could teach the girls how to control their body's cellular structure so as to react instantaneously and instinctively to the bug's changes. Thinking makes you waste time before any action. Instinct doesn't. That's how Izuku explained it. Unfortunately, Momo, Ochako, Rumi and Nijire could train with those bugs only within the confines of Izuku's restaurant storage room, but the four of them decided to counter that by juggling normal RBB balls so to still gain the necessary muscle memory for their night training with the bugs in Green Cloud Restaurant. Is it for hand dexterity and reflexes? Ryukyu asked. Among other things, Rumi answered, looking at the ball she was juggling with narrowed eyes as she tried to pretend they were BB bugs. I guess being hyperactive like them means staying still for them is hard. The pro hero thought in amusement, catching one of the ball as it escaped Nijire's grasp. Ooh, mind if I join you? It looks fun. Ryukyu admitted, chuckling. Sure, Nijire said, taking a few more ball for the dragon woman to use. Thanks. 10 minutes, then we get back to work? Yeah. Rumi answered while picking up speed to try juggling the things stupidly fast and bringing the number of ball up to 10, the same number she knew Momo could and was already juggling in her own spare time. With Ochako, Gunhead's agency's dojo, 9 even. Gunhead asked, chuckling as he saw his most recent intern use the last 5 minutes of the small pause he gave his students for their lunch to juggle, of all things. It's training too, she answered. That much is part of some training. I aim to do 10, actually, she answered with her face scrunched into intense concentration. Why does it sound like a bet? One of the others asked. I just don't want to lag behind the others doing the same special training as me, she answered. Yes, determination is a great instrument to push forward. Good job. Gunhead answered with a thumbs up. Hi. Sorry to disturb you, but I am here for Dielvoy. It was then that Ipan made her presence known by crouching down a bit to enter the dojo. Food DLVOI. You guys are way too spoiled. Gunhead said, humming. I just asked for a simple sandwich, I was late and didn't bring anything with me, a girl answered with a shy whisper. It is important to stay humble and be prepared, kids. You need to either prepare your lunch yourselves or eat after we are done, you can't splurge like that just because you can. Humility as a hero is fundamental. Gunhead said. Yes, sir. The students answered as one, sighing. Ian, though, had to cut through the lesson while handling Gunhead a thick box. I also have your luxury bento, sir. Fried oysters with the requested champagne sauce and side dish of caviar, fried scallops and shrimps, rice dumplings with salmon roe filling and for dessert the chocolate truffles with brandy cream filling you asked for. Thank you for choosing Green Cloud Restaurant. The giant girl said with a bow. I forgot I had placed an order myself. Gunhead felt several eyes drill through the back of his skull in great disappointment, along the same sense of shame climbing up his spine as somebody that had just been delivered a sec doll from a CC shop. There was no need to list what was inside. The pro hero muttered with a small voice. Sorry about that. Ipan answered with a red face, but still, she collected her money and left the man alone to drown in the disappointment of his interns and students. I can explain. Hypocrite. The assembled hero students yelled as one, and amazingly, the tall muscular man seemed to shrink under their combined glare. That night, dinner hour, Green Cloud Restaurant, dressed impeccably as usual, the infamous food critic entered the restaurant and immediately scanned the entire room, with his eyes lingering on Eri looking at the room from behind the counter with the cash register and the plush cushion with Shiro sitting on it, especially surprised to not see even a single hair on that cushion. Good evening, mademoiselle. Ego said with a gentle voice as he neared the kid. Ichai. Eri answered while hiding behind the kid's book she was reading. Kyun. In an instant Shiro was in front of her to glare at Ego, and the man was surprised to feel the hair on the back of his neck stand up in alarm. I am not an enemy, my small friend. Ego answered, patting the Tautya's head with a single finger, secretly surprised to see no hair remained on his hand or the counter as the thing moved. No hair loss. Good to know, I guess that is why you are permitted to be here. Could you believe me to lose hair like a lesser being? This esteemed Tautai is not a common beast. My godly soft fur stays on unless I say so. Show me some respect, or I shall devour you. Shiro immediately understood the critic's intention, and his indignation immediately reached its peak. Blackie, of course, pounced on that to mock the Tautai with a telepathic bout of mocking laugh. Silence. Shiro sent back in answer, incensed to near madness. Good to see you are also clean, properly groomed and even trained to protect this little girl. Do protect her properly. Ego muttered with a pleased nod before walking away. I can do my job, you peasant. Shiro thought in apoplectic rage, something that greatly amused Blackie. Good evening, Ego said once caught Izuku's attention. Good evening, the chef answered. I was wondering if you had a free table for one, the critic asked. I do have one. Next to that. Gentlemen, Izuku answered, pointing at a table next to a rotund half-bald old man eating with the grace of a pig, and may pigs everywhere forgive me for putting them on the same level as that guy. Delicious? The old man grunted while emptying his plate with loud slurping sounds that caused the guys at the table next to him to develop green faces with disgust. My apologies. Izuku offered, distraught. There is no problem. Unfortunately, you cannot test if a customer has the table manners of a civilized human whenever one enters, nor can I exactly force you to evict him. Ego answered. I did try to tell him to try and act properly, but he instead doubled down on the grunts. Izuku answered. He did. Unfortunately, yes. Izuku answered with a long exhale packed full in annoyance. The table next to his will suffice, have no fear. While you have obligations in respecting customers no matter what, I don't. I will set him straight should he overdo it. Ego said while walking towards his table. To his surprise, he felt a hand gently but still firmly grabbing his arm. Fighting here is prohibited, keep things civil or I will evict you both. It's one thing permitting a guest of mine to eat with bad manners as long as they still enjoy their lunch or dinner. It is another entirely to let two guests bother everybody else with a fight. I won't condone the latter. Izuku explained. He then let go of the man. Have no fear, my manners, compared to his, will be impeccable since I was taught them. Ego answered while taking his seat. He still kept his eyes and ears trained on the chef once he saw him near a woman now taking care of the child. You okay, Iken? He heard Inko asked. More or less, ma. That guest is getting more obnoxious the longer he eats. He even showed me his badge as food critic of the Japan Cooks magazine as a threat. As if that meant I would treat him differently. Izuku answered. Ichin. Ego muttered, curious. I am just glad young Ochako couldn't come tonight. He keeps leering at the other women here. I can't imagine how he would have acted with her with the excuse of her being a waitress. Inko answered. I assure you that had he tried anything, both me and Whitey would have taught him manners. But he is a critic. So, I still have dignity as a chef. I won't throw that away under the threat of a bad review, as he not so subtly told me in the hope to get special treatment. I treat every guest to the best of my abilities, no matter their job. Izuku answered, frowning. Interesting. I remember you. We met at a convention. The balding old man said, without even the decency of swallowing first. We did. Must have forgot it, Ego answered, watching in disgust the crumbs adorning every corner of the man's tail. Yes, we did instead. Hey, the man then asked with a conspirator whisper. Yes. Are you here to review him? He doesn't seem to know you. Or maybe he does know me and is just treating me as any other customer. Or guest, as he calls them. Something I wish more restaurants did. I find simpering fools unpalatable. Ego answered. I am here for work too, you know. Reviewing him and stuff. And everything is good, but? Ego asked, already bored of the guy. The boy still has a long way to go, so I guess I will need to be a bit harsh and point out to him where he needs to improve. Isn't this what we are here for? The man said with a creepy smile and squinting. Yes. You must be Matoi's plan B, subtle like a nuclear warhead. Not that I can't expect much from somebody doing this to avenge the frail pride of a prima donna. Ego thought with a low grumble. May I take your order? Izuku had in the meantime reached Ego's table ready to take the man's order. Come closer, Ego said. Yes. The young chef asked, leaning forward a little. Bring me every dish you have served to this human. Izuku offered. Even that sounds like a stretch, but yes. Do bring me the exact same dishes you will serve and have already brought to this person next to me. Ego said. Yes, I can do that, no problem. Izuku answered while returning to stand upright. Very good. Can I ask why, though? Why am I making this peculiar request? If it is not a problem, me asking. I just want to test something. Ego answered. He is a food critic too, you know. An evil one. The guy said with a cruel smirk that lasted until Ego glared at him hard enough the old man shrieked in fright. Ignore this buffoon, please. You don't look evil to me, sir. Izuku admitted. To be fair, I can be when annoyed enough. Ego answered with a cold chuckle. Something on your mind, young man? He asked. Scared, the other critic said, returning infuriatingly smug. When was the last time? Izuku asked. When was the last time you ate something not for work, but for pleasure? The young chef said. Let's not go over philosophy much, young man. That is not what we both are here for. The other said with cutting sarcasm. That is indeed the answer I was waiting for. My hunch was right. To the critic's surprise, the young man actually looked pleased with the answer. You were. Pretty much. Anything else I can bring you besides your order? I am feeling adventurous tonight, so some fresh, clear, well-seasoned perspective would be much appreciated. Ego answered. Perspective? The other critic asked, to his dismay though the two easily ignored him. A fresh new perspective. I see. Izuku answered, nodding. If you are not able, just bring me some food and I will be the one to provide the perspective. No need to worry, sir, I will prepare your fresh perspective immediately. As for the wine dash, I will have a Cheval dash, Cheval Blonde 2147. Izuku interrupted the interruption with a gentle smile. Correct. You mean such a small place as this one has a wine like that? Ego asked with a mocking tone. I am still here dash, the other critic tried saying. I do, because good wine enriches the experience and taste of a dish if paired properly. And if I have a small selection of Chateau Cheval wine, it's because it is a personal favorite of mine. Although asking for a bottle from 2147 it's peculiar, something only a man of high standards would ask for, small production compared to other years due to a flood, higher tannin and more accentuated earthen tones than usual, a year famously hunted down to the very last bottle by collectors and experts everywhere. I believe my choice of perspective will match it very well. I hope it is. I don't do well with disappointment, Ego answered, smiling sharp as a blade. Neither do I. Izuku countered, his own smile cold enough to put a glacier to shame. Off you go then. Wow me with your talent, the critic said, smirking. With your permission, the chef replied with a small bow and then left for the kitchen. Let's see if the fame matches the skills, boy, or if you are just another popular restaurant. Ego muttered. He ignored me, the annoying guy at the table nearby said with a whine. Because he has sharp eyes and just like me he can recognize a lost cause when he sees one, now be quiet and just do your job. He hissed in answer, and the plump moron was smart enough to keep quiet for the rest of his visit. I am doing it. I am doing it, the other answered, showing an ugly pout. What followed for Ego was a surprise. He had a quirk himself, although one that was considered useless for a society enamored with pro-heroes and flashy powers. A sense of taste over 100 times more keen than a normal human's, one few of his detractors called Long de God's tongue out of begrudging respect. The last gift from his mother from whom he inherited the quirk, instead of his father's more acceptable gift of petrifying everything he touched with all 5 fingers, and maybe that was part of the reason the man left child and wife behind to chase fortune and never return. But that was a story for another time. The taste of every dish was indeed stellar, and while in itself the thing was a pleasant surprise, it was the sense of care he felt in every dish what he was actually looking for Ego didn't just like food, he loved it, something the other cooks he usually reviewed failed to grasp. Contrary to the young chef he was now putting to the test. I think I drank too much, the buffoon next to him gurgled out, looking wobbly even while sitting. Nonsense here, drink some of my wine. And do tell me more about your deal with Matoi. Ego answered, purposely filling and refilling the guy's glass until his pig-like face took a heavy red color. He pays well, you know. This food is fang good, but money's money. I will trash this place and get a lot of money. Enough to buy the car I always wanted and buy a nice ring for my woman. Your wife? No, not that ball-busting old beach. My woman. The one that recognizes how handsome and smart I am. That's why I cover her in presents. Of course, silly of me getting the two mixed up. Ego answered, rolling his eyes. It's okay. I forgive you. If you pour me another. And please, choke on it. The other answered with a smile. To myself. The world's greatest critic. The guy answered, downing the new glass in one gulp and then falling face-first into his plate to sleep. One annoyance less to ruin my dinner, good? Ego commented, pleased with himself. He fell asleep. Izuku asked, surprised, while delivering him another plate. I am afraid that for all his boisterous talk, he could not hold alcohol as well as he believed. Ego answered. I'll go call a taxi for him then, I will check his wallet for his home address. Do forward the bill too, just in case. Of course. I will be back immediately. Before you go, I have a question. Ego said. Yes. Leaving aside how you cooked, impressive as it is, the ingredient's own quality is higher than I expected for the prices you ask. Why so? Because I don't need to cover myself in gold, I want guests not customers. Increasing the prices so that only the elite can eat what I make would go against my beliefs as a chef. Just as a hero should help everybody in need, so a chef to me should feed whoever enters their door looking for food, not just who has an obscenely high net worth. Izuku answered, smiling. I don't see homeless people here, though. Ego said, with just a tiny smirk on his face. They know they can come here whenever they need, and on Sunday I deliver food to several shelters and other organizations for the homeless. You are free to ask them. Now sorry, I have a taxi to call. The young chef answered. Hey old man. A near vigilante in civilian attire said from the opposite side of the room. Yes. Quit bothering boss. It sours my mood to see bullies at work. The guy said with a snarl. No fighting please. That's the rule. Pro Hero Edgeshot said in warning. No need to worry, I am not here to fight. Ego answered, still studying the room and the customers in it coming and going. Clink. A peculiar scent caught the critic's attention though, and soon he saw the source in the small plate Izuku had brought to young Eri. Here, tell me if you like them like this, okay? He asked, gently. The kid said, unsure. I know you don't like vegetables, but they will help you grow big and strong, promise? Izuku tried saying. I am sorry, it's okay, don't worry. Just try one bite. The young chef said. Picky eater? Ego asked, nearing the two. Just a bit. Little Eri has had a difficult childhood before I took her in, and I'm trying to have her eat healthy too, but I forgot how kids are naturally against eating their greens. I tried stretching the rules a bit to make them a bit more palatable, but I am still struggling. Izuku admitted, sighing. And this latest try of yours is, he asked. Stewed vegetables, in this case tomatoes, aubergines, zucchini and carrots. She does eat spinach and apples, but other vegetables or fruits. Nope. Do they taste bad? Eri admitted with a low voice. Have you tasted them, mademoiselle? Ego asked. No. What does that word mean? Mademoiselle means young girl in French, my language, he answered. Ooh. Do you know what my job is, madam? Missy. Ego asked. Villain. Eri. Izuku said, shocked. Sorry. Ooh, I am sure many would say you are right, my dear. No harm done, but no. My job is telling people if food is good or not. Ego answered, unfazed. And you are good? Eri asked. If I can say it myself, I think I am very good at it. Can you tell me if this is good? Eri said while looking at her plate, and for Ego's amusement, Izuku looked offended at the question, in a very childish way. I normally don't offer this service, but for once, I can make an exception. Please allow me, Ego answered, accepting a new fork from a very apologetic Izuku to take a small piece of the plate to taste it. Is she your daughter, Mr. Midoriya? He asked while studying the food. I am trying to adopt her, yes. Unfortunately, the circumstances behind my taking her in and the state she was in when I found her, along other issues I cannot talk about until the police close the case, makes it harder than it should. Izuku answered, sighing. But you want to be her father even with all those issues? Yes, I do. He admitted, and Eri looked ready to burst to tears upon hearing that. I see. The food a father made for his daughter then, I wonder if the taste will be different, Ego muttered to himself. Sir? The young chef asked, confused. Upon testing it, the critic simply fell into contemplative silence, lost down memory lane as he slowly, methodically chewed and used his own abilities to analyze every facet. Is it good? Eri asked. It's very good, Missy. Not eating it would be a mistake. Your father put lots of love in it, and that is a taste that one cannot buy. Trust me. Ego answered. Okay, I will try it, Eri conceded. Very good. The critic answered, patting her head a little and then returning to his table. Thank you, Eri hardly trusts strangers, but I guess everybody needs a second opinion sometimes. Izuku said. She trusts you to not hurt her with your food, and as a stranger she has no reason to think we were actually colluding to trick her. A kid's mind is very straightforward. Ego answered, still looking thoughtful. I guess. There is anything else I can bring you? He answered. Not really, the perspective you brought me was more than enough. Just bring me the bill. Ego answered. Of course, sir. Izuku answered, rapidly walking away to prepare it. Still sad, mon petit soleil. A hazy figure in front of Ego asked with a gentle voice. Can't a son miss his mother? Ego asked back with a whisper of voice. He had forgotten the taste of a dish made with the love of a parent, like his mother used to make for him, especially whenever he was sad. Her ratatouille may have not been worthy of a 5-star restaurant, but that dish still was stored inside Ego's heart as the best dish of his life, even just for the memories linked to it. He now really understood what Proust was trying to prove with his Recherche du Temps Perdu book that Igo's teacher was so adamant to have her class read over and over again. Looking aside, he saw a customer call Izuku over to show him something on his phone, and both shared a laugh of happiness while the woman at the table blushed at some praise while gently caressing her belly. Guests, not customers, Igo muttered, looking at the half-eaten dessert still in front of him, and while waiting for his bill to arrive, he did finish the morsel he had momentarily abandoned to go help Izuku to convince airy vegetables were not something to fear. Still my grumpy little Soleil. Remember, tears make dishes taste bad, the same female voice said with the warmth only a mother could give before fading away. Ooh. It was indeed a while since I ate something out of enjoyment instead of work. I should do that more often. Igo muttered in answer, for once enjoying his food instead of analyzing it. The taxi arrived. Whitey, help me, Izuku said while he and the plump robot gently loaded the drunk food critic in the back of the car. Did he drink too much, boss? The driver asked. Listening to the others, he was a lightweight. Izuku answered, rummaging a bit with the man's pockets to recover his wallet and find the address on his ID. There is nothing light about him, boss. The taxi driver answered while watching the man's bulging belly. That's not very nice. Just go and forward me the cost of the ride. I will offer him at least that, even if he was being obnoxious the entire time he was here. Izuku said. Yes, no problem with that. The man answered, and once sure the snoring moron was sitting properly inside the cab, the young chef watched the thing move away and stood in thoughtful silence in front of the open door. Everything was simply splendid. Congratulations, Igo said while looking outside and standing next to him. I am happy the meal was enjoyable, but what's the matter? You seem troubled. Izuku asked. That must be what the other guests described as your hero side, smelling trouble and offering your hand in help. Have no fear, mine is only introspection. I am not the one that needs help this time. Sir, that man has been bribed to purposely release a bad review of this restaurant, a bribe that came from the same man that asked me to do it as well, either wishing for your name to be besmirched both here in Japan and outside, or just to have a plan B in case either me or that idiot we just watched being took away failed or refused to do so. Igo said. Should I get worried? Contrary to that buffoon, I have a sense of moral and pride for my position as critic. I give praises when there is a reason to, and destroy the fools wasting my time when the fame does not match the skills. But this is the first time I see the fame lagging behind the skills. Thank you, Izuku answered, unsure. Unfortunately, my own professionalism forbids me from telling you who it was that tried to bribe me and that moron, but this doesn't mean I won't publicly call that fool out for actually accepting a bribe from mysterious sources and spitting on the integrity of my own category. Igo answered. I understand, Izuku answered, sighing. Indeed. Unfortunately, my hands are tied. I can't reveal how Mr. Hidetaka Matoi is behind this injustice, Igo admitted with a sigh, never once looking behind himself back at Izuku. I understand, sir. No need to worry, I will find a way to deal with this by myself. The young chef answered with a wide smile. I know you will, Mr. Midoriya. You are a resourceful young man. I am sure you will think about something. Like, perchance, waiting few months before going to America where Mr. Matoi will soon open his new overly priced restaurant and crush him in a cooking duel in front of everybody and right at the apex of his moment of glory. Especially if that counterattack of yours coincides with the birthday of the insufferable spoiled brat that is his daughter and the huge commotion of pro-heroes and journalists he hopes will be there to shower him and her in praises. Or a similar plan. Igo said with a casual tone. I am sure I will think about something, sir. Thank you for your concern. When the food critic did look back at the young man, he was very pleased to see a truly magnifique smile, cold and cruel as he hoped it to be. We are professionals, Mr. Midoriya. Whoever tries to trample our territory looking for a challenge can only expect to see us answer in kind. It's only proper. Igo said. It's only proper. Izuku repeated with a cold chuckle. Feel free to return to visit my humble restaurant whenever you want, Igo-san. My doors will always be open. He said. I am sure I will, Mr. Midoriya. I enjoyed my stay quite a bit. The other answered, and walked towards the car waiting for him with the driver holding the door open for him. What a disgrace, what? Izuku asked. I seem to have lost the business card of an American restaurant I was asked to review soon, and while I don't really need it since I had more than one copy, losing one still feels like such a bad move on my part. Should you find it, please let me know. Igo answered with a very fake disappointed expression while boarding his car. I sure will, sir. Good night. Izuku, his smirk now fully villainous, answered. Good night to you, Mr. Midoriya. Let's go, Bernard. I want to return to my hotel. There is a call I have to make. Of course, sir, the man's assistant answered. Mr. Eri called out. Yes. The veggies. It was good, she said shy. Good to know. I am glad I was of help. Good night, Missy. Igo said, and with a last wave to the girl the luxurious car left to take the critic back to his hotel suite. Haida Taka Matoi, In the long silence that followed, Izuku mumbled that name to himself and neared Igo's table to find the business card of his newest nemesis restaurant neatly placed on top of a glass, waiting for him. Opening soon, the Symphony. Quite the artsy name. A couple months after the grand opening, during his daughter's birthday and when the restaurant will be at the true peak of popularity. Yes, I can do that, Izuku muttered with a low voice. Bobo boss Izuku. You okay? The young illegal hero Popstep asked with a squeak once noticed the cold light in the chef's eyes, intense enough to scare the CRP out of her. It's okay, don't worry. I was just planning a visit to a new friend. I will bring you your dessert in a minute. He answered, smiling warmly again, and disappearing inside his kitchen. Good God, that was scary, the girl muttered to herself, shivering. Later that night, tall, sweet, yes. This should do. Properly written and to the point. Igo said after rechecking his personal review of Green Cloud Restaurant. Bernard. He called. Yes, sir. As usual, copy this into an email and send it to the newspaper. I wonder if they feel like having a surprise extra review to add to the one I was sent here for, he said, handing his small black book to his assistant. Of course, sir. Then please be a dear and fetch me the number of the owner of Japan Cooks, if I saw correctly. That sad excuse of a critic works for them. Use our usual channels to find the number. At once, sir, the assistant answered, and walked away once waved off by Igo. I will need to postpone your review a bit, my dear Matoi. I want to see how you act when challenged by a true chef. Igo muttered to himself, deep in thought. Dryan. And who may it be at this hour of night? Of all the people that have this number, nobody risks calling me after dinner unless it's an emergency. Igo muttered, and once saw the unknown appearing on his screen instead of a number, his curiosity was piqued. Yes. With whom I have the pleasure to talk to? He said in sarcasm. This is the system. Are you interested in proof of the fool accepting bribes to try to besmirch the host's restaurant? A metallic, genderless voice answered from the other side of the call. Proof of the bribe. Actual proof. Igo asked, eyes narrowing. Yes. The voice answered. If you really have that, please, enlighten me, and if it is good, I will actually use them. Igo answered, tone full of mockery. You will. The answer was swift and cold, enough even the critic shivered a bit, then the call went closed abruptly enough to make the man look at his phone in surprise. "'Tis rude," he commented. "Sir. You just received a strange email. It's full of pictures and recordings and copies of other emails," the assistant said, unsure. "HN. Let me see," Igo answered, accepting the laptop his assistant handed him to check said strange message. "This is fairly impressive," he admitted with his eyebrows shooting high. Whoever that the system was, besides being so peculiar to use such a strange nickname, they clearly didn't give a DMN about laws for them to collect so much exhaustive proof. "I will need to tread carefully when preparing the proof of the bribes. I risk going to prison myself otherwise." The magazine's number. "Here, sir." "Thank you, Bernard." Igo answered. "Hello." The voice on the other side was of a middle-aged woman with a high-pitched voice. "Good evening. Am I speaking with Miss Tsubasa?" Director of the Japan Cooks magazine, the old man said with a pleasant tone. "Good evening. Yes, it's me. With whom I have the pleasure of talking to?" She asked back. I am Anton Ego and oh my god. The devil critic. The woman gasped in horror. I see my fame has not been relegated to Europe only then. Yes, it's me, he answered. He was unfazed by the very rude moniker attached to his name since he had heard far worse through the years. What can I do for you, sir? The woman asked with a tone full of dread. I was wondering if you were interested in posting one of my reviews in your magazine, both the printed and the online version. Of course. My father is a great fan of yours. The woman answered instantaneously. Glad to hear about somebody appreciating my work. You see, I happened to eat at a small local restaurant while here in Japan and recognized a colleague of mine in the middle of a review himself. And I am saddened to say I saw him willingly and gleefully break every non-spoken and commonly known rule we critics have sworn to follow. I was told he works for your magazine. The old critic answered, tone frosty cold enough to make the woman shiver. Who was it? The woman asked with a whisper full of fear. Middle age, 50 probably, horrid beard. And disgusting fashion sense and shrilly nasal voice. Balding head, thick round glasses and a nose not only big, but slightly slanted to the side, I suspect coming from multiple people that were less than happy about his reviews and punched him, not that I would blame them considering what I saw him doing while he worked. Ah yes, the few hairs still on his head looked oily. I would suggest having him change shampoo, if he ever used any, but I doubt he would listen. That's Yo. That's definitely Yo, the woman muttered in defeat. Yo Munetaka. Yes, I remember his name now. One tends to willingly forget meeting and talking with unpleasant people like him. Please forgive the strange hour, but I prefer to err on the side of caution and call as soon as possible to avoid an injustice happening. What has he done this time? The director asked slowly, clearly afraid. I see his antics are well known, that's very bad. The fool accepted a bribe to willingly ruin a restaurant reputation in the hope of seeing it close forever. Same offer I got and refused out of critics' pride and personal decency. I have with me all the proof you need to demonstrate this. As I suspected, once drunk enough Mr. Yo becomes so talkative secrets no longer exist. A bribe. This is low even for him. What do you want me to do? I can erase his review, of course. The woman hissed in anger. Ah, punishment will be up to you, I won't pry in your business. What I ask is for both my review and his to be printed on the same page for everybody to see how low he fell from grace, so to have your readers see the difference between a real review and a phony one as we both ate the exact same dishes that day. Is it possible? Of course it is. I will need to check if this was an isolated case or if he did it again in the past, but rest assured he won't work for us anymore and I will put out a formal apology to whoever was damaged by him. This is why I love you Japanese and your concept of pride. The transgressors are always punished so beautifully. Very well, I will send you an email with the proof I mentioned and my review. Thank you very much, Miss Tsubasa. Thank you for uncovering this mess, Ego-san. You'll see, I will protect the integrity of my magazine and of food critics with all my power. The woman promised with burning eyes. Wonderful. Have a pleasant night. The critic answered, closing the call right after. That Yo is dead. The woman hissed in contempt. The next day, as the director promised, the Saturday issue of Japan Cooks had a special edition many readers were unprepared for, because in the review section of the thing stood a full page dedicated to 2 different reviews given by 2 different critics to the very same restaurant, all prefaced by the director herself apologizing for Yo's reviews in the past and how they discovered the man had actually taken bribes to willing put out a negative review, along the news of the man being officially fired and under investigation in case more bribes had been accepted. Anton's own review thus attracted every reader's attention for its different style and the open attack to Yo's own, although some recognized the critic's name from other similar magazines and went wide-eyed at seeing such an infamous name being involved with a humble restaurant instead of his usual super-rich victims. Many of you won't really know me, as the name Anton Ego is mostly known and feared in Europe only, while outside their borders only some of the biggest names in the world of cooking and food critics still see me as a dark omen, and start swearing as soon as they see my shadow being cast on their restaurant's doors. For you others, I will humbly present myself, an old-school practice, considering that a simple internet search will tell you everything there is to know about me, but alas I am old, and I still enjoy my old-timer etiquette. I am Anton Ego, proud critic and for many, the devil incarnate, destroyer of careers. Many restaurants have fallen under the weight of my pen, with only a handful actually showing determination and bravery enough to raise from under the rubble left by my blows and grow into great examples of culinary masterpiece, some of which are actually featured in my own personal all-time top 10 in the papers normally housing my reviews. Why then is somebody like me, that many of you have clearly already pinned down as a French snob, reviewing a humble restaurant like the Green Cloud owned by a young chef such as Mr. Midoriya? For your answer, look no further than to the left column of this same page, to the mockery of a proper review one of my esteemed colleagues had the nerve to write and even publish here, thus wasting paper and ink and even worse, a reader's time. Since the money he had been promised in exchange for this deliberate act of libel has caused him to forget it, please allow me to remind him and teach you what a real critic is, if I might be so bold. In many ways, the work of a critic is easy. We risk very little yet enjoy a position over those who offer up their work and themselves to our judgment. We thrive on negative criticism, which is fun to write and to read. But the bitter truth we critics must face is that in the grand scheme of things, the average piece of junk is probably more meaningful than our criticism designating it so. But there are times when a critic truly risks something, and that is in the discovery and defense of the new. The world is often unkind to new talent, new creations, the new needs friends. Yesterday, I experienced something new, an extraordinary meal from a singularly unexpected source. To say that both the meal and its maker have challenged my preconceptions about fine cooking is a gross understatement. They have rocked me to my core. In the past, I have made no secret of my disdain for France's beloved Chef Gusteau's famous motto, "Anyone can cook." But I realize only now do I truly understand what he meant. Not everyone can become a great artist, but a great artist can come from anywhere. It is difficult to imagine more humble origins than those of the genius cooking at Green Cloud Restaurant, in Yavin Street No. 4, who is, in this critic's opinion, nothing less than the finest chef in Japan. I will be returning to visit Chef Midoriya soon, hungry for more. And if there is even just a single suggestion I can give to whoever is reading this, do visit Green Cloud Restaurant as a friend, more than a mere customer, you won't regret it. For this reason I award Green Cloud Restaurant with a full score, something I had hardly ever given in my long career, unfortunately setting the bar for my next reviews even higher than ever before. As for my full review, under here there will be my own thoughts on every dish I tried, the exact same dishes ordered by a so-called critic that was instead more than happy to throw his credibility away in the name of money. You will read my own opinions, given in full professional honesty. Something you will soon see is sadly lacking from the review of the incompetent buffoon that has his own review written right next to mine. With Izuku Green Cloud Restaurant, another stellar review and another victory for our invincible boss Izuku. Cheers. Setsuna Tokage from Class 1B said, lifting her glass as a salute to the framed review of Ego now hanging proudly on a nearby wall. Cheers. The assembled customers of the full restaurant, either pro-heroes, vigilantes, civilians, and even small-time villains not affiliated to either the League or the Liberation Army or Overhaul himself answered as one, all lifting their glasses as well. Even Eri clapped a little, unfortunately still unable to smile properly, and Izuku still refused to use the century soup to artificially achieve that. Thank you, but please stop, it's embarrassing. Izuku answered, face completely red and yet with hands still perfectly firm as he delivered a new tray of food to a nearby table. Get the praise, bossican. You deserve it. The pro-hero Ms. Joke answered and gave his back a strong slap once he finished delivering her order. Still embarrassing, he answered, chuckling. So that's strange, Mr. Help Dad? Eri asked. Hua. He wrote lots of good things to defend him and his restaurant from a very bad man. Inko answered. Oh. He really helped me a lot. I just hope Ego-san won't be in trouble because of this, Izuku admitted with a sigh. Want us to keep an ear out in case he needs help? The vigilante duo in disguise Gentle and La Brava asked as one. No guys. No need for you to get involved. The young chef asked, nailing both with an intense stare he hoped no pro caught. Got it? Gentle answered with a nod. Just remember that if you need, we are here. A small-time villain, normally known as Packrat and specialized in data theft, offered. Please leave justice to pro-heroes, my dear. No need for civilians to break the laws that are there for a reason. Should there be problems, our dear boss can easily reach out for us. Pro-hero Backdraft answered. Suyer, the villain answered with barely restrained sarcasm. Careful now, don't blow your cover. Izuku warned him with a whisper while delivering Packrat his dish. I know. Don't worry, boss. The other answered with a fist bump. Izuku was happy to know his customers were taking his safety and the safety of his restaurant at heart enough to offer their help. Unfortunately, some of his regulars were part of the eternal hero versus villain versus vigilante conflict, and while the guys from the bad side were careful in not getting caught, the young chef still had some worry at any probable fight happening inside his beloved restaurant. Mostly because he was afraid of Whitey, Shiro and Blackie going too much heavy-handed in stopping said fight. He was unaware of All for One, Overhaul and the MLA having stationed spies 24/7 around his restaurant to look for weak spots to exploit. His full focus was on the full tables he was tasked with serving. At the same time, Hotel Ego's suite. Contrary to Izuku's expectations, Ego the food critic was facing some backlash for his review, but surprisingly, he was also completely unaffected by it, unfazed by the man in front of him throwing a tantrum worthy of a spoiled 10-year-old kid. He just kept drinking his tea, this time some properly made one. Why did you do this? Matoi asked at the very end of his screamed rant. Because the restaurant deserved a proper review, not that junk you paid for, he answered. Have you any idea what you have done? Yes, I know, I did my job. As any professional would and should. He answered. I am in trouble now because of you. Matoi screeched. And that is a good thing, you incompetent clown. Ego answered, voice cold and unforgiving. How dare you? Who do you think you are, Mr. Matoi? What power do you think you and Mr. Samui have? Who or what gave you the notion you get to decide what somebody can or cannot do? Ego asked. We are pioneers of cuisine. The ones that managed to keep this form of art relevant in times where every moron out there started looking at heroes like gods and forgot about everything else. Eyes. Envy, the most ancient excuse. Ego answered, voice full of mockery. Envy. Pro-heroes with a gift for cooking are your greatest enemy, aren't they? They have talent in both heroics and cooking, so, differently from you, they can also pull on their fame as heroes to attract customers and media attention. That is why you, Samui and the rest of your merry group of friends are so determined to stay relevant and spend more time on TV and giving interviews than in the kitchen to cook and refine your skills. You fear being forgotten and are burning in jealousy at seeing pro-heroes being instead put on a pedestal by the masses with zero efforts, or at least with zero efforts from your point of view. It was no secret that if Ego was good at something, those were cutting remarks. He just knew how to cut deep enough to make his victims almost bleed for real with his words. Matoi said with a frown of mad fury. This is also why you hate Mr. Midoriya, isn't it? You can't excuse his talent with a quirk or his successes with him just having a hero fan base. He is just a quirkless young man that does everything out of raw skills and abilities, something that would be solely your fault if you cannot match and surpass, isn't it? You hate that you can't hide your shortcomings compared to him behind paper-thin lies. Shut up. And that is the confirmation of my theory, wonderful. I love being right, it makes me feel all warm inside. He may use ingredients of a quality even I have never seen before, but the skills, those are the real deal, and you know it. Yes. So what? Money and fame took. You just had one job, and that was to make him close. Why didn't you do that like that other idiot did? Matoi demanded. To teach you a lesson. Simple as that. Ego answered, uncaring. You. Teaching a lesson to me. Yes, Mr. Matoi. And it's even a very simple lesson you were supposed to learn as a kid. You cannot always be right. You should try being wrong sometimes, because you might learn something. I can ruin you. Matoi shrieked. I am sure you can, Ego answered, unimpressed. If I go down, so will you? The chef said while his hands grew hot enough thanks to his quirk the table he was leaning on started smoking. Understandable. Of course you know that if I go down, I will have to answer lots of questions, some of which revolving around where all the money you make with your restaurants and other avenues really go. I am sure the infamous Japanese government's NTA National Tax Agency will be happy to know about it. About that and the real circumstances behind the strange fire that destroyed your Fist restaurant years ago, Ego answered. Why, you know nothing. Matoi said, now finally sweating in fear. I know a lot instead. I am probably the only man on the planet that knows. Ego answered. Don't think I won't hurt you, you will keep your mouth shut? The chef said before trying to grab the old man by the throat. Clink. Only for a diamond-covered arm to close around Matoi's throat to lift him from the ground and force him to turn around to meet the eyes of a humanoid mass of diamond shining in a mesmerizing halo of reflected light. I think you never really met my assistant. Let me introduce you to my assistant chauffeur bodyguard Bernard Lafitte, once known as the dreaded French vigilante Le Bijou. While just as durable and shiny, that is sadly not really diamond covering him, still, only a fool would fight him with brute strength, so please, do try punching him. It's always fun to watch fools destroy their hands to punch a diamond man. Ego said, still calmly enjoying his tea. What do you want to keep the secret? Matoi said with a weak voice since already about to pass out from asphyxiation. I want just a small favor. Name your price, Matoi answered. Faintly. I want a special seat in that rumored exclusive party you will have for your daughter's birthday party, a party that I am told will also coincide with her debut as a pro hero. I want a seat as a VIP guest. Ego answered. That's it? As a guest, not for a review, remember. Do this and I will feel inclined to keep your dirty little secret. He answered. If I do that, you swear you won't talk? Ooh. I am sure you will have more pressing matters to worry about soon, Mr. Matoi. What your answer? Fine. Matoi answered. Good. Bernard. Show Mr. Matoi to the door. Our time together has sadly come to an end. Ego said. Of course, sir. Bernard answered, and an instant later Matoi was unceremoniously tossed outside the room and the door slammed closed on his face. Just a food critic. As if I saw mafia bosses being more reasonable. The chef cursed while marching away, too afraid of the possible proof of fraud in Ego's possession to try anything else anymore. Just what I needed, somebody else besides Samui holding onto the other side of the rope around my neck, he hissed to himself. With Ego, do you want me to follow him to deliver some more intense convincing? Bernard asked, dropping his quirk and returning human-looking. No, Bernard. I am a food critic, not the boss of a criminal empire. I will keep my cards against him neatly placed aside for now. I will see him destroyed in a couple months anyway, when a real chef will finally show him what truly means cooking. Ego answered. Of course, sir. Do you want me to start organizing for our return home? Yes, please. I grew bored of this dull gold-coated hostel. I miss the lovely sunset over the vineyards of my country home. I think it's time to return home. As you wish. But also, do book us a table at Green Cloud Restaurant before departing. I want to eat there one last time. It will be a while before I will eat his food again, and there are various other dishes on his menu that I wish to try. Ego said with an elegant chuckle. Yes, sir. Bernard answered with a nod. With Izuku Restaurant, Storage Island, holy hell. You girls are relentless. Izuku admitted in awe at seeing them trying super hard not only to juggle a single BB pill bug, but even multiple ones. Host, while this level of hard work is really appreciated, you must not forget your next sortie. As the system said, the host can take along a helper that will accompany and offer further assistance to the mission. The system said. I know. Izuku answered, sighing. I can accompany you. Momo said. No. Rumi answered immediately. I can come as well. Time works differently. Ochako said. Oh. A new world. Where are we going this time? Nijire asked. Yes, time dilation will take care of not interfering with the host's schedule or the helper. The system can suggest the best helper for the current mission. Can the system give its suggestion? The entity said. Go ahead. Izuku answered, shrugging. Very well. The system suggests, and I am stopping here. But Because the next sortie will be chosen by you readers. I personally wanted to use roomy fantasy world with elves, dwarves, etc. But I am open to change it with Momo sci-fi world, Ochako magical girl world if enough votes for either choice are cast. Consider this, though, in Rumi and Ochako's case those would be my way to move further forward with their own pairing with Izuku. After that arc there will be the training arc of Emiche, canonically the fight against Muscular and the resolution of Himiko's own misery, just so you know. And now, the blasted RWBYO make. So you will finally stop asking, you bullies. With just a minor difference, I added Rumi to it for an extra dose of comedy. I hope you don't mind. See it as an alternate version of the events A Chef Rebirth Omax Extra File. Dimensional Ingredient Hunt. The delicious Grim Kebab Sandwich. Kingdom of Vale, Huntsman Academy Beacon, Dormitories, WES. A cheerful and loud cry was heard as the door of a small bedroom of 4 went unceremoniously kicked open by a humanoid blur flash-stepping its way inside in a storm of red rose petals. "What is it now?" a cultured voice asked with a small sigh of dismay, an action immediately hidden to maintain the poise and class the girl's strict upbringing would have never allowed. That sounded like a "I have amazingly cool news I absolutely have to share with you" kind of voice. A girl with black hair and cat ears lying on her own bed and reading answered, her eyes never leaving the pages. "Hey," the human blur, now showing herself as a girl with short hair and a long red scarf around her neck, said with a pout. "Let her be happy, it has been a while since we had anything to celebrate." "What is it?" The last member of the group was a tall blonde woman with a robotic arm. She chided the others in defense of her sister. "Thank you. Well, guess what?" "What?" the girl named Weiss asked, rolling her eyes. "Pura is back," the bubbly leader of the 4 girls team said with an impossibly wide smile. "What?" the cat girl, Blake, asked with a whisper. "What do you mean with Pura is back?" Yang asked slowly. "That Pura is back, she is alive and—" Thuray thinks she is also, ahem, giving herself to John in a very adult manner. If the howls and dungs are anything to go by. I barely had the time to tell her we missed her before she dragged John away too. "You know," Ruby answered, turning awkward. "But Nora said she watched her die." "Why?" said shocked. "Actually, I saw her being half dead and then being hit by a way too strong attack of cinder. I just thought she incinerated Pura's body since a moment she was there, then she was gone." Another girl, Nora, added once reached Ruby inside the room. "Instead it wasn't?" Blake asked. "She gave me a few snippets before rushing away to tie the knot with Joan. Shoot away across half the continent, that's how she described it. Whatever they did to her, she is good as new now," Nora answered, uncertain. "I need proper and detailed answers. And I'm sure the teachers have them," Weiss said while storming out of the room, followed closely behind by the rest of the RWBY team. "What's wrong with her?" Ruby asked. "She is a bit nervous. Her sister keeps pestering her to join her hunt for whatever is leaving behind grim skeletons and she is unsure about what to do." Blake answered. "Didn't even know those things had bones," Yang admitted. "Because they are supposed to disappear after dying, not leave behind bones. And if they have bones, they have organs and skin and meat, meaning that something is harvesting those. Ergo, something incredibly evil is afoot." Weiss added, growling every few words thanks to her nerves. "Incredible." He won again. A nearby group of gossipers caught Ruby's attention. "It's the 6th chef that loses against the guy. He is going on a spree." Another member of the group answered in awe. "A spree? That dude is going on a rampage. They said he was last seen close to here. Maybe he will challenge our cafeteria staff too. A cooking challenge. Cool. We have no time for useless gossip, let's go." Weiss answered by dragging away Ruby by the arm. Their march brought them to the headmaster office, just in time to see Ashbin desperately trying to rein in a furious winter schnee and a laughing crow hiding behind the headmaster. "Sister," Weiss said. "Uncle QRW," both Yang and Ruby yelled at the same time with a giant smile. "Hey there." "Good evening," Ashbin offered with a professional smile, albeit slightly ruined by his struggle to keep Winter from strangling his other guest. "What is happening, sir?" Blake asked. This buffoon knows who is behind the insane amount of grim bones we found barely a step out of Vale borders and refuses to say anything. That was enough grims for a full-scale invasion. Don't you understand how important it is to discover who was behind it? Winter roared in a mixture of noble elegance and savage thirst. I am not saying a thing because you, princess, are immediately jumping to extreme measures as usual. Crow answered, way more relaxed. They are stocking on grim body parts. The bones alone have practically revolutionized weapon creation overnight. Think what organs and other parts will do. The other replied. I know that I got some sweet upgrades myself thanks to those. But meat and organs are being harvested for a completely mundane and innocuous reason. How can you tell? What makes you say that? Winter demanded, shocking Weiss with how acidic the woman's voice turned. You and Ashbin like the steaks I offered you last week, right? Crow asked with an amused smirk. Everybody else uttered in shock. That guy I told you about was a young genius chef I met, remember? The dinner we had last week had all been made with grim meat by him. Crow said, indeed it was good, surprising how such foul beasts can be used to make those dishes. Ashbin confirmed. But what if it is toxic? Or worse? Winter demanded. Both me and Crow have been under constant medical tests to check for any change. It has been a week and no change has been found. I even took a sample of both raw and cooked grim meat. It is 100% safe for consumption and surprisingly nutritious. Now several experts are pulling their hair out to understand how harvesting it works, since for us grims keep disappearing upon death. Ashbin answered. And if it was toxic or worse, you would have been the first to notice it. Miss 3 full courses. Crow added, smirking. I was just a tad hungry. Don't make me sound like a savage. Winter answered with an outraged expression. Sir? Weiss asked. Please. Do you need something, dear? The headmaster asked. I am sorry to disturb you, but we were wondering if you knew anything about Purra's miraculous return, she asked with a low whisper. That. It seems like dear Purra met by chance somebody that managed to heal her fatal wounds and return her to full health. She had apologized for not returning to us sooner, but she felt honor-bound to accompany her savior here as a way to pay him back. Thank you, headmaster. Sorry for interrupting your meeting. No problem, if ever, a small pause from this ruckus was something I really needed. Why don't you girls go eat something? We have a guest chef today and he promised a very special menu. Ashbin answered. Special menu? You invited that guy here. Winter said. It was the only way we had to get him here to answer our questions. I had to personally round the best chefs of Vale and torch them for their secret recipes, something he apparently wants hard enough to challenge all of them one at a time. He will come here in exchange for me handing him that list of recipes. And I want you two to be in your best behavior, because besides cooking, we believe grim body parts could be used to develop new medicines. So behave. Ashbin said. Yes, both Crow and Winter answered as one with zero conviction. Grim meat. You know, I am curious about the taste. Yang admitted. Oh, trust me, it's amazing. Crow said with a loud laugh. I want to try it now. Ruby said immediately. Come along then, it is almost time for lunch. And you, young Nora? Yes, the girl answered. Please be a dear and go collect the 2 lovebirds. I think they had enough time to get closer. Of course, sir. Nora answered before running away fast. Cafeteria. What the group found was the entire place packed full and a divine scent filling the air while a strange girl with rabbit ears kept zooming back and forth from the kitchen to the tables. Grim steak and grim carpaccio. Who was it? Rumi asked after reaching a table with a long tray. Here, thank you. Put up. My boyfriend's dishes don't deserve to be eaten cold unless it's part of the recipe. The bunny heroine said with a smirk, delivering the plates and then rushing away at insane speed right after. There he is. Winter said while pointing at a young man with green hair delivering a new tray to the bunny girl. He looks young, Weiss said, unsure. Young and DM and good. Got a table for us. Crow said aloud while waving at the young chef. Mr. Crow. Good morning. Over here. Izuku answered, nearing the group himself to guide them to a table. I assume you were questioned by my staff, yes? Ashbin asked. Yes, Mr. Port and Miss Peach especially had a lot to ask. They seem to think my semblance is behind my ability to collect grim meat, Izuku answered, unsure. He just used the Sea Dragon kitchen knife and his own techniques. He honestly couldn't explain why he could collect meat while they couldn't. Maybe it's because of my food honor, the young chef thought. We will solve that mystery, don't worry. You just enjoy those recipes as a payment for your help. Ashbin conceded. So, what's on the menu? Croat. Besides grim carpaccio, steaks, grim fried cutlets and grim rolls. I managed to perfect my own creation, grim kofta kebab burger. Izuku answered. Burger? Do tell. Yang said immediately. I am using pita bread as the buns so that the juices of the burgers spill out into the mouth at each bite. Kofta is a Turkish meatball recipe I followed using grim meat that I used as the patty, and then enriched by adding several spices to the taste. The kebab itself was cooked with multiple cuts of grim meat and spices, and all the unwanted smells are masked by my homemade yogurt sauce. To counterbalance the heaviness of the burger, I used akar as the pickles for the burger. It's a condiment made with dry unripe mangoes and chopped onion. Izuku explained. I am definitely trying that. Crow said. Me too, both Yang and Ruby said as one. May as well, Blake said with a shrug. Fine. More you boy. Winter said with a condescending tone. I will have that as well then. Even just to not be left out. Weiss added, sighing. I will bring it to you immediately. Izuku answered. Few minutes later, my oi. This is how grim tastes like. I love it. Ruby yelled with her mouth still full and starry eyes. It may look a bit uncouth, but the taste certainly is impressive. Weiss admitted, amazed. It's juicy and spicy. Awesome. Must you talk with your mouth full? Blake said with a green face. I'm glad you like it. I have finally finalized my grim-based recipes, so now I can fully give the ingredient the love it deserves. Izuku said with a sweet smile. All things considered, the young chef liked his current mission. He hadn't been bothered by psychotic girls not even once. Maybe that curse was finally over. Sister? Weiss asked, unnerved by the strange look in her older sister's eyes. Oh no, 1 hour later, Izuku yelled while dragging Rumi away by the scruff of the neck. Let me go. I just wanna murder her. Rumi roared in fury. I order you to stop. You shall become a personal chef whether you like it or not. Show your worth, and I will even concede to you the honor of having my hand in marriage. Winter ordered while bombarding him in ice attacks Whitey had no trouble shielding the chef from. Wah! This is hilarious. Crow commented with a loud laugh while chasing them. Winter, please. Regain your dignity. Right behind them Weiss was giving chase followed by Team RWBY and Jin PR in a desperate attempt to keep the older Schnee heiress from murdering the competition for Izuku's heart, and Rumi's own fiery temper was not helping. Stop bothering my friend, Schnee. Younglord. Run, Mr. Midoriya. I'll stop her. Pura echoed right after. Especially since Izuku was recognized as the one that had saved Pura and somehow regrew Yang's arm thanks to his food. Now both girls were adamant in paying him back by stopping Winter by any means necessary. There you are. The fool that dared using my grims as mere food. You will pay for this insult with your life. It was then that a strange woman with unhealthy gray skin and a face covered in purple bulging veins appeared right in front of the group accompanied by dozens of angry germs. Salem, the others hissed in both anger and shock. Step aside, fools. I have a chef to murder. Salem barked. Bring it, Beach. Rumi roared back in defiance. Every time something happens. What? Izuku asked himself while crying. Get him. Salem ordered. Get her. Winter countered. Get a Rumi answered to them both while she and Whitey joined the fray for a free-for-all three-way battle. Be strong, my partner. One day you won't be forced to face these annoyances. Have faith. Shiro the Taai in the meantime kept trying to comfort his sobbing partner while absent-mindedly swatting away any stray Grim getting too close and killing them in one shot with just a playful pat of his fluffy white paw. At the same time, the system kept wondering how it was possible that no matter how extensive its research was before choosing a world, Izuku could still find himself in these kinds of situations.